colony, and I haven't decided yet, so I've got two different versions of this basic start. One where I guarantee the first pawn is psychically hypersensitive, and one where it's not. And the only reason for that is we did a run right a little bit after Odyssey came out, where it was the Mushroom Empire. That basically we're going to start on the Mushroom Biome with a single pawn. It is going to be our Mushroom Queen, and then we're going to build out this giant force that is going to, make sure people understand the importance of mushrooms and all that kind of good stuff. You get late game, you restart a run, a late game for you is not the most fun. Yeah, late game can be fun, but if your colony gets too big, the individuals start mattering less and less as the colony scale goes up, and there is a point where it stops feeling like RimWorld. It feels more like you're doing like a dwarf fortress where you have 1 billion people running around, and like the individuals aren't as important, and it's not as fun for me. I think I'll go with the hypersensitive one. And that'll only be for the first colonist. We're still doing our normal difficulty settings. We are going to generate the whole world, and I am going to add in the factions that have the range of different xenotypes, because like I said, and we're not getting rid of any, so we're just adding additional ones. I want to say the Rough Outlanders Union, I think they start as... No, actually, I think they start hostile, but they can be made friendly. And then these two are permanently hostile. So we're going to go and generate the world. But the intention is we're going to be starting in a glow mushroom biome. I do have... It is a fluid ideology, but it's one I've gone and actually set it up a little bit on the front end. It's the same one we used before. But the entire thematic thing is that we are people who believe everyone should love mushrooms, and are going to have to deal with that, whether they like it or not. And we're going to be building the colony up. We're going to start, it's effectively a naked brutality at the beginning. That, it is the Mushroom Queen has run off on their own, and this person has run off on their own, and they're going to build a empire based around mushrooms. We will be doing some of the royalty titles and all that, so that, the Mushroom Queen can be actual royalty. And we are going to build up. One adjustment I made from the last time I did this is I did set it up so that, you can do a headwater. I did set it up so that, one of the two rituals we can do does have the chance of getting us a pawn. You can only do it once every, 30 days, so twice a year. The rule I will have, if I use that ritual to get a pawn, no matter what that pawn is, I must take them, and I must at least try to keep them alive. It's okay if they die, but I can't, walk them into a group of enemies that they have no hope of winning and be like, oh no! I have to at least treat them as someone I'm going to try and preserve as much as any other colonist. Now, it said if they're a melee pawn, I'm going to make them a melee pawn. Just start a fire, they'll walk into it on their own? Yeah. So we won't even search around a whole lot. I've got right here, I got a glow forest, it's got a headwater on it, so we'll have some water for fishing. It's got marble and slate and sandstone. Granted, it's the better one, but I don't really care. Year-round grow season, so that's a pretty normal one. So it is one thing that's always been weird about... Oh, never mind. I'm apparently a liar. Mushroom Empire. Okay. So the way I'm going to approach the characters is we're going to go through, because it is the Mushroom Queen. They do need to be a queen. So to avoid re-rolling forever, I'm just going to make all of our options here, and I have to choose one of these 10. So we've got a pretty neutral one, has cooking, has whatever. Trigger Happy does have a drug dependence. So Trigger Happy is really good. Having construction and plants on a starting pawn is not bad. That smoke leaf dependence is pretty terrible, though. I think I like the one on top more. Ascetic, you are super old and frail, so you can just have a heart attack at the beginning, so you're out. You're pretty benign. Your good combat skills were pretty benign. Jogger with some combat skills. Doesn't have the plants or cooking or medical, so that's a pretty bad one, but there's a candidate. Another Jogger This one with cooking, construction, melee, so that's our strongest candidate right now. Volatile Pessimist, get out of here. Delicate Masochist, get out of here. Okay, so those 4 are definitely an absolutely not. So we have plants, animals, and combat skills. We have combat skills, animals, and intellectual. We've got combat skills, cooking, and artistic. And then we've got combat skills, construction, cooking, and animals. I think this is like a no-brainer. Because like the medical on this one's at least 3, whereas those ones are 0, 1, and 2. I do think like this one is just hands down better. What was your overall review of Tales of Q? So I enjoy Tales of Q. It's in that same vein as like a Stardew Valley game while not having nearly the scope as far as size. I didn't get a chance to play super far into it, but I was very much enjoying what I was playing. But it is in that vein. I think it's good. I do like that they took a different twist instead of doing the same, like, here's your iron piece of tool, here's your copper piece of tool, here's your, you know, iridium one. Like, there's nothing wrong with that format, but it's been kind of done a bunch of times. I do like the idea that you get, like, your different forms that you smash down on. The combat in the game for that style of game is relatively good. It's nothing earth-shattering or amazing, but, like, that's usually one place that genre suffers, is including combat that's pretty subpar. And I did feel that Tales of SAQ, at least the combat didn't feel bad. Like, it was, again, not gonna win any awards, but it was relatively fun. So overall, I would give it a positive review. You know, is it something you'd like or whatever? I can't answer that question. But, like, I enjoy it. It's also published by Fireshine. And generally speaking, Fireshine is a publisher that almost always, like, all their games are well-maintained, good taken care of, and, like, they don't use Gen AI or anything like that, so I have a fairly positive outlook on them. So I think we're going to go with this one on top. 34, so they don't have to worry about the character dying from old age in, like, no time at all. Jogger is a really, really good trait, so getting Jogger immediately is fun. Combat skills, having those early on are going to be pretty nice. Construction will be good. We can, you know, do traps. We do have Crafting 2, and Crafting 2 is important. And the reason why Crafting 2 is important is with Crafting 2, I can make a bow. If we were at Crafting 1, I would have to make a club. And meleeing as a naked brutality kind of thing is kind of a thing we'd be turning to traps on that one. Animals I don't care about. That's fine. Cooking will help us prevent food poisoning. We'll just have to live with the poor medical and plants. You can't get everything on one pawn, so that's at least a good start. And so we'll go ahead and get that in there. And that is going to be our Mushroom Queen. Okay. Let's see what we get in this Glow Forest map. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I should point out with the ideology real fast. So we did start with Prolicizer, because again, the idea is we are going to be pushing our mushrooms are life, you know, mushroom our life, mushroom is love, mushroom is us. We are going to be pushing that agenda on everybody else. So we are Prolicizing. It's also because the things I would want to make it so we like mushrooms. We have Tunneler, which I didn't want to start off with. And then we have the, what is it, like, Darkness or whatever. And that one you can't start off with and be a fluid ideology. We do have our 2 reoccurring things here. One which makes the neighbors like us slightly more with the drums. I won't be able to do that for a long time. And then the Sky Lantern, which does give us a chance when we have a really, really good one of giving us an extra pawn. You can only do it once every, like, 30 days. So it's not exactly abusable. And we did give ourselves a condition. If I get a pawn through this means, I am required to take them no matter how terrible they are. So there's not a whole lot to say there. It's the thing. And obviously all of these have mushroom thematic names. Okay, so let's see what we got. So we've got a really big lake. I actually kind of don't like that. That will be a good source of fish. I've got a big chunk of rock down here I could use for putting my starting home in. which is interesting because there's a lot of water right here at the door. Actually, that might actually work out fine. If we get fishing early on, they'll be able to fish from right here and have all of the available fish here, all the 400-something fish. So that could actually be a pretty good food supply. The downside is I can't farm anywhere near my entrance, so we will have to path. We can put farming over here, and I guess we could live inside this. As far as ancient dangers and all that go, do we have an obvious ancient danger on this map? There. That'll be probably our ancient danger right there. It's a big ancient danger, too. It does look like just one ancient danger. That's okay. Yeah, that's just a ruin. That's not an ancient danger. Okay, so I think the plan's going to be to go in. I will start here by going off to the side. Little 7x7. Set you up to be fungus, because this map has permanent darkness on it. We'll tell them to queue that. And cut down some trees. And I've unpaused, and I'm letting them work their way over here while we do the rest of these things. You'll prioritize cooking. Don't worry about hunting. Don't worry about construction. You'll grow as the next priority. Don't worry. Actually, you'll need all that to be at a high requirement. That's fine. So they're going to work their way over here. And then the other thing we'll want to do... Probably not that big. Start by 7 by... What happened to the last colony? Fire. The people we kidnapped the person from, they showed up with about 12 pawns and 2 flamethrowers, and we had just gotten the stone research because of a random research nonsense. Speaking of which, complex furniture is the first one we drew. That's actually a really strong first one. So they showed up with 2 flamethrowers while our base is mostly made out of wood. And the worst thing is we actually got through the fight part of it fine. Like, people obviously got pretty hurt. But I don't think we lost anyone during the fighting. It was dealing with the fire afterwards. And part of it was effectively me throwing. I kept having to manually intervene to get the people to stop pathing through the fire. And eventually just got frustrated with continuously having to manually intervene to keep them from going through the fire. That is just like, to hell with it, I'm just going to let it ride out. And then a lot of people died. Because at that point, I was kind of over it. So I'll add these 2 right now. So you go Bills, Butcher, any creatures. Bills, Smash Mech, do forever. Short bow, do until you have 1. Tribalware, do until you have 1. And the face mask, which you won't be able to do, which is fine. Do until you have 1. We can start by trying to get some stuff planted. Then I'm going to want to go down here. I mean, that's fine, whatever. Alright, let's start cutting that. Meanwhile, we've got our first colonist, and so the Mushroom Queen is going to be Pagey Cakes. I'm actually gave you a tile. Mushroom Queen. There you go. And also check out the Inns playing some Baldur's Gate 3. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Does a lot of stuff like, you know, your Stardew Valleys, your Coral Islands, those kind of games, and all that good stuff. Does stream in German, just as a heads up, and all that good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, but Queen Pagey Cakes. Yeah. So for those who missed, the idea behind this is we are doing an ideology based entirely around mushrooms. We don't actually like mushrooms yet, just because of how the game works. Interesting that I can't get you to do that yet. Alright, cut down the tree. Arguably, the hide in a wooden room and wait till they funnel us was the wrong call as we watch the fire start in your fields. Yeah, no, that was... I don't disagree. I was expecting them to come in to attack us and not just start burning the fields. And by the time that they were starting to, like, just chain burn the fields, it's kind of one of those things like, okay, I can step out into them, where I would be at a significant disadvantage with no cover with guns, or I can wait and hopefully they come in, which they did eventually do, but it was definitely one of those ones by that point, like, it's like, oh, this is not going to play out the way I want it to. We will need to go over here, zones. For right now, put a little stockpile there. A little dumping stockpile here. Do not allow rotten or human-like corpses. Oh, I'll also need to go for right now and go furniture. So right now you're gonna sleep on the ground, because that's what we got available. Mushrooms are delicious? Yes. Okay, so I probably need to cut down another tree for more wood. Because we'll definitely want to get that bow going right away, because I'm not going to be relying on traps on the get-go. Pagey Cakes does have Jogger, which should make them faster than anyone who is, you know, rocking Go Juice. Which does give us a pretty strong thing at the beginning of being able to, like, tag someone 2 or 3 times, hopefully, and then just kite them to death. But I do need to get... Calm down over there. I do actually need to get ourselves a bow made. Even a, like, poor quality bow will do. I'd obviously like better. Hey, normal quality with the exact minimum skill required to make it. Not gonna complain. We'll put the short bow on the bottom of the pile here. And we'll let you continue working on getting this planted. So the plan is, get that planted, start digging a room in here that we can hide in. You know, so that we can get, like, bonuses for having at least someplace decent to sleep, that kind of thing. But right now, looking at Pagey Cake skills, planting is one of the places they were weak at. We're just going to have to deal with it. There's going to be no shortage of that. And also check out Passette doing some Little Rocket Lab, which is a fantastic game, sort of like a Stardew Valley meets Factorio kind of game. Good to see you recircled back around to that, because that was one I meant to go back to. We had to stop because there was a bug in the game when I played it. And they fixed the bug long ago, but it got us kind of frozen in our playthrough. Alright, so you're going to Stargaze. You've already got near max recreation, so I'm going to have you cut down another tree. Yeah, Little Rocket Lab is excellent. Okay. So I'll have you sleep. And pretty early on, I'm going to go ahead and try and do the ritual and see if we just get lucky and get a second pawn early. It's, if we have an unforgettable event, we have a 50% chance. And as I mentioned before, the rule I have is if I do a ritual that gives me a pawn, I'm required to just deal with whatever they give me. Meanwhile, I can go in here, assign, food policy, lavish, do not eat corpses, set you to regular medicine, change defaults to tribal medicine, set you to you only use tribal medicine, apparel policy, do not wear tainted. For the drug policy, we'll go to social drugs. I will allow you to take side cap if your mood goes too low. Watch the first pawn be a gourmand hussar. I mean, even just a hussar would be a problem. Honestly, that'd be like your worst case scenario, because once they start getting low on drugs, they go berserk. And like I said, the goal would be, if I do take them, I am required to try to keep them alive like I would any other colonist. Alright, so we are going to go ahead and... Well, that's interesting that it could begin the role change. Oh, I have to have 3. That's fine. That's the reason I was confused when I had the option to change role. So we're going to begin our, our ritual here, which is to unleash the spores. We could do our lantern party, get our mood bonus, maybe get a colonist. And how does it go? Because we get unforgettable, we have a chance of getting a pawn. At the beginning with one person, we should have pretty good odds of getting a good result. It was a beautiful one, so we didn't get a free pawn, but that will help keep the mood up, because we had a beautiful Sky Lantern party, so for 6 days, so that'll help with some of these ones here, like the uncovered groin I can't do anything about right now. The eating of fungus, because we don't actually like fungus yet, we're not going to be able to do anything about. And then you're going for a nice swim. We're going to have them cut down a couple more trees for my early food, a little bit of wood, and then they'll start mining into the wall. That'll let us get out of the elements, which will get rid of some of the penalties we're dealing with. We can also put a stove and that kind of stuff inside the cave. And there's not a lot of mountain on this map, so it's going to be just like a little pocket room we're going to have back here. Alright, we're probably getting due for our first either Manhunter or Raid. Just checking my priorities. Yeah, those are 3s. Oh, I mean, no, don't do that. He'll just sit outside and rot. We'll probably want that once we get the chance of having a second person to have it on hand. Okay. So that's going to give us some slate. And in just a couple of tiles, Pagey Cakes gets to not sleep out in the rain anymore. There. You now have a tiny, tiny hole in the wall to sleep in. No more sleeping outside in the rain and all that kind of good stuff. Major break risk on you because you are ravenously hungry, which seems like a very solvable problem. And your comfort is horrifically bad. This queen is grateful. Yep, and we are going to be giving you empire ranks and everything down the road. So you will become legitimate royalty. Well, there's lots of cool things. We could even have gotten you a steel crown if I had money. Unfortunately, we have literally nothing and nothing they want, so Charlie's just not going to give us anything, and we're just going to have to live with that. Yeah, we got a little bit of mushrooms laying around, so I don't need to pull up more. Yeah, so I'll mine this out. We are going to toss a research bench, butcher station, and a stove in here. And then we'll worry about like smoothing out the floor and all that so we get bonuses for the area as opposed to penalties. And then we'll start getting the research going. Now, keeping in mind, I don't believe we're considered tribal on this one. Oh no, we are considered tribal, so we will have the 50% penalty, but we're not ritualists, so we won't have the additional penalty on top of that. The big thing we need is to not get food poisoning. Hey Thank you, Isaac, for you. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the second month with a Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that, and I do my best to provide a place for, you know, whether it's coming from home from school or work or whatever, that, you know, people can chill, wind down for the day. No TTS in your end again? Really? Come on, man. Alright, let me go ahead and check what's going on here. I'll slow down time for just a minute, that way if stuff happens, I'm not caught off. Open Mixer, go to Firebot. You have once again set yourself to not be set to the correct audio device. I'm honestly surprised we didn't have problems with other stuff, so that should fix the TTS. Thanks for the heads up. Because I have it as like my little checklist when I start stream, like I'll go into OBS, and I'll be like, okay, is the music playing? Okay, is this coming across? All that kind of stuff. Let me actually double check, because I didn't check this because it wasn't relevant for today. Yep, no, that's set right. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, no, it's just like anytime like a driver updates, Windows updates, OBS updates, all that, like the audio devices get messed with. Need a script to set at every stream start. Honestly, the fact that it doesn't like have the intelligence to do that, like OBS should be like, oh, I didn't find your device. Let me look for the device with the same name that it was the device you normally use. And if there's one option there, just set it. The fact that we don't have that after all this time, because this is a very normal problem that I hear people complain about in content creation across the board. It's like not an all-time thing. Alright, so there will be where the stove is right now. And I know someone will get upset being like, you're not min-maxing your space. You're being inefficient. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, it's still good for a while. And so they're riding at nearly a mood break. That Sky Lantern party, that 6 bonus from doing that is definitely pulling its weight. But once we get this going, we'll be able to we can also remove the butcher spot. Actually, for that matter, we could build a copy of you. Okay. So shrink the home zone so we don't clean as much. Alright. Sorry about that, didn't mute in time. I'm sure that was lovely on the mic. Alright, so just getting that area opened up. I'll have to go take a little bit of steel over here to make the oven. Oh, the other thing I need to get going here, and this is probably something I should have already had made. So you'll need that. Net. I think your sound gate caught it? Good. Because I hit the button. Oh, good. Seasonal flooding. I forgot that was a thing. Cool, man. Let's have you chop down this tree real fast. He's just realized you don't have the ability to do recreation right now. We need to get that sorted. Cool. So we got another recreation option. You didn't catch it? Caught it? It didn't catch it? Yeah, no, hopefully it wasn't too bad. But yeah, no, I went to mute and it just didn't take. I must not have hit it. That's one complaint. Like, the button on here isn't like a physical button. It's one of the touch buttons. So there's no real feedback if you did hit the button or not. And usually, like, I look down at to see, like, the lights going up or whatever to notice it. But, in that case, like, you know, didn't quite happen. But I do have noise suppression, sound gates, all that sort of stuff, so maybe it caught it, maybe it didn't, maybe it suppressed it. I won't know unless I look at the recording. It's not a big deal either way, because that's not a thing that happens regularly. Alright, so let's go over here. I want just those handful. Those can't be harvested. Okay, so there's 2 to be harvested there. Because we will need to bring more in. When we do get the butcher spot built, we can start snagging whatever stuff that the local wildlife kills. And that'll give me a source of fabric to start making our tribal wear. What happened in the last colony? The people we kidnapped the person from, they showed up with flamethrowers. And we had just gotten stone a little bit earlier, but we had only managed to get, like, the outer perimeter out of stone. The rest of the buildings were still mostly wood. I had, like, a couple spots that had been replaced with stone, but not really much. So, when the flamethrowers lit up, it was a whole thing. And like I had mentioned before, we actually survived the attack itself without casualties, but everything was on fire, and I eventually got fed up trying to manually path them to keep them from walking into the fire again and again. So I basically threw it at that point. I was like, I just don't want to deal with, like, I shouldn't have to micro people to not walk directly into fire. Okay, so that should be something we can handle plenty fine. How are you doing? Alright, I'm gonna go run out there now before you have a chance to eat again, and the reason I want to do that is I'm a little concerned if you eat again, you could potentially get food poisoning. We are eating a relatively risky food. So I want to try and, you know, make sure you deal with this fight before you potentially roll the dice of getting food poisoning. Because if you get food poisoning, unless you manage to peg him in the leg on the opener, or like spine or something that really penalizes their movement speed. While we're in the neighborhood, would you get out of those ruins? Get a hit. It's fog, so we're gonna have lots of penalty here. Torso hit, that's a minor movement speed penalty. We need better. Start running. Run, run, run. Oh, that's bad. Okay. You managed to get... You got an arm hit, not a leg hit, so it's going to hurt your accuracy. You've got a nasty bleed on you, but it's not enough yet. Come on, I really need you to not just be chilling out there. And solid hit to the torso. You got a good proper bleed on him now. They'll probably attack either way pretty soon. Let's not take our chances. We've got... This is basically a one fight. All I gotta do is not play bad and get caught. Come on, get the hit. Just play a little defensively now, because like I said, they're slowly bleeding out. Okay, now we just kite. Come on, give me one more hit before they kite. And you're getting upset because you're hungry. Go for the shot. You missed. The good news is as those bleeds take more and more effect, they will get slower and slower. I need this fight to end because Page of Cakes is getting hungry and angry. Which was always the concern about delaying eating the food. As a matter of, do we risk the food poisoning or how long we could stay in the fight before they start getting all whiny about being hungry. Where are you going? Are you trying to get over there to shoot at or to set up my mushrooms on fire? Yeah, this quag sucks. Alright, so you're at moderate bleeding, you're getting slower. It looks like we've slowed them down enough now we can safely get 2 shots off before we have to retreat to make sure we're clear. Okay, they're at severe blood loss, so they're very quickly losing speed. We can probably get 3 shots off now and safely get away. Alright, so with this, you're a terrible pawn. And I don't have a prisoner anywhere I could recruit you anyways, so we're just going to borrow your clothes if you don't mind. And if you do mind, I don't care about that either. I'm still borrowing them. Okay. I'll go to Clear Forest. Oh, do I not have any handy? Boo. Oh, never mind. There's some raw fungus handy. Oh, another thing we want to do is self-tend. You only took a bruise. We got lucky on that one. If that had been a leg or a torso hit, that would have been all... That would have just been it. Or if they had, like, sometimes they'll get, like, 2 hits in before your character has a chance to break. So we did get lucky that it was just a bruise to the arm. Which did penalize our ability to fight quite a bit, but we got through it. It's fine. Dre's dead. Not my problem. Make sure we don't have human-like allowed. That's not the right... There we go. Yep. Mechanoid signal, we'll deal with that later. So, initial encounter, while not clean, was handled just fine. And honestly, that's going to heal about the time you would have woken up in the morning anyways. And thank you also for the 235 stream streak. Catch the last 235 streams without missing a single one, so I do appreciate it. Alright, meanwhile, you are hungry. And you want more recreation. So let's go over here. Yoink this so we've got more mushrooms. You'll get to it. Alright. We're riding the fence on mood break here a lot more than I'd like. Once we start getting this opened up, we should be able to start getting some mood bonuses. So right now, if we look at here, we have the, like, awful bedroom, that kind of stuff. We'll be able to get that to be a little bit better. Do I have enough materials to... No. Comfort is rough. Yeah, no, that's going to be another thing we're going to need to deal with. Blind fog. That's fine. Luckily, we just did have that first attack, so the likelihood of having another one is not very high. Alright, let's get some more wood, get that butchering table built. As we get that built, we can hopefully start butchering stuff to get little bits of leather so we can get not tattered clothing. Let's see, Randy hit you with a defoliatorship, and hate chant ritual and a mech cluster all at once. Yeah, that's the downside of Randy, is Randy sometimes will just do BS like that. You can even get that kind of situation with, like, Cassandra. It's just far less likely. Like where I mentioned earlier, there's, like, the whole point system. The thing is you have some stuff that happens on, like, certain time frames, but those time frames are sliding time frames that can overlap, and you can end up with weird stacking situations regardless of the storyteller. Especially when you mix in quests on top of that. Alright, do forever. We're going to allow all. There's going to be lots of animals killing each other on this map, so we should be able to run around, grab random ones, and butcher. Silly question, what's the reward if you declare victory on the panel? Well, first of all, you get to declare victory. The other thing we do is we give you a Discord role and all that, and I do intend on... I'm working on a thing for the channel. I'm going to be changing the start, ending, hype train, which I don't have a hype train screen yet, hype train and away screens, to be interactive. And when that happens, I am planning on having it where everyone who has one Twitch will be represented there. Like, and I'll get in touch with the people who have one Twitch and all that on, you know, basically going over, like, what they would want, that kind of thing. We got lots of meat out there. That's fine. It's just gonna rot in the rain, unfortunately. But we'll get there. I can go over here and say production. You're like 10% on your way to winning? We all start somewhere. To be fair, the winning Twitch started at about 100,000 points. We do have redeems to increase or decrease the cost of winning Twitch. And you can see how people have responded to that. By the fact it's like 1.7 million points or something like that. People, Tomb. I mean, Tomb was the original instigator. Tomb did not bring it nearly that high. I think while Tomb was still doing that regularly, I think it broke about 1 million points. No, I actually don't think it was that high. It's maybe like 700,000 points. And then I had introduced where you could lower the cost as well. And once I did that, Tomb kind of stopped redeeming the increase the winning Twitch. Like, once in a while she'll pop on and do it like once or twice. But, you know, since then, other people have carried that torch. You're saying 1.16 million points after already having one Twitch once, plus spending a couple 100,000 to make Rual play games back in the day? Yeah, no, I used to have a redeem the Make Me Play. I kind of went back and forth on what I wanted to do with that. Because it was one of those things that I was getting more and more people in the range where they could do that, and it's like, okay, but this is going to go from being, you know, kind of an added bonus to, like, non-manageable, and it was just, like, how I wanted to navigate. I ultimately just got rid of it, because it's just, it felt like if I kept increasing the cost, I'd be just kind of rolling the, kicking the can down the road kind of thing. And that'd be just a thing, and then I just ultimately got rid of it. Which it's fine. But yeah. Yep, and Canadian Hussy, increasing the cost of winning Twitch by 5,000. Is there ever any predictions in here? Yeah, we've done predictions. It's been a while, I don't do them super often. I probably should do more predictions, but every once in a long while we'll do a prediction. And Paige Cakes is making themselves their very first outfit. They made a poor quality tribal wear outfit of lizard skin. First time creeping up to declare victory at 1.6 million points? Yep. This is why we don't do predictions often. Of course it's rigged. I'll do it again. You're still learning how to sew, okay? Hey, I mean, it was good enough you felt it was worth wearing. You're wearing that thing with pride. To be fair, you made it in the dark, which is impressive in its own right. All right. And once we get this done, I'll need, so what, it's 25, so about 100 steel, just over. Okay. We still have food laying around? Not good food, but we do have food laying around. And pretty soon you'll start getting your first round of the nutrient fungus available. And all this will speed up as you level. Oh, delete that spot. I'll probably be somewhere about right. Maybe one more tile than that to build those two things. Okay. You've almost got this room done, which will be good. Because we'll want to haul all the stone out of here, because all those have a beauty penalty if we go and grab this. You see, like, all the penalties in here? It's really ugly in that room. We'll just need to clean up all the dirt debris, we'll clean up all the loose stone and all that. The other things, like the bits of fabric and all that, that's still going to have penalties. We're just going to live with that. What we'll do is, once we get this to be a little bit nicer, I'll make a separate room off to the side. That'll be where we just chuck the stuff that needs to sit on the ground and be ugly, so at least it's not penalizing where we're sleeping. Okay, meanwhile, you are gaining points in plants, and every level you gain will make you a little bit faster at that, which means you'll spend less time doing it, which is good. This is the nature of early game Naked Brutality. You just don't have enough people to get the things done you need to get done, so you just kind of live with the slow speed of it. We can reinstall that inside so that when raids come in, they just don't trash that thing again and again. I want to put a fire out here somewhere so, like, these worn out clothes, we can burn them since we won't, you know, we probably won't ever use them. I'll probably just put it right over here where that ritual spot is. Okay. They've almost got the first room done. Can't remember, you do not have a passion for research, that's fine. Realistically, you're going to be dividing your time between enough, you're probably not going to have a whole lot of time to research. That'll be something I'll probably pick up when we get our second colonist. And what's your issue? Food and comfort. Which we do have a stool now. A poorly made stool. But it is a stool. We are getting there little by little. Actually, we have 2 stools. The other one's also poorly made. It's fine. We gotta start somewhere. And the game of her is also made poorly. Again, to be fair, doing it in the dark. Gotta set those expectations. Now, realistically, we're probably going to be seeing our next raid relatively soon, or Manhunter Pack or whatever, our next threat. We also will likely probably get our first opportunity to get a new colonist, because the game does have some waiting in it, that when you're down to just like one person, it will try to pretty aggressively give you colonists. Just the same that once your colony starts to get big, it'll probably, you know, try to pretty aggressively prevent you from getting colonists. So we should have some opportunities. Now, what opportunity we get, whether it's random wanderer join, or someone evading a threat, or, you know, rescue mission. If it's a rescue mission, that is one we would probably not bother with. But a lot of the other ones we'd certainly consider. Because even, like, you don't want a bad colonist, but even an okay colonist this stage, having just a second body, even if all they can do is haul stuff, helps a lot. Because a hauling cleaning person is perfectly good at this stage of the game. Okay, so we've got the area here cleaned up. So one thing we'll want to do is, once we get a little bit there, I'm going to tell them to clean up the room, so at least we take a lot of these penalties out of here. Yeah, so 3 should do, because it was 105 I'd need between them if we're getting about 37 each. 3 blocks would be exactly the number I need to break to get this done. I don't have spare wood, but wait till you mine that. And I'll need to cut down a couple more of the timber shroom. Because we'll need that for the stove and whatnot. Okay, so you should have enough steel for that, and you'll need more wood for this. Okay, so I've got 3 that they'll cut there to get some more wood. And let's intervene when you wake up and have you clean up the room. Because that's going to take a minute, and that should help with Awful Bedroom at least a little bit. Welcome yourself into our house, why don't you? You can take my poor quality clothes that I don't want, and I will take your $8, and that's what I've got to my name. So I basically threw some ripped rags at him, and it's like, look, man, I'll throw you some, like, hey, man, I got a $5 in my pocket. You can have that. If it'll make you feel better. And we're like, sold. That's infinitely more money than we've already got. Alright, clean your bedroom real fast. Okay. And with that, the research bench is built. You know what? Sitting in your dark room and praying? That's valid. Yay, our comfort rating is actually going up relatively well. Beauty's not doing so good, but that's going to take time. Because one of the other things we want to do is smooth out this room so we get the bonus. Smoothing out the room is very slow. Alright, so we got a man-hunting capybara. The capybara's made it clear it desires human flesh. Come on, hit that capybara. Hit that capybara. It is faster than we are in water. I have made a goof. You're just gonna have to fight it. Stun it. Kill it. Stun it. Kill it. Come on, you got multiple head hits. I forgot some animals are faster in water these days in the game. Okay, so you did get some pretty nasty cuts on you. Let's really hope you don't get infected. Because it is a decent chance of... Oh man, that's a lot of bleeding. Okay, reminder to self. Capybara, don't go to the water. Because that thing just cruised up and started wrecking house. Luckily, you actually had some melee skill. Yeah, because the thing that was a change they made with Odyssey is they made certain animals like turtles and capybara, and some of them that they actually move quick in water. Or rather, they don't suffer the penalty. Okay. Disturbing vision. Major Kicks had a strange dream. In it, she saw a black shape unfurling in space-time, growing and consuming. The shape of the originated from the crumbling monolith. Upon waking, she would like to do that. Okay, so we're upset that we ate raw food, and we've had a mood break. Can't just wait outside? I could wait it outside. Or inside. It just... you know, I didn't have that much food inside and right to keep things going. So good news here is we did just have a threat, so as long as we don't get an infection, this should be fine. If we get an infection and she's in a mood break, that'd be real bad, because she wouldn't be able to tend until her mood break goes away, which would mean we're way on the back foot on the infection, and her medical is pretty just not great. Hopefully the break wears off in time to butcher that capybara. Probably. It won't be the end of the world if we don't get the capybara. The big thing was just losing time. But at least if we get the stove going, we can start having cooked food. Granted, if we were going to have a break, the timing was relatively good. We just... Never mind. And attacking immediately. And has go juice. Well, there's not anything we can do about it. We don't have control of our only character. If we're lucky, they'll stop to burn our mushrooms. We were not lucky. Defend yourself. Oh good, you are defending yourself. Never mind, you stopped defending yourself. Well, that is the one big downside when you're doing naked brutality kind of stuff. Is when you're doing naked brutality stuff, one mood break or food poisoning chooses the run. Alright, well, we go again. Okay, so same exact plan, do this. Boom, boom. Next. Yep. That is the big danger of naked brutality. One mood break, one food poisoning, and you get to spectate the end. Alright. And we did add the factions that have all the different, well, not all, but a bunch of the different, xenotypes. I really like them over the ones where it's like, this one's nothing but impids. I find the wildcard impid in the mix of a whole bunch of other stuff far scarier than, like a whole sea of impids, because then you know what to expect. Versus, like, you'll be in the fight and the one impid will roll in and breathe fire over, and you're like, crap, I didn't see that. And the cheeky hussar in the middle of the group, you're like, why is this one not dying? Oh, it's a hussar. It just absorbs bullets with its face. Where's my phone? Oh, right, it's literally standing up in front of me. Try to keep an eye on time. Okay, so we are looking again for a glow forest. Seeing as they have like any cool effects on here. Yeah, none of these have anything special going. I mean, that one says fertile. I don't really care about that. We'll take it just because it's something. I did kind of like that one having the big lake in the middle of it. That's probably gonna be too hot. That's Scarlan's, isn't it? Yeah. And I'll be more in the tropical rainforest area. Okay, let's just go ahead and hit that one. We don't need to go everywhere, so load. Mushroom Empire, that's fine. Okay, and just like last time, we're looking for our brand new Mushroom Queen. So we're just going to reroll all the men, which we only had one. Okay, and I have to choose someone out of this list. So you're a perfectly viable one. You're perfectly viable. Pacifist is out. Pacifist is out. You're perfectly fine. You're perfectly fine. Cannot social. Be really rough. So we end up with 3 pacifists and 1 who can't social. And all the other here are pretty benign. No addictions or anything like that to go on. Just a couple scars. Alright, so we've got someone who's got a little plants, little crafting, little animals, solid combat skills. With the torso hit, so it'll be slightly slower moving than other pawns. Mining, animals, social, you're probably not going to make the cut. Mining, shooting, artistic construction is probably not going to make the cut. Plants, animals, crafting, intellectual, and shooting. No cooking skill. So this one would be good for later, well, okay for later on, I wouldn't say good. This would be better for early game. Yeah, I think we knock you off the runnings. So we literally don't have a choice as good cooking. Basically, my options are here, is I can go one that's got plants, animals, crafting, and intellectual with some shooting. Having the crafting intellectual is better for late game. Having plants will be okay early game. This one's kind of the same idea, but has some melee to back up the other stuff. But we're giving up intellectual and lower stats. So I think I've talked myself out of you. And you have mining and construction. And a little bit better medical. And more passion for combat. Early old? Yeah, 53 is a little bit on the older side. You're not wrong. I think we go for you. Losing the... Wait, actually, wait, is that the one? No, wait, what? Right. I wish you could see how much of an impact that's going to have. 90% efficiency. So, I'm probably going to have to... While I would like these passions more, this is going to make her move at like 95 or 98% speed, which means kiting is going to be very hard, that she's likely going to get caught by anyone who attacks us. This is definitely not a great starting pawn for what we're looking to do. But I did say I need to choose from this list, and out of this list... I think we go with this one. Like, I think realistically we go with this one. The plants being higher. I was looking at this one because the medical 3, called leader social 0. I mean, ultimately, the only ones who had passion for social is this one way down here, who has none of these skills that are going to be worthwhile, and pacifists. So, with our rule that I can't just take, like I have to just do with what we got. So this is not a good setup. But this is what we got, so this is what we take. Because we could get lucky and almost immediately get a second person. But yeah, no, thanks for pointing it out, because for those who don't know, it's around like 60 or so, 60, 65 in RimWorld, that you start getting frail, bad back, dementia. Like, RimWorld is really aggressively against, like, any age. So we got an Ancient Danger down there. This feels like it would have an Ancient Danger, but it doesn't look like it. Yeah, so we got an Ancient Danger down there. I don't love this. I mean, if I go through this side and build in here, that would be okay. We'd have a little bit of an area here. We don't have the giant pool of water we did in the other one. If we look at the soil's kind of good everywhere. That is one nice thing about the mushroom biome, is generally speaking, they're relatively good about things no matter where you're at. So we can go ahead and that'll be our nutrient fungus. Start getting you over here. Here's your recreation work. We are food poisoning ourselves before this is over. Right. I think that'll be good to start off with. Okay. We got that one, so prioritize grabbing one, they'll give you instant food. You'll need to go production. I did not check what your crafting was. Oh, your crafting's amazing. Alright. Yeah, for is when they could start falling apart. Yeah, no, it's like RimWorld is very, very hard on age. So we are dealing with 53, which is pretty old for a starting pawn. But yeah, so we're just gonna go with, again, we've got our person. So our new Mushroom Queen is gonna be Luxray. So congratulations. May your reign be long. And you made an excellent quality bow. So we're going to have you quickly try and get that done. We will need to go to furniture. There's your sleeping spot for right now. And then recreation. You can put that outside for right now. I won't worry about the game of Ur until we can get inside. But more or less the exact same plan as we had the last one. This time, though, we actually have the plant skill, so where it took like 3 days for the other person to get their stuff done, Paige Cake's character, Lux right here did have a very high plant skill. And actually has a pretty okay construction. The thing is, Paige actually had some medical and all that. Last colony, we had a mood break due to ugly environment, I believe it was. And even though we had just finished dealing with a manhunter, we got raided, and so the person didn't even defend themselves. I think the character did like one counterattack and then went on to getting beaten the crap out of. It's just the classic, you know, early... Oh, are you, sorry, you're talking about last colony, like, you're talking about this one, the last one, it was just, again, the person had a mood break, and then a raid happened during the mood break, and that was that. That's just... Typical early game, naked brutality. If anything happens that you have a mood break or whatever early game, that's just all she wrote. Because there's no one to defend anything. Okay. And actually, we've got the Fallen Monolith right there, which works out. Yeah, no, that's definitely the early game naked brutality. All that kind of stuff happens, where you start a run, and just one thing happens and the run's over just that fast. So, no human-like, no rotten corpses. Let's get over here and cut down our tree. We can get a door on our house. And we'll do a lantern party for the mood bonus. At least you didn't get killed, you're kidnapped. I mean, it's RimWorld, that's not necessarily better. RimWorld's a pretty grim game. Alright, if we have Unforgettable, there's a 50% chance we get another person. And again, the rules are, if we get Unimpressive, cool, that means we're more likely to have mood breaks. So unassigned, let's go here, don't eat corpses. Set you to this. Change defaults to using tribal. Set this. Manage apparel policies, do this. No tainted, okay. With the way some of these runs go, getting kidnapped might be an improvement. You're also not wrong there as well. Okay, go get that, because you're hungry. Oh, well, you've already rested there. I need to pull up that spot so you sleep indoors next. But same relative plan. Listen, well, we cleaned the room. We did that. I didn't get the chance to get the chunks of stone carried out, but we did technically clean the floors. We didn't get a chance to, like, smooth everything out quite yet. Okay, so there's the butcher bench. Pull that up so you're sleeping indoors. Okay, we'll need to chop more wood. Yeah, the one big thing that's going to hurt us versus the start with Pagey Cakes is this lack of cooking and the lack of medical. Pagey also had a little bit higher combat stats. Pagey also had Jogger. That's actually a really big one. Because if we start being chased by someone and we don't manage to land one of the earlier hits, it is just a race. And if we get someone with Fast Walker or Jogger or anything like that, that might be all she wrote. Alright, it's probably not the play. That'll help your mood temporarily. The danger here is when you take the silo cap, there's a 1 in something chance that you just instantly go comatose for a little while. Okay, we've got a visitor. Luxray had their first mood break. We did take the mushrooms to try and boost the mood, but it's just a little late. Would have done it just a little bit earlier, we would have had the mood boost and not had the break go on. Hopefully that gets resolved before things get too far. Not too fussed about missing this. This actually could work in our advantage if we have a raid, because I think Caitlyn might defend us. That was an unfortunately very, very early mood break. The Sky Lanterns penalizing us versus helping us didn't help that cause. It's not that big of a penalty, though. Do you have food? You do not. There is nothing edible nearby, which is not amazing. I'm really gonna have to have you get over that mood break quickly. Okay, you're no longer wandering in sadness, so stop what you're doing immediately, because you are going to start starving soon, which is going to really kill your mood. There you go. In production. Butcher spot. Do what you can with that. So good as we didn't get raided during that time, so we do have the catharsis going on. That should keep our mood locked in for a little while. It's not really how you want to go. That's kind of a high-risk thing. So Mad Peahen. And I think you're faster than a peahen. Oh, nope, it can fly. And you have 0 melee. Come on. Tend to yourself immediately, don't worry about it. because you're bleeding from a lot of places. You're probably going to get an infection with that many cuts. And you have no doctoring. So we don't need to worry about you bleeding out. So butcher stuff real fast so you've got some food on standby. We'll be risking a potential food poisoning. That's just what's going to have to happen. Finish it off. Okay. So now we just hope we don't get food or don't get infection, because again, there's not a whole lot we can do about it. It either happens or it doesn't. There you go. The odds we survive this are pretty low. Self-tending infection on someone who's got, like, no medical. Clean all this super fast. So at least the future 10s will hopefully have better things. Can you make pemmican? No, nowhere near it. Yep, so you're just going to have to rest and hope you win. It does not look like you're winning right now. It looks like you're almost exactly... Oh, no, you're catching up very slowly. Okay, you're going to need to eat. You are catching up, but I'm not sure if you're going to catch up fast enough, and this is going to continue to make your 10s worse and worse. Come on, Big 10. 0.85. That is not what I would call a Big 10. Most likely that bad 10 just finished the job. Yeah, you are now losing ground to the infection. And by a large margin. So this is another run dead. Yeah, there's no catching up now. Are you still on random research? Yeah, but we haven't got to the point of doing any research. We just started and unfortunately got caught by a P-foul and immediately infected. Yeah, no, there's no recovering it. You're going to be like 10% behind by the time we get the next 10. So this is a dead run. Alright, we go again. Yeah, no, the mushroom biome does not have heal root on it natively. Alright. Yeah, I'll do a couple of these if we end up just kind of getting stuck and all that. Nudist for the memes? It wouldn't matter, we hadn't gotten clothes yet. I mean, ultimately, nudist, you just make them wear clothes anyways, and then you just take the permanent mood penalty. Because the reality is in RimWorld, if you don't wear clothes, your character will just get offed by any stray bullet. Just get hit in the gut and you'll just have your heart get blown out or, you know, something else you can't live without. Alright, so let's look for another one. Hey, Psychotic, how's it going? We got a glow forest up here. They got temperate glow forest here. Any cool things in any of these? Nope. Nah, the theme we're doing is around the mushroom stuff. We do have the faction set up. And just like last time, we are looking for a mushroom queen, so all the male pawns will be re-rolled. And then I'm required to choose from whatever we get after that. Alright, so we got Slothful, absolutely not. We'll just die in the first fight. Kind Body Modder, Con Body Modder, not really useful skills, but that's something. You're already a better choice than that, though I do like Kind. Tough Psychopath, Incapable of Social. I can't do Incapable of Social. Alright, we'll talk about that. Misogynist, get out of here. Cannibal, get out of here. How is a cannibal? Yeah, so all those are going to be things. Why do you edit the Left Behind? So I'm making it so I could choose from any of these 10. So it's basically I'm effectively giving myself 10 roles, and I'm happy to choose from it. I'm going to completely ignore the behind. I'm just choosing the best of all of those. So it's a way of like not getting into the thing of just reroll, 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 reroll kind of stuff. But yeah, so we've got this one, mining, plants, and combat. So not a very good pawn, another one that's missing medical and social and all that. Terrible cooking. But we're gonna have terrible cooking regardless. The crafting intel, these are a lot better for the later on. The undergrounder's not useful. Yeah, the tough psychopath. So problem with psychopath is they will have a tendency to fight each other. The incapable of social will be a massive, massive negative for us for what we're planning on doing with this character, because they are going to be given a, like, they're going to be given royalty titles and not having that. I didn't look at the age. Oh, good. We're going to be led by a 16-year-old. Sure, why not? Yeah, so we've got you. So you've got construction and mining, crafting, intelligence, and shooting. But for RimWorld, you're in a very high end of age. By 60, we would expect to get some kind of penalty. A lot of time to get good at 16. Yeah. Yeah, no mood breaks for dead bodies makes you happy. Yeah. Well, the problem is, so I actually don't like Psychopath because I have a much higher tendency to get into social fights and all that, if I remember correctly. And yeah, it's got its pros and cons. Like, it definitely lets you get around a lot of normal mood penalties, but then they have a tendency to cause problems on their own right. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to have a very young queen leading our areas. They do have mining and plants. The plants is a little nice, but the lack of cooking, the lack of medical, there's a lot of things we're missing on this one. This one's got a little bit better of an even breakout, but I'm worried about that 54 years old for RimWorld. 54 years old for RimWorld is basically halfway dead from age. RimWorld is merciless when it comes to age. But we just got pretty unlucky with, like, 2 was slothful, misogynist, and a whole bunch of other stuff in here. We got a lot of negatives in this set. But it is what it is. We're taking it, because again, we could get lucky and get a very early second pawn that makes our life better. And Rim makes sure you get pawns one way or another. Yeah, no, that's the thing. We just gotta survive. I forgot the peahens that with Odyssey they made it so birds can fly, and so when it was moving slowly through the wire, I'm like, okay, it's slower than I am. We can just kite it, and then it flew, and it was like, oh crap. All right. So looking at this, we have a bunch of little spots of water here. We got an ancient danger up there. This one we don't really have a good chunk of rock for me to try and shove ourselves into. Like, the best I've got here is here. It's not a particularly usable space. I mean, I've done it in smaller, but versus the other ones, like, I could make a little room in there, but that's relatively close to the edge of the map. So, we'll probably make do. I might be able to pull down a couple of chunks of wall here and shove up some wall. I think the reality is we're building ourselves a home, because I also don't see any ruins that are complete enough to make an enclosed space without... I mean, that one's pretty close to enclosed, but again, it's pretty close to the edge of the map, which is always a risk. Like, you could shove ourselves in this tiny little pocket here for the short term. Okay. Do we have any obvious, like, really big... Okay, so there's a really big area that's fertile soil over there. I don't think I actually care that much about fertile soil on this map. All of it's relatively good. So I think what we're going to do is just kind of go roughly center map and just make whatever works. So go here. You'll be the nutrient fungus. We'll let you start walking. Okay. So that's our start. We'll go here pretty early on. Have you harvest that so you got a little bit of food. And our new attempt here, and thanks for the follow, welcome to the stream, is going to be Angry Sugars. So we've got our brand new queen, Angry Sugars. Mushroom Queen. May your reign be longer than the last. Because the last was not very long. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and just get started with this. We'll need recreation. I don't have any materials, so that's just gonna have to wait. So zone. We got you, zone. Actually, this would probably be the good part to actually build the house. Did the queue refresh? I haven't been starting and stopping the queue each time. I've been just leaving it up. If we switched games or something, I would, end and start the queue, but I think for just staying in the same game, I don't want to, like, reset the queue each and every time. But yeah, if your name is ever drawn from the queue, it does remove it from the queue going forward. So like Luxray and Pagey Cakes, once I drew your name, it does get pulled off the queue, so that way the same person doesn't get drawn again and again. I mean, we did start with one person, so it is effectively a Naked Brutality start. If that's what you're asking. Okay, so then we can go recreation, plunk you down. Oh, I didn't check. What was your crafting? Don't be less than 2. Okay. Because if it's less than 2, then I can't make a bow. Okay. Oh, yeah. No, I'm gonna get more people. Yeah, no, like, if you don't see someone, like, specifically call out in the title or whatever, being like, this is a one-pawn run or whatever, because that's, like, a very specific sweaty challenge. You'll probably never see me do that specific challenge because I don't find it very interesting. I actually don't like watching single-pawn challenges either. Like, you usually do with that, you'll do, like, Mechanator or something like that. But they tend to be, even for my standards, they tend to be pretty slow. Okay. So just getting our mushrooms planted, so we got food that I don't have to manually do again and again soon. The good news is you had a passion for planting, so at least it won't be as slow. Because you'll notice the difference in what the skills make. That with, again, Pagey's run, Pagey, one of the limitations was the lack of planting, so it took a long time to get the field done. But then when it came to the other things, like the medical and the cooking, Pagey was in good shape, so we didn't end up getting food poisoning, and the 1 or 2 injuries we got, we were able to patch up pretty quickly and pretty well. Can you cook the shrooms? Yes, once we get to the point of having that set up. So we can get the last of this planted, and we're gonna need to cut up a bunch of trees, because instead of just digging into a cave this time, I'm gonna probably think that. You don't even have fire? Well, I can make a fire. I can even make a stove. I just have to have the time. Like, right now, I don't have a room or anything. So it's just, you know, priorities. Step 1, get our food in the ground. Alright, so a monitor lizard is hunting. That's not even our actual normal threat. That's literally just a random lizard decided that we look delicious. Yeah, it looks like we might be faster this time. That's fine. I was gonna try and cut through there and use this way to giving distance. I don't think that's necessary, though. So all I need to do is score a hit. Score a hit. Oh, right, because they don't automatically respond to like a threat until it's close enough for the first time. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because it's not Manhunter, it's just hunting us. So we might get raided or a Manhunter pack or something while this is happening. That works. It switch targets. Okay. Meanwhile, you're really hungry, so let's have you eat the fungus. I'm going to take your leftovers, and I'm going to butcher them. And bills, add bill, make tribalware. Yep, exactly. Thanks for the free food. That's the thing. Once you get established, you can literally survive on the food on these maps, like jungle, swamp, the mushroom biome. You can generally keep yourself fed by just periodically going orders, allow all to make all the corpses all over the map available. And with the number of predators running around the map, leaving what they've hunted behind, you can usually have pretty consistent food just laying around. Okay, so let's go up here. In production. Ideology, put our ideology spot outside. Oh, that was the dumping stockpile? Was that the regular stockpile? Okay, let's just do this all over again. Zones, dumping stockpile, go like this. And again, no rotten, and no human-like. So you're gonna run around and deal with that. Let's also go. That's fine. Listen, you'll scarf the food off this floor if you have to. Dirt is a seasoning at this point. Hey man, when you're starving, things get to be a lot more tempting that you'd otherwise might not consider. I kinda wish you had gone and done the recreation thing first. It's my fault for queuing up more stuff before you were ready. We need to go to assignments again, so foods, lavish, do not eat corpses, carry herbal, Change defaults, herbal. Clothing policy, no tainted, okay. Actually, for that matter. So let's have you eat real fast. Oh, it's fine. I thought I could queue them up back to back. We're gonna have you do a quick lantern party of the Unleash the Spores. See if we get lucky and RNG blesses us with a second person. Because we do have it where that one has a chance of giving us a person. The rule we have is if I get a pawn using the ritual. We did get Unforgettable, but it was only a 50% chance we got a pawn from it, and we did not win. Which is fine. The important thing there is, at least in the early game when we're struggling with our mood stuff, for 6 days we've got plus 10 on our mood. That should go a long way for helping keep our mood in good order. I don't need to deal with that. I'm just trying to check real fast. My wife will be getting home soon. And when that happens, I usually take about a 5-minute break. It's my big, quote-unquote big break for the stream. Okay, she's not home yet. I'll usually take a break around that time. Just to go down, welcome her home, and then we'll, make some quick food happen, that kind of thing. I just keep hearing noises outside, so it's like, oh, maybe she's home, but it's probably just the neighbors. Okay, with that, we can get rid of this spot. Okay, we've got a visitor. So I'll need you to pull up a bunch more of those. In this case, let's go ahead and take the copy of that and chuck you back there. Okay, and they don't have anything for me to trade. I also don't have anything they'd want anyways. This one's going a little too smoothly right now. I know, it's suspicious. That's one of the things. Because I'm not mining, it's going a lot faster so far as getting the building side of it done. I'm able to prioritize just cutting trees or whatever. But that's pros and cons. Because the downside is this is a very flammable building, so when I get a raid, they might run over and ignite the wall. Meanwhile, one thing we can do is I'm going to uninstall and reinstall this table. It's my table now. Which storyteller? I pretty much always run Cassandra these days. I used to do lots of Randy random, but I did run into the situation with Randy that he just goes on a big nap, and no one sees him for several months. And so rather than continuing to do that, these days do Cassandra because she's at least consistent, because there's just way too much downtime with Randy, unfortunately. Okay. So Smash Mechs, do forever. Make tribal wear. Do until you have one. Make the headdress thing. Do until you have one. Okay, and now my wife's home. So bear with me, chat. I'm going to quickly step away, use the restroom, welcome my wife home, all that kind of good stuff. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I do hope you're enjoying the stream, and I'll be back in just a few minutes to pick up where we left off with RimWorld, which hopefully won't feature another dying colony right away. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, and I am back. Sorry about taking this long. So, honestly, with the comment about the track record in fire and the base and all that, I've not lost many bases to fire, like, in my time in RimWorld. It's not been none. Obviously, we lost one last night that way. But, very genuinely where people are like, oh my god, never take a pyromaniac, it'll just ruin everything. It's like, I've not had a problem with that, really. Not usually. Usually about the only times that becomes a problem is when you're, when like your building is already mostly burned down kind of thing, or your base is like already really ruined in a big way, and then you have someone kick off. But that's, you know, insert anything else. How many hours I have in here? Probably around 4,000. Oh, the anomaly one where we used the, what was it? We used the anti-grain missile to defeat the siege, and then some random NPC walked into the fire after it had all been resolved, lit themselves on fire, and then lost all the way from allied down to hostile. Yeah, I was pretty annoyed with that. That's one of the only times I've done like a mulligan on a thing. Well, actually, did we do the mulligan? I think we actually dev mode gave ourselves back the reputation, which they never do. Like, I think in my entire several thousand hours of playing RimWorld, I think I've dev mode like twice, where it was like, no, that's bull. Like, that's bull. That shouldn't be how that works. Let's see. As long as you have every place in your home zone, you're fine with pyromaniac. Yeah. Like, usually with a pyro, when they set up, I actually don't mind the fire spree, because a lot of times, as long as it's, like, not in the middle of a raid or something, you can have one person just follow around and put out the fires one after the other, and it's just not a big deal. Again, it's usually only a problem when things are already bad. Alright, so I got a mad bullfrog. So good news is we're in good shape to deal with this. Yeah, you're in pretty good shape as well. And the bullfrog, I don't think is that fast running on land. We just need to not try and cut through water, because it will be faster than I will be in water. Let's not try and use water as the thing to kite around. Yeah, we're way faster than it on land. You had your pyro do his thing just as an entire group was gathering for the anomaly finale. That's gourmands and Mike runs. I've had real bad luck with gourmands going on their food binge at like the worst possible times. Well, we've already gained 1 level in our shooting trying to fight this thing. I'm glad you had just eaten before this whole thing kicked off. Okay. Hey, we got a hit. And you blew out a kidney and you poked a big hole through it. Poor bow's the main issue? Yeah, no, the poor quality bow is definitely not doing us any favors. Yeah, no, I believe the bullfrog does have the penalty to accuracy like the frogs or the turtles do. There's a lot of creatures that have that where they're considered very small, so you have like an accuracy penalty against them. The good news is this frog's eventually just gonna bleed out. Oh yeah, no, definitely bleed out. It's a matter of we can get some more levels in shooting on a relatively safe fight. Alright, well that'll be something we can snag for later. No, you do not have to hit to get XP. Like, if we look at our skill right now, we didn't hit and we just gained about 70 XP or so. So it can actually be a strategic thing to have a very poor accuracy weapon and shoot at a target to just level it. It's not a strategy I've ever personally decided to use, because there's enough legitimate encounters to deal with it on its own. Okay, well, it apparently gave up manhuntering. We literally managed to run around long enough that I was like, fine, I don't care anymore. Oh, wait. Bills do forever. Okay. We don't have more wood sitting around here. We'll need to tear up more for that. There's one downside, the timber shroom are not a particularly good tree for wood. We will eventually. Right now I want to get wood, so I can just enclose the space. Because unfortunately, tearing down the walls takes quite a while. It's a very slow process. Then cut down some quick trees, because you've, like, the character here has relatively good plants and no passion for construction. So we could have a little bit more luck getting the trees knocked down real quickly to get a bunch of wood to build walls, versus we'll be very slow pulling down the walls. I do think we will eventually pull down those walls, because having flammable walls isn't going to be very great. And this tile isn't going to be amazing for stone either. Alright, so it should be more than enough wood for our purposes. Okay, and you still have 3 days left on your Unforgettable on the Festival. Okay, and that'll help get comfort to help with our mood some more. Please stop botching construction. And then the next thing we're going to need to do is get a little bit of metal so we can get the stove built. I could just do a campfire in the corner, but it is one of those things that just burns or stuff. Here I played long. Do double walls help, like inner walls of wood and outer walls of stone? They can. There is insulation. The idea to keep in mind, though, is you leak heat from your roof as well. And there's nothing you can do to, like, double that up or make that stronger. The only time that really helps is, like, if you're under a mountain. So usually about the only room you really care about double walling is your freezer. Because that's the only room that you really care to have that much insulation. Oh, for protection? I mean, sure. Like, having 2 layers of walls will help. With them being wood, they'll just set them on fire. Generally speaking, a lot of times the raids will just kind of try and force their way through your, or not force their way through the wall. They will go through, like, whatever path will get them into your building. but they're all breacher raids, and they'll go through your walls. It's not a bad idea for your outer perimeter to potentially have double thick walls when it comes to that. The thing you also have to keep in mind, though, is that does add to your wealth. So it's, you add a bunch of wealth to make the raid bigger, to make you better defended against the raid. Is the increased number of enemies more of a benefit? Or, like, is it worth the increased number of enemies from the wealth? The ship has a stronger roof insulation-wise? Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, so we got our first legit raid. Man with knife. Thankfully not jog or anything else like this. No penalties against them. So we do want to eat before they get here if possible. We are going to be risking food poisoning doing that. But with that hungry, there is also the risk that the fight drags on and we start taking penalties from malnutrition. Okay, so we're going to try and run to this side of the water. So hopefully they try and cut across the water to reach us, to give us as much time to hopefully get a torso or a leg hit on them, because we get a torso or leg hit, we can massively penalize their movement speed, and we can pull that off. That'll make our lives way easier. And we're relatively okay on sleep, we're good on food. We did not get food poisoning, thankfully. Come on, give me the hit. Come on, give me the hit. I gave myself as much of an opportunity as possible, but unfortunately, our accuracy is terrible. So we are going to move at the same speed. It means I just need to keep on running and hope we just path a little bit better. Enough to get our shot off. Are you planning to recruit this one? I mean, first of all, it's if they get downed. That's a terrible pawn. So the likelihood that I choose to recruit this one is pretty low. I also don't have a room to hold them prisoner, and so the odds that we take Tom here is pretty close to nothing. Yeah, we could try to make a better bow. Keep in mind we're crafting 3, so our odds of making a good bow are pretty bad. Got a hit. And it is a leg hit. Yeah, normal would be an upgrade. You're not wrong. It's just the question is, what's the better use of my time? Working on research, getting our food secured, getting our base up. Like, there's more things that need doing than time to do them. But yeah, you're not wrong. We definitely want to try and get a better weapon sooner rather than later. Go a little bit farther with that. Why don't we do a wood spike trap? We can do a wood spike trap. I've been trying to get my room built first. I tend not to use the spike traps because of just BS you've been able to do in the past. It's purely, there's a lot of like strategies that I tend to avoid these days after doing 500% naked brutality stuff back in the day. Because the reason I stopped doing those runs is I felt like all my runs started to feel kind of the same, and that you make your micro base, you put your traps along the corners, or you make a burn box, or you do like, you know, there's a half dozen or so meta strategies you used to be able to do. And I found when I did the really, really high-end difficulties, ooh, that was a solid hit. Torso and lungs, so you're moved even slower more. I found I tend to do that, so I kind of got to the point where, like, I actively avoid... That's a second hit. The first hit we got was a leg hit, and that was a torso hit. So I found I kind of actively avoid stuff like burn boxes and trap mazes and those kind of things. But it is 100% not because of strategic reasons, just because I got tired of my bases always feeling like that. But you are correct that tossing up a couple of traps to kite the enemy through would probably be a really good idea. Or like I don't do a lot of the path flipping, where you'd have like multiple doors and you'd open and close the doors and make the enemy run back and forth. Yep. We basically won the fight. It's our fight to lose now. All I have to do is not stand still long enough for him to get on top of us. And done. So I'm not keeping Tom here. Tom's no good for us. But I'm gonna take those clothes. Give me them pants. Give me them low quality pants. You like themed runs? The Mushroom Queen seems great so far. Yeah, that's the reason. For those who didn't notice, we did lock in that psychically hypersensitive was going to be just a lock-in thing, because we are going to do the whole royalty thing with her. I did kind of want to go out of my way to actually lean into that, because I almost never do psychic stuff, which does cause me to make a lot of mistakes when we are doing things with psychic stuff, because I just don't do it very often. I don't think about like what abilities work well for what situations, because I just hardly ever do it. So like yesterday, there was a number of times I could use psychic stuff to make my fights way easier, but, you know, just don't remember it. Oh, where is the tree, by the way? Am I not remembering how it's spelled? That's fine, I guess there's not one on the map. Mechanoid signal, you won't worry about that. Okay, so you need steel, and you need steel to be built. Sandstone, sandstone, sandstone. Granite. Marble. Sandstone. Limestone. And steel. It's great to get Psychic Drone. Yeah, that's the negative. Having the hypersensitive with a Psychic Drone. Oh, and there's a random research, and our first random research is going to be carpet making. That's not going to do literally anything for us. So that's cool, I guess. Hey, construction level 2. Can you make and sell rugs? No. Well, we would make it pretty. The problem is we can't grow cotton, which means I could get the carpet, you know, as a technology, but I physically can't make the carpet. And with that, we'll have the stove ready. Bills, add, cook, details. If it has not got vegetables in it, do it forever. And then otherwise, make 10 meals. And the reason we do that is when you butcher an animal, the meat is usually only good for like 2 days. If we cook it into a meal, it's good for about 4 days. Or something like 4 or 5 days. It's a little bit longer. So that's a way of giving me a little bit more wiggle room on our food. But now we're cooking, it'll reduce our... I actually take that back. It's not going to reduce our food poisoning chance, because while Why don't we make baby food? If you look at the baby food, the nutrition is appallingly bad. Which does actually remind me is to go to food policy here. No baby food. But baby food won't do food poisoning? Right, but that's fine. We're gonna have to just take our chances. Because like I said, the nutrition you get out of baby food is like borderline non-existent. Okay. Transport pod crash. Jealous psychically dull Yetkin. With multiple permanent injuries, I'll massively reduce their ability to do stuff. But they do have a lovely shirt. So if you could be so kind, I would just like to wear that shirt if you don't mind. Yeah, because psychically dull is fine. These things here, jealousy is going to be an awful thing to deal with. Mostly the reason I'm skipping on that one is Yetkin have the aggressive and the sleepy. Sleepy is awful. And aggressive is pretty bad too. Okay, so you're now going to start hauling and all that. So technically we could smooth this floor, because I did deliberately put it on the stone when I saw that. And we put floor in that one little corner there. Ah, I see. That's considered mud. He was 70% dead already. Yeah, no, he definitely died on impact. And there's no witnesses to claim otherwise. Would there be a penalty for killing them? No. Because they're hostile to me, it wouldn't matter one way or the other. If we took the guilty meme, then there would be a apostle. Ah, here we go. People mentioned the psychic drone. It's a low and it's already a minus 22, so that's going to be a hard one to endure. We will likely take a mood break here because that's going to be a bit rough to ride. I'm going to go ahead and try and drug ourselves into being relatively happy and hopefully just leave the map. I'm not going to. That is one way of doing it, is to just dodge it by leaving the map, but it's fine. What we'll do is when the mood starts to collapse, we'll take some drugs and just run the risk of getting knocked into a coma for a minute. Enjoy yourself a mushroom. So we're just going to hallucinate a little bit as our ability to counter that. And first meal was not food poisoned. Yeah, but the reason we're taking the time to smooth out the floor here is that will help the will help overall with the mood. And those tiles will need to be bridged because they're mud. It's not easy for cooking level 1. Yeah, no. Cool, we botched it. Okay. It's fine, just keep botching it, as you do. Yep, there you go. Keep on botching it. Transport pod crash 2. Okay. We got a mathematician, Fraser, is crashing in a transport pod nearby. They're suffering from paralytic aphasia, and they're unable to walk. They'll recover naturally over a number of days with a so we have a chance of quick recovery. So let's go and look what they actually have. They are a baseline who is ascetic, genie, incapable of dumb labor. So they can be a researcher. They're going to be pretty worthless otherwise. But I honestly think I am willing to take that on. So go rescue this person. Because I'm going to want a researcher. And I'll do that. Alright, so we need the name of the faction. As well as the thing. So we have the Mushroom Empire. Not to be mistaken for the Mushroom Kingdom. It's copyright safe. Home of Mush. There. So we got the Mushroom Empire, and it's the home of Mush. So we gotta take Fraser. They got paralytic aphasia. So this is gonna be our first, our first additional colonist. It's gonna take a while to be able to do much for them. If we're lucky, they will break from their paralytic aphasia early. There's no guarantees. But we are gonna go in here, and for our first additional colonist, who is going to be a dedicated researcher, that is going to be... Is it Lisanu? But welcome to the colony. You know what? We're gonna give him actual titles. Researcher of Mush. Oh, I can't do it. Mush Researcher. Good enough. Okay, so Psychic Drone ended. So luckily it wasn't very long. So we were able to go in there. We got the really nasty Psychic Drone hitting us, which is only a low, but we're hypersensitive, so it was a nasty 22 penalty. We were able to just slap some hallucinogenic mushrooms into our mouth and ride out the effect of it without a mood break. So as long as we don't break right when we wake up, we should be good. Okay. Oh! Literally within one day, we had the RNG instant break from paralytic aphasia. That is actually really lucky. I think that might genuinely be the fastest we've ever had that recover without, like... There was a thing where you can use Glitter World to treat them to get them out of it faster. I don't think I've ever had one break that quickly. And I sure as heck am not complaining. Alright, so let's get to our work schedule, because I wasn't ready for you to be up anytime soon. That was a not streamer like you don't know what it is. That was genuinely pretty ridiculous. Alright, so we'll have you focus on research. You can't do dumb labor. Will they cook? They are the better cook. Let's have them take over cooking. So they'll cook, they'll mine, and they will research. That's the fastest you've seen in 1,000 hours of this game? Yeah, I'm at almost 4,000 hours, I think. And that's the fastest I've seen. That literally, they just kind of slept it off over one night. Also, storage. Do not leave the knife in there. Here, we will set this to be low priority, but all allowed. Except for human-like and rotten. Schedule. Oh, I didn't get you set up to do recreation that way. Now, downside is, what is your ideology? It's pretty terrible, actually. The challenge here is we are Prolicizers, so we should slowly chip away at Lisanne. But I'm not willing to arrest them and throw them in a room and all that. I need the second pawn more than I need that. Until we have 3 people, it's not like I could do a whole lot to take advantage. Yeah, so you're just going for a walk. That's fine. They are not a genie. They're just delicate. So sadly, we don't get the easy conversion. Yeah, no, they're cosplaying as a genie. They're a genie in their heart. Alright, well that's an awful bow. So try doing that again. You don't happen to have crafting, do you? No. Okay. A poor quality bow. I believe poor is higher than awful. What does the mushroom worship entail? I mean, we're basically going to be focused around eating mushrooms. We'll probably do stuff with the silo mushrooms, the hallucinogenics. Did I already set the assignment for the... you? Every 5 days, if your mood drops below 30. Okay, so you're working on our research. And an angry is slowly making our room less awful. By smoothing out the floor, at least for the time being. Pretty soon those will be ready for harvesting, and we'll get some more mushrooms going. Now, for the record, we are using a fluid ideology, and just because of the limitations of what you start with, we're right now prolicizers, so despite the fact that our people love mushrooms, they don't actually like what they taste like, but we're going to eat them anyways, until we get the chance to reform our ideology, at which point then we will pursue getting them to like the mushy mush. Now, the ways we can do with that is we can either get Tunneler or I believe Darkness. Either of those will allow us to do that. The problem is you cannot start with Darkness and be a fluid ideology, because it's considered one of the more advanced ones. Your dirt mold children love mushroom and dirt crab stew. Yeah, so that is at 94%. A cassowary has self-tamed and decided it would like to be meat. You believe it's targets? Well, it's either or can do it. Both of them can have the fungus thing. You can go Tunneler or Darkness. I guess and or, you could do both. But yeah, so if we continue to do what we're doing with smoothing out the floor, where it says like ugly environment and awful barracks, we could probably push that up to be like, you know, like kind of like somewhat impressive, maybe. Because we compare the like beauty ratings on some of this. I mean, yeah, so it takes the beauty rating from the floor where it's like -2 and makes it +2 when we smooth it out. The downside is all the crap sitting on the floor does count against the beauty. So what we will end up wanting to do is make a separate room for storing junk in. Once they smooth out the floor, I'll tell them to start taking apart some of the ruins nearby as a source of brick, so we can hopefully make our place not out of wood. You should have built the room on top of soil to plant flowers. Oh, I haven't done that in, like, forever. And needed. Oh, do we not have anyone set to handle? You can set to handle be much higher. So that way you can get rid of the cassowary. Because that's just free food over there. Yeah, no, you can do stuff like plant flowers and all that. The only times I've really done that is it used to be the strategy when it came to feeding your animals before some of the changes that one of the best things for doing that was to plant a bunch of flowers in an area. Because they wouldn't harvest it, so it would just stay there. They grew really fast and had relatively good nutrition. They've done a balance pass on that, though, so it's not that case anymore. Like, you're better off just putting down hay grass and calling it a day. There's still pros and cons, but it used to be like, oh yeah, just... Was it daisies? Yep, no, the flowers will be high, but we also have to have someone continuously planting them. And then the brightness, I believe, off a torch is not high enough to keep them growing. I believe we'll need to replant them again and again. I could be wrong in that one. 30% is enough? Gotcha. I thought it had to be higher. Either way, it'd still be a thing that I have to replant them again and again. And I'm looking to not have anything that's got any labor intensiveness. Okay. We'll probably need to cut down more trees for the wood. We get our little mushroom field planted again. And 10 days until we can try to do one of our rituals again. Which would be good if we can manage to get ourselves 3 people of the same ideology. Then we can go with that. We do have this set up with Prolicizer frequent, but it's going to be pretty hard to convert someone without actually imprisoning them. So we'll most likely need to resort to imprisoning people to do that. Like I said, I think in this case I'm going to leave that alone for right now with this person. They do have stuff that's going to be a problem here. Luckily it doesn't look like we have the requirement where we need to raid with this one, but we'll see. You think there's a buff in early converting, 5x, 3x? Oh, I have no idea on that one. If there is, I hadn't heard of it before, but I could see it being a thing. Regardless, the social skill is literal 0, so that would still not be that fast. We've almost got this room sorted out, and like I said, we'll want to make a second room over here that we could just chuck a bunch of the loose stuff in, so we're not using this as the storage, because that's where a lot of our beauty penalties are coming in right now, is all the stuff laying on the floor that's like -10 and all that kind of stuff. The moods are not back, actually. Yep, no, moods are holding up okay. Like, we're on the fence of going on the first dip, but that's okay. Once we go and we get the awful barracks off of here, that should help a lot. And then that'll also get rid of the unsightly environment as well. So looking at our stuff, getting that moved to the R1, and we'll get rid of these 2 down here. And that'll be like our main detractors gotten rid of. For those who didn't see, we're also doing the random research, no research, so I didn't start with anything whatsoever. And then I do not have control over my own research, it'll randomly choose. So it's giving us carpet first, which is utterly useless because we can't grow cotton. So, you know, even if I wanted to do the carpet, can't do it. There's no cotton on the map, no way to make it happen till we have electricity. Why does it look like not all that's marked for smoothing? Because that's not smooth. Well, maybe it is. Might just be dirty. But we've almost got this room smoothed out. And then what we'll do is we'll probably mine this area out here and make a second room over here. Probably take the time to rip down walls. Random research is slower pace. Yeah, this time we didn't take Ritualist. For those who saw the run we were doing the last couple days that did end up dying in fire. Are you doing stone walls? We will. Right now, we don't have stone research, so I'd have to take stuff apart. Alright, so we're being attacked immediately. One dude with club. They don't have anything that gives them a particular advantage against us so far as movement speed or anything. We do, unfortunately, have foggy rain. So that's pretty negative. But what we can do here is have these two split up. Pepper will follow one, and the other one will just keep firing. Alright, first hit on Pepper. Second hit on Pepper. Honestly, getting two back-to-back hits with a poor quality bow during foggy rain on relatively just okay shooting skill is pretty solid. Three hits? What is these hacks you got there, Angry? You're firing during foggy rain. The penalty for fogging rain is vile. That's 4 hits? I mean, if I had a prison, I would consider actually taking this person. Seeing if there's one of these ruins here that's got a room I could just kind of take for right now, but unfortunately all of them are non-enclosed, and I'm not giving up our main space, so I would take this pawn in a heartbeat. But in this particular case, it's not happening. Give me your hat. One is closed if you add a door. They could add a door here. I don't have the wood to do it, and you are bleeding how badly? Yeah, wall as well. Don't want to make it a steel. It's fine. We're just gonna let that one go. Because I'd have to build the wall, bring him down there, and patch him up all in that time. I don't want to patch him up. Well, what faction are you with? Oh, you're with one of the factions that's perma-hostile. I was gonna say, maybe I could patch them up and then send them on their way. Yeah, having the prison way down there would be pretty rough. Also free medical skill? Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely saw I could put down one piece of wall here and not make an enclosed space. So I'm just practicing some medical. At extreme blood loss, this person shouldn't be able to get back up. I'm gonna see if I can really fast make this into a really crappy prison that I don't want to maintain. Okay, so you're done with that. So, don't repair that. I need you to get me just a tiny bit of wood real fast. Okay. And you're going to build that, so let's have you draft. Carry this person. And run on down here. And you are now a prison. And you're going to capture Pepper. So, a little scuffed. I kept going back and forth if I was even going to do it, but that's fine. So, prisoner, we're going to start by converting you. And then we're going to go here, zone, home zone. Just the prison itself. Not a single extra tile. Honestly, the mentioning of the medical skill, it's like, no, really. Even if I can only get one... Oh, for a moment I thought the game was going to crash. It is holding... Oh, okay. Alright, so we'd have attack of one drifter, and you are willing to give me a masterwork, nerve spiker, and a telescope. Oh, it's 2 groups of 1 drifter. Okay. Now, a drifter will likely have a ranged weapon as well. So there is a lot of danger, considering Lisanu does have the risk of the fact that they are delicate, so they take extra damage. The Yet can also, if they're not wearing clothes, do move faster. So that actually has a lot more risk than it would be implied. Because, like, if they have the naked, then they have naked speed. And I don't remember how much faster it is, and neither of ours are fast walker or jogger or anything like that. Now, if we toss down some traps, I could make that a lot less risky. Because we put traps over on the corners kind of thing. Force the enemy to walk through the trap. Because getting a masterwork nerve spiker very early would be an extremely good weapon. I think I am going to go for it. So let's go ahead and try and make some quick traps on the corners. I will need to cut some trees, so we had a couple of days. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. There's a bit of risk on it, but at the same time, it is one of those situations where if we make it happen, it'll be well worth it. And then having the telescope gives me an extra recreation type. Most likely it'll get destroyed in some raid sooner or later since we don't have good control over our area yet. Yeah, because it'll be 2 groups. Yeah, we'll definitely take this. The Glitter World's nice and all. It's always good to have some pocket Glitter World. Yeah, no, and the reason I like the Nerve Spiker specifically is it does a mini stun on anything it hits. And for especially early on, that can give me another chance to get 2 or 3 shots off before things escalate farther. We're cutting up a lot of trees here. So the question, why not cook mushrooms? We're cooking mushrooms. We're doing that. That's happening right now. I mean, right now the person's happening to cook meat, but we are cooking the mushrooms as well. We have meals that, like, see, that was ingredients raw fungus. We do have heat stroke in here because of running the stove the whole time. Oh, I do see that we're slowly chipping away at that, slowly chipping away at their ideology. Same here. Halt escapee. Okay, what do we got? Okay, so this changes everything. Ooh, so tough psychic slaughter. Very solid ones going on. Missing both their eyes and an arm, and they have a surgical scar. Because they are a cult escapee. We are going to bring them into the fold. There is some risk about this as well. But if I accept this person and then the thing with the Yetkin, we can literally have them walk up to the Yetkin and explode the Yetkin. Which is probably precisely what we're going to do. Alright, the mangled stranger stares at you with empty eyes. He has no eyes, so he's not staring at me with empty eyes. And speaks with a broken voice. She claims to have escaped a terrible cult and begs to join your colony. Animals are skittish around Scape. She has the unnatural power to deform the flesh of living creatures, causing them to erupt in piles of twisted meat. Scape claims to only use her gift to butcher animals, but it's clear she could just as easily butcher a person. She may be very useful, but you also suspect there's something she is not telling you. Welcome aboard, person I should probably be more wary of. Because yeah, your tough void fascination with some skills I can actually put to a pretty good use. There's a very strong possibility this person will betray us in the long run. That's our first person with an actual desire to do doctoring. You can handle the animals. We won't worry about that. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was thinking, is now we can have this person handle that. Okay. So yeah, so you'll focus on the crafting if you have the opportunity. You can help with this. But you'll probably end up doing a bunch of star stuff. Okay, so we will go ahead and we'll grab a bow. There's a little bit of a risk here, because this person can betray us. It's one of the common things they have as their end situation. I will name this person. There's a very strong chance this person might betray us or run away or anything like that, so we don't know. They might stick with us. We'll see. Oh, Astero, so Astero the Meat Maker. Alright. So let's go grab that quest for the masterwork thing, because what it can do with Astero is if I pull the enemies closer in here, then Astero can literally just explode them, because once you start the thing where you turn them into meat, it stuns the enemy. And so for 2 one-on-one fights, we can basically guarantee ourselves a win unless Astero like catches a shot to the face right in the opening. Which is pretty unlikely. Crap. Okay, so the problem with that is I can't actually handle a heat wave. We're doing random research and all that, so I don't have a passive cooler, nor can I research it quickly. So what we're going to do is we're going to endure this for a little while. We're going to disable the stove for a minute. So that they don't heat up the room any more than they already have. If the heat does start to build up, we can just leave the tile and come back. But because that happened almost instantly after agreeing to this, we're going to try to endure until we complete the objective, and then if we have to skedaddle, we skedaddle. If it does look like it's going to continue to escalate, Astero's probably got the best clothes out of us. So there's a good chance Astero could just simply endure the heatwave longer. Alright, Astero said a strange dream. In it, she saw a black shape unfurling in space and time, growing and consuming. The shape originated from the nearby crumbling monolith. Upon waking in the vision, Astero feels strangely drawn to the monolith. It calls to her. We will do anomaly stuff once we have electricity. Until you have electricity, there's just not really a whole lot you can take advantage of it, so I usually just find I'd rather wait. Okay, and you're trying to make another bow. Okay, little by little you're gaining social, whether or not we actually get that person. Visitors is fine. And we did accept the quest only 9 hours ago. It feels like it was longer, but that's okay. There's a very good chance Pepper dies here. We'll see. Okay, so you're dealing with initial heat stroke. You botched construction, good job. Put some clothes on Pepper, mayhaps? This is true. I can't remember if in vanilla you can forcefully put clothes on prisoners. Nor do I even remember how. As a 1.6, yep. Yeah, usually don't take many prisoners, so... So let's see. Force target to wear a t-shirt. Force target to wear pants. I don't think it's going to be enough to save them, but at least maybe it'll slow it down a little bit. Because we also have the possibility of just having a very short heat wave. Let's see, you're at initial, minor, and then the prisoner's at serious. There's a very good chance the prisoner just dies. I can walk the prisoner off the side of the map as an option. The risk we run into is, you know, if we leave the map and we have a raid come in, we could potentially come in behind the raid. What I think we're going to actually do real fast is we're going to take this, we're going to form the caravan, go one tile over, accept, bring everyone, get them out of here. It says the raid's supposed to arrive in 3 days, so we're going to go ahead and get them out of here long enough for the heat stroke to drop off, come back, and that should be enough that we don't have to worry about dying real quick. Did you bring food? Yes, it'll automatically include food unless you manually override it. Well, that's concerning. We've gone to the next tile over. And the heat stroke is continuing to climb, not go down. So it's still too hot with the clothes available. Alright, well, we're going to go back here because we don't want to be gone too long. Heat wave is over. No prison bed available? What do you call that? It's probably because it's being marked as too hot for them. So weirdly enough, it wasn't recognizing that the prison bed's available. But that's okay. We just manually did it. It's fine. Long pause, don't love that. Major break risk on you, probably because of hunger. Serious pain, disliked xenotype. Yada yada yada. Okay, cool. Why does it say no prison bed available? It's right there. So 60% chance, 60% chance. Well, sorry, Pepper. Now, hopefully the cooldown, I don't remember what the cooldown was. Please don't be too long. 1 day, so we should be fine for having it for the first fight. You want to have a person stay for 6 days. We'll go ahead and do this. You are an adult, so you're going to drop your weapon. We got a refugee staying with us. Let's go to our stuff here. Recreation, work. You're honestly going to be better doctor than one we have, other than the potentially temporary person. Man, everyone wants to be a crafter. You're a refugee, so I'm not going to have you do that. We'll have you focus on cleaning and hauling, and it will just fill in wherever. Yeah, because quest, we accepted that. We're at 2 days. So hopefully that's off cooldown by the time we get back. We need to increase the size of our field here. Okay. No party without you. You're the one who had a mood break while you were supposed to be bringing a prisoner back. It's consequences of your decisions. Just what happens. Yeah, so we got creepy breathing on you. We don't want White to stay. If they offer to join, I'm going to turn them back. Especially since they also have an ideology that'll be a pain in the butt to deal with for right now. Okay, so we're waiting for that first raid to come in. Doesn't show you as idle, but you're not really doing much. Heat stroke again. Also, we need to go here. Unlimited. 10. So I cook the food again. I mean, it's just, without a heat wave, it's still 110 outside. This is a really hot tile. Alright. So cut those tiles away. And then deconstruct this set of ruins, that set of ruins, and then this set of ruins down here for a bunch of brick. Yeah, no, this is probably one of the hottest of these biomes I've seen. Right now, let's reinstall the oven outside. And I want to do that because that creates heat. So let's put it outside so at least we're doing what we can to avoid overheating that space. Let's avoid running the torch as well. Anything to like let that space cool down a little bit. Because if it's this hot, then if I walk off the tile, it won't do me any good. Now, ways we could mitigate this is we could dig into here and give us a little bit of escape from it. It's gonna be tough. You've been running your Volcano News Columns -10 climate adjuster from the mech cluster like 3 years ago? Yeah. He just very on point. It's getting hot in Europe. Yeah, it's also... Yep, the ability came up ready. The attack should be coming in any time now. Yeah, it's already marked as 3 days ago, and the attack happens in 3 days. So any time now we should get our first attack. So likely the first attack, I will... What do we got here? So it is Yetkin. It is a fast-walking Yetkin at top of that. So, with this... If we don't manage to get a decent hit in on the Yetkin on the way in, we will explode them. Or if they don't hit either of the traps. Alright, solidly done. Ooh, that was a head hit too. Oh, almost killed him in one hit. A little harder hit, and that would have been a one-shot. I was taking a gamble with white. Alright, so one thing we need to do is I am going to need to have a dumping zone to get rid of corpses. So go over here, storage, low, clear all, human corpses. And then we'll go here, do not sweep that because it is literally a corpse pile. Okay, there's the second raid. Meandrous, Sanguine, all that. Wooden left hand. Okay, this one I'm just gonna corpse explode. And just do it to it. They're not coming from a good angle for me to get my traps on it. So let's move over here to force them to start walking towards the water. Oh, you're gonna prepare? Alright, well I'll come to you then. So what I could do is run over here. Because we might get lucky and hit this thing on its way in. Meat. And pods have arrived. Okay, so for the telescope, chuck that bad boy right there. Meanwhile, so 7 shooting. Yep, you get the Nerf Spiker. That seems overpowered. The thing is you can only use it once per fight realistically. But yeah, no, it is great for like singling out a target and be like, that dude right there, that one's dead. And you can use it on some things. Like the really, really big enemies are immune to it. But you can use it on a lot more than you'd expect to be allowed to use it on. It also has a short range to pick off a guy with the Doomsday or anything like that. Yeah, no, if you're gonna do it like against a Doomsday or whatever, you have to get like right on top of them. So like have the corner there and pick them around the corner. It can be useful. I did have a raid when we were doing, I think it was during the Anomaly, one of our wins, that we had like the big group of enemies coming by, and there was, I can't remember if it was a Doomsday or Triple Rocket or whatever, but like it was lagging behind, which was terrible for me actually attacking them, but we did have one with the Slaughter or whatever, and I just poked the door, hit it real fast, popped them, and ducked back as everyone started shooting at the person I did it with. Which worked out pretty well. I'm gonna move you up here and over there, and then shrink you away from that spot. Can that be spell broken, interrupted while casting? If you downed the person while they started or something like that, yeah, you could. It's not a very long cast, though, so it'd have to be like someone tagging them in the head as they were casting it kind of thing. Man, it is just hot on this map. I'm a little worried that we're not going to be able to do anything about this. We're going to need better clothes. Because, like, again, I can't just walk off the tile. This whole area is that heat. Like, we could go north. I mean, it's considered, like, temperate. I'm surprised it's so hot. I can't AC. Random research. What we have now is random research has chosen carpet, and that is our only option. So I can't passive cooler, I can't AC, I can't anything. The best I could do is mine a little hole in the wall. I get a little bit of insulation. I think would probably be settled one way or the other before that happens. If we get a trade caravan, I might be able to trade for clothing that could help, but that's if we get a trade caravan. Yeah, you're holding up fine. You have a little bit more clothing than the others. It's entirely possible I could potentially juggle the clothing. Did you start with no tech, even for tribal? Yeah, I almost always run no research, random research. I find I really enjoy the thing. The one downside is the no research, random research does mean starting on hot tiles, your success can be just RNG. At least there's water. In the game, dipping in the water doesn't do anything for you. That's cold enough, you'll probably all drop off your heat stroke if you go outside. Come on, that should be dropping your heat stroke. Okay. That's fine. So it got cool enough at night we could have them go on. You do enjoy semi-random research. Never tried a blank start with like that. Yeah, no, it is one of those things with the hot tiles. There's like literally nothing you can do. Like if you have a heat wave on a hot tile, you just go. Like you can walk off the heat wave, but if the tile's too hot for you to endure without the heat wave, it means the whole area is that way, and there's just nothing you can do. Okay. I'm gonna need a pretty decent number of bricks of one kind, at least like 150, 200, whatever, to make a second building here. You won't be able to put a brick on that spot, so you can make it a gap too wide. Put a building there. Out of whatever stone I can get, like, let's say... How much stone would it be? Offer for betrayal, you'll give me 5 plasteel if I kill white. 5 plasteel is not enough to do literally anything with. Yeah, so if I did that, so it'd be about 40... Probably about 200. Ah, okay. Swimming does do it? Okay, cool. Because I know if you just walk your character and just stand them on it, it doesn't do anything. At least it didn't when Odyssey first came out, but there's been a couple of updates, and I don't always read all of the patch notes. One thing we will do is storage, club, don't put those in there, blocks, don't put those in there. Actually, raw resources entirely don't put in there. Yeah. So that's just like an RNG thing. And I could influence it a little bit. So one thing we'll also want to do is temperature. So you have to be careful. And the reason I have to be careful with this is the light will kill the mushrooms. So we don't want it near our fields. So I can go ahead and put a fire over here for burning our old clothing, that kind of stuff, to keep it from piling up. Need some old school swamp cooling. Well, they have a passive cooler, which is basically that. It's just a cooler that you put a bunch of water, and as it evaporates, it cools off the space. Man, those hangs when it's... Oh, it's Ship of the Stars. Yeah, that one always takes a while to load. Okay, and we're starting to make some new clothing and all that. Wood is proving to be more and more of a problem. No space DLC, by the way? I'm running all the DLC. Why? What would make you think no space DLC? Okay, so bills, add bill, burn apparel, do forever if it is not clean. Apparel, burn forever, do if it is below... Wait, people start with the ship? Yeah, and I mean, that's one start. Below 50 and is not utility or armor. Bills, burn weapon, do forever if it is... let's see here. Not a spear, a gladius... Yeah, so all these... Yeah, actually, yeah. It's always like normal, like just axes and all that. Just burn all those, if you can. And then, weapon, burn, do forever. Clear. Ranged. Those three, if they are 4 or worse. Yeah, no, you can do the grab ship start, but then you get the grab ship, you can get it later. We won't be able to do anything with the grab ship until we hit that. And the reason I did that is so we start burning all these poor quality bows, so they'll craft new bows to replace them. Yeah, we want a quality of at least normal. Hey, Server Lord, how's it going? Alright. And we're getting a wide range of bricks with no specific brick getting any meaningful amount. Okay. I know I cut down a bunch more trees, but I'm not seeing any of the wood, and I know we've got people hauling. I'm not sure what we're spending all this wood on. We're definitely spending it. Doing good. Half past midday here, and thinking about making homemade hamburgers shortly. Hopefully you're doing good as well. I'm doing good. Yeah, I've got soup here. I'm gonna probably sneak in eating here at some point, like just mute the mic and enjoy my soup. Much love from the subway back to Smurfs. Alright, so we do have our person who's trying really hard to spread their ideology. They are chipping away at people. That's probably not going to find success until we get a couple points in social, but that's okay. We will be able to do the Unleash the Spores ceremony again soon. Yeah, it's just we're getting so little wood out of those trees. Okay. But yeah, over time you'll see all this bluegrass here die. I want to say the bluegrass, yeah, it has a very slight beauty bonus. It's like a 1. Most of the mushroom stuff does have a beauty bonus. Yeah, so you see all the bluegrass and all these mushrooms are going to start dying rapidly in the area around this fire. Alright, so carpet making was our first one. Second one is Devil Strand, which I also can't do. So that's cool. 2 for 2 useless, useless things. Alright, we're actually managing to chip down some of those ideology things pretty quick. Yeah, no, Central Florida's also been, like, ridiculously hot. Now, granted, I understand we're better equipped for it, but it's definitely one of those things of, like, hide inside with your air conditioning. Going outside is begging to just be miserable beyond all belief. Alright, just trying to wait until that says 0. Because then we can go ahead and work on getting our ideology set up. Maybe get ourselves an actual recruit who could potentially be on the same ideology. Because we get a second person running around harassing everyone. We can start getting that. We're definitely going to need more space, and I'm trying to hold out till we get all these blocks picked up. Now, alright, so we can do this. They've actually got a pretty good 80% chance of having a positive result. If we get Unforgettable, it's a 50% chance we can get an extra person. If we get it, no matter how terrible they are, I am required to keep it. That's just the rule I've had since I'm getting a free pawn out of that. So if it's a bad pawn, that is. And we are knocking down a lot of this really well. Part of the reason I want to do these is there's lots of conversation, so lots of, terrible. We had an 80% chance of a positive result, and we got a miss. Hey, normal quality bow, moving up. Streamer luck, hey, sometimes, like, streamer luck means you get the really good rolls and you get the really terrible rolls. You get both extremes. For the record, the reality of streamer luck isn't really a thing for 99.9% of the games. You just see a lot more gameplay, so you see both the wins and the loses. There have been some games in history that have fudged numbers in favor of people running stuff, and they've done different ways, like some will just detect if you're running OBS. It's very rare, though. And usually those games get called out for it when people, you know, because people will run the numbers and figure it out. How bad is your heat stroke? Especially gamble games? Yeah, like, that's one of the things, like, there's a lot of the games you hear doing that kind of stuff are the games that, you know, they're gotcha games, gambling mechanics, those kind of things. The games that, like, lean on stuff like FOMO and all that. Those are the ones you usually hear about doing that kind of stuff, about fudging numbers and all that. And a lot of times the creators are completely blissfully unaware, so it's not one of those things to blame them for it. It's games that have a history of doing shady stuff like that. Shocker, they do shady stuff. You remember the Path of Exile streamer queue? Yeah, that was a little different. And I don't even blame, and then this is coming from me before streaming, and I felt the same way before streaming. Alright, so White's getting out of here, that's fine. We are going to help the person, because we are going to be aiming to do that. Can you make another research table outside to double it up? Yeah, we probably will. Alright, so we got Foggy Rain. Let's get everyone together again. And you've actually got some pretty solid stuff for dealing with the raccoon. So you're expendable, so put you in point. I think the bad call was not, like, letting people know it was a thing. like, at first. I think genuinely it wasn't the worst thing to be like, hey, you know, creators get like their priority queue or whatever so that people wanting to see the game can see it. I do think when they do that sort of stuff, those creators should be ineligible for any type of like competition or anything going on. But I do think the fact that, and it's not that they're trying to deliberately hide it or anything like that, but I do think the fact that they did that without kind of saying anything or explaining themselves in advance was a bit of a PR nightmare. Because genuinely being like, hey, we have this game, we're doing a big release, yada yada. In a game with a competitive thing is not going to go well over regardless. This is fair. That's a fair point. If it's solo self-found or whatever, that could be a whole thing. They put a lot of money into sponsor streams, that league. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. It's one of those like no-win situations. But yeah, no, I definitely, like, for me, maybe this is a spicy take. I don't give a crap about the economy in Path of Exile. I like going into solo self-found anyways. So, like, that side of it, it's like, sure, whatever. But I understand I'm an outlier there. Alright. So, Angry Sugars is going to get their first title. Man, you brought everyone for this one. Alright. Okay, we finished saving the refugee. It was also unlucky that League launch then was very crashy. Yeah. No, and that's definitely one of those things, like, I definitely feel like GGG with the to give context to what we're talking about here for those who are not aware, a number of leagues ago, we're talking like 4, 5, or 6 leagues ago, Path of Exile, which is an action RPG, had a big league launch, and it was a very, very crashy league that they're having connection issue with. So what they did was they basically made it so streamers who were like well known, when it came to the queue to get back onto the server, were bumped ahead. And it wasn't something that was like kind of openly disclosed at first. Like, it wasn't trying to be hidden. It was just the company kind of in a panic trying to deal with it in the moment. And needless to say, it did not go over well with the community in the sense that, you know, creators are getting kind of this priority and everything. The economy is a big thing that people care about in the game. I'm not one of them, but I do understand people do care about. And, you know, people were very frustrated because it definitely felt unfair. And the stance that Grinding Gear Games had was basically, it's like, well, people wanting to tune in and see the game can't see the game if we don't do this. And I don't even think that's necessarily a bad call within itself. But there is a competitive nature of the game that was a problem. But it was kind of, you know, they're already, you know, pretty rough. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like, and even in the creator side, like, you're not big enough a creator, or you just happen to be a big creator who doesn't happen to play that game. Like, there's definitely a feels bad about it. I do think they're trying to make the most out of a already bad situation because it was a laggy, crashy league. Like, obviously that was the big problem. But yeah, no, it's definitely a PR nightmare. And what they ultimately agreed to after that is that they would not ever do that again, which is fine as well. I think that's a perfectly reasonable response as well. Let's see. Oh, was technically giving the ability to streamers to log in and people could view the game. So it was to watch and get this game. Yeah, no, it was a thing. Priority marketing or fairness. Right, but that gets into, like, the fairness of the competition, how important the competition is. Like I said, I do think it is a thing that for any of the competitive side of things, like, because they would do League launch, they would do these competitions, first to kill the last boss would get money, first to 100 would get money. I would imagine anyone who opted into that, like, because again, it wasn't opted to begin with, but anything that had that, it's like, okay, they should be ineligible. But why promote your game if you can't handle new clients? Well, it wasn't even the servers were being overloaded. It was just the thing going on there. But again, it was a problem where they had a bunch of money in there, and this isn't me trying to defend. I think the reality was they were in just kind of a crap situation, that there wasn't a good answer, and they made that decision, and again, it was very unpopular at the time. Which, like I said, once the community kind of said, hey, we don't like this, they said, okay, we'll never do it again. Because it's like, whether or not it was a thing before, like, I think they did answer that question. I appreciate it didn't run straight for me, because the foggy rain is absolutely killing our stuff. The good news is if it gets close, I'm just going to psychically explode it. That's fine. But yeah, no, it was definitely a one that, like, to me, more than anything, because you could definitely make the argument about fairness, and like I said, I think, for me, the thing I would care about is, as I said, anyone who was given priority would be ineligible for any prizes. And it was a thing that, like, a lot of the creators didn't even know that they had been put on this priority queue until, like, it came out later. And what a lot of the creators did in that situation is they asked to be removed from the queue. Like, once it became clear. Because, like, it was just not communicated. Like, that, like I said, that to me was the big foul. Like, if they had come out before and said, hey, here's what's going on, we're going to, you know, let these handful of people that we promote our content through get in there. Because as far as the economy going, 2 or 3, like, or sorry, I shouldn't say 3, a handful of people, even, you know, streamers or whatever, aren't going to meaningfully impact the economy other than people seeing what they're doing and then mimicking it. Like, as much as we could talk about where they can no-life that, outside of, like, private leagues and that kind of stuff, which who cares about the economy of private league? Yeah, GA just didn't do any favors. The streamer RNG meme was strong for a bit. Yeah, no, absolutely. But, like, that's the thing. In Path of Exile, the meme about streamer RNG has always been a thing, but they don't actually do anything around that. And that's a meme in almost every, like, any RNG-heavy game. Oh, you're really slow. Whether it's, like, Path of Exile or World of Warcraft or anything like that. Anything there's an RNG aspect, Diablo, the meme is that. And that's, again, like, people won't realize that they've watched this person for, you know, hundreds of hours of playing a game, and then they get this really good drop. And it'll be like streamer luck. It's like, well, no, actually, that falls within statistical probabilities. That's pretty consistent with everybody. Okay. Now, granted, don't get me wrong, you have the ones where, like, someone gets, you know, a mirror drop right at the beginning of the league or whatever. But again, within tens of thousands of hours, sure. It's surprising how much you could play in a game 10 times longer. Yeah, no, absolutely. Because I know, not for me on this channel, like, as before streaming, I remember sitting there and people were, like, making a big fuss that, like, clearly the RNG is being scuffed or whatever. And going and looking, like, just this person on stream-wise, you know, the number of hours they had played is like, nah, man. The fact that this is their mirror, their first mirror, was a statistical oddity in how long it takes. Because most people, I can't remember what it was, like 10,000 hours is usually what you, or no, was it 4,000 hours? Is usually about how long it takes to get your first mirror drop in a path. I can't remember. But it's just one of those things that it's very easy. It's the same phenomenon I've talked about. I had a buddy in high school that we used to play Warhammer 40k tabletop. And he would lose his mind about being like, this is bold, this is like way outside any reasonable statistics, yada yada. And then we would look at it as like, no, actually, you literally got the exact breakout we should have had statistically. And it was just one of those things, he'd only consider the one roll that he had gotten a bad roll, and you're like, no, man, this is like your 20th roll in here. You've had some really good ones, you have some bad. Like, you know, the more rolls you do, the more it kind of balances out to what's statistically probable. You played WoW for 10 years before you got a super rare mount. Your buddy got day 2. Yeah, no, for me it was like, it was back when you had the half set in World of Warcraft. And I can't remember, I think it was the pants I was after. It was whatever one was in Skullomon. And I ran that stupid thing over 100 times and still had not gotten my half-tier pants. You know, and then of course, like, I got my half-tier pants, we did, like, Molten Core, like, the first time, and then I got better. But it's just one of those things. You're extra unlucky, you've been close to 20k hours, still have no natural mirror. Yeah, I've not dropped an actual natural Mirror of Catan, in, Path of Exile. I have seen, Pag, the fishing person. I've seen them twice. But I've never seen a mirror that I haven't, like, traded for. And arguably, Pag is the more impressive one, because there's no sound or anything for it, so you can just straight up overlook it. Alright, so we're probably getting pretty close to the point of having enough slate blocks. The funny thing about RNG is you can get your first try on one drop way after drop rate. Yep. That's one reasons why in a lot of games, and this is something that, GGG I would actually accuse for being particularly bad about, is I am a big fan of having weighted RNG for anything of substance or importance. And what weighted RNG is going along the lines of, instead of just having it like, oh, there's a 1 in 1,000 chance of this item dropping, that, you know, if it's an important item, like it's a progression item or whatever, okay, no problem. It's a 1 in 1,000 on the first attempt. Okay, the second time you fight the boss. Alright, well, now it's a 1 in 950 chance. Okay, and you still don't get it. Alright, well, now it's a 1 in 900 chance. And you get the idea. That slowly weights until you have a higher and higher chance until you basically practically guarantee yourself. Because that's actually one of the things is the, what was it, Ultimatum League? That I played that whole league, and I only got 1 attempt to do the boss or whatever, because it's RNG or whatever nonsense. And that was definitely the league that, like, I had played every league in 4040, you know, since I had started playing, and I took, like, a league off after that point, because I was just very frustrated. Because, like, I just want to do the content. And there's a lot of content in that game that falls into that situation where you have to get a very rare drop to do the content, and then there's no guarantees you even get it, that kind of thing. And it can be very frustrating where you're like, I just want to do the next thing. Okay, so I could get the... Well, I can't get the book on Heavy Bridges. We'll give you the poor quality shirt there. I can give you the fungus. I'm actually going to give you the fungus for the cash, because I can just grab fungus easy. We can grab the construction book. I don't really care that much about the Heavy Bridges, but, we'll grab it anyways. Where'd the book go? There you are. Have you played any new Path of Exile 2? No. It's one of those things that I really enjoy Path of Exile 2, but unfortunately the times I've tried to play it on the channel, it just underperforms for me really badly, and there's nothing wrong with streaming Path of Exile. It's actually a really good game on Twitch. It's just a matter of I've not built up an audience that is into that kind of game. And so I think it still shows up as like my, what is it, like 4th, 5th, or 6th most played game on the channel, even though I haven't played it a couple years on stream at all. But, it's one of those things that I don't have the time to play much of games off stream, which means for a game like Path of Exile, where it's kind of, you either play it or you don't. There's no, like, when I say there's casual, like being a little, like, exaggerating a little bit, you can't really play it casually and have satisfying time, in my experience. So it's just kind of one of those things that it means I don't really play it at all now. Okay. So I want to go ahead, and once we get this closed off, we're going to move the storage into this room. PoE is very time consuming. Yeah, no, PoE is unless you're going to commit at least several hundred hours a league, it's very hard to really get the most out of League. You won't be able to get to a lot of the end game content in that time. It's just, unfortunately, it's not a particularly friendly game to limited time. Say PoE and PoE 2 makes Chris mute the stream and watch something else. You don't close the tab, mind you, but you have no interest in PoE 2. Yeah, no, that's fine. Like I said, you're not the only one. It's just too different from my normal content. that the number of people who enjoy watching that content, who watch the stream, is very, very small number. We're not going to be doing the deserter. They can kindly get out of here. Starvation, because... Right, we did just sell all those mushrooms, didn't we? Hey, Allison, how's it going? Let's see, you can't play Path of Exile anymore. It's really fun, but time absorber. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. I wish I had the time to play it, but I just don't. That's just the reality of it. Like, I just don't have the time to play it. But yeah, also check out Allison Adventures, another fantastic content creator. Also plays a lot of RimWorld among other games we play, like a lot of similar content between the two channels. So if you like what you're seeing here, you'll like what's there. Oh, hey! We actually do have the tree here. I'm pretty sure the tree will ultimately just end up dying on this tile because there's no light. I can't remember. I don't actually think we care about this, but that's fine. If someone wants to meditate, they can do that. That's why you quit WoW, you just can't dedicate time more. Yeah, it's the same thing. Like, there's times it's like, oh, I'd love to go back and play, you know, a good MMO or whatever, but I'm like, man, I don't have the time. And it's also a thing that, like, with a lot of MMOs... Okay. Cool, passive cooler. That's actually something I can use. But like a lot of MMOs, it's like, the moment a daily quest happens, I'm like, out. I just don't have the time. And just every one of the MMOs are just like, daily quest, go do it. Keep logging in every day, nerd. No breaks allowed. I just find them to not respect your time at all. That was, I've talked about a number of times. I used to play a lot of Warframe. And then they introduced that radio program, where it was a kind of, you either had to get enough points in the time frame to get the really good stuff, or you just didn't get anything. Like, you literally had to play all those days to unlock it, otherwise it reset. And they were gating some really good stuff behind it. And I was like, okay, so literally I'm required to log in N number of days a week and, you know, complete a handful of objectives. And the moment they introduced that, I just immediately logged out and just never came back. Like, that was just it. One and done. The moment that happened, I was out. Yeah, no, I understand they got a lot of that kind of feedback, and they stopped doing Nightwave got changed to not be that way. But yeah, no, it's definitely when they introduced that, and it was very much, you know, get in, put in your, like, because you had your daily missions, I think there's like 2 or 3, and you could usually knock those out pretty fast. I think there's like a weekly mission, and those tend to be bigger. And so a lot of days you could do it really, really quickly, but some of the days, the objectives or stuff that, you know, there's an RNG and that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, with that, it was like very much the moment they did it, I logged out and never came back. You rarely jump in, you generally finish now. That's good. I think more things need to appease the casual side of things. Comp gets plenty of attention as is. Yeah. There's still crappy weeklies. You just skip those and still get enough points. Yeah, that's all it would take, is like really toning it down. I just disliked the fact that it felt very much like play our game or else. I don't mind when it's like the rep grind in World of Warcraft. If there's no decay or whatever, or there's no like time gating on it, you can take your time, even if it takes you much longer to reach your end goal. But when it's something like, okay, you get this far, and now we're going to punish you because you didn't play for a week, you lose like 10% of your progress, or we reset, that is, like, there isn't a faster way to get me to quit your game. So you should try Space Log. It's RimWorld meets Starship Theory. It's pretty hard. Okay, I mean, if someone could mention that in the Discord, I'd appreciate it, because, like, just mentioning and passing on stream, I won't remember. Even the Blood Cell Pirate rep grind. Yeah, no, I know once upon a time I did all the different rep grinds you could. Like, it did the Was it the Timber Maw and all that kind of stuff to Exalted? I'm pretty sure I did the Pyre one. I remember that one being a pain in the butt, but as well as things you could just kind of take your time and do whenever you felt like it. You didn't have to just knock it out in a short time frame or you'd lose it. Because that's my big thing, is a thing that takes progress back from you. I don't mind a slow burn grind, but when your progress is removed because you didn't log in enough time, or you didn't grind it this week or whatever, that is an absolute no. And a lot of games will do that. Especially, again, like your gacha-style games, your microtransaction games. A lot of MMOs, just broadly speaking, will do it. And that's kind of those things. Like, every once in a while, an MMO come back and be like, alright. You know, I could go for an MMO. But then you see, like, one of those kind of mechanics, you're like, never mind. Not interested, don't want it. You miss a day, you're knocked out. Yeah, usually they're not that bad. You're like, miss one day and it's over. Usually it's one of those things that you have your rep grind, and every day you don't log in, you lose like 1 or 2% of your rep and all that. That was, I think the last major grind I did in a game like that was, in World of Warcraft, I had the second highest PvP rank on the server I had been on, and this is back in the day, like, when Arathi Basin was new. And so I had gone like this, I think it was the second highest PvP rank, and it came to the realization to get the next highest, I was pretty much going to need to log in almost every single day and just grind PvP rank for like another month, and I was just like, nah man, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this rank. I'm not sitting here and just grinding Arathi Basin, you know, day in and day out for like a month so I can, you know, have this stupid little title. Cannonball still the best PvP? I have no idea what that is. Let's see, the game that was really impressed you in terms of commitment and not being jerks about Shenanigans MTX was Massive. Massive patch speed was Crimson Desert. The game has had some issues, especially at launch, but man, they knocked it out of the park when it came to the fun with a great response player feedback. That's good. Classic PvP push was insane. They specifically changed the system because of how insane it was. You remember that? Yeah, no, that was, like, I remember that, and it was just a thing. I really loved the PvP on it. And I got, like, really well known that people would pull me into their groups and all that. Because I would run Affliction Lock, and people wouldn't think of that as a PvP build at the time. Because it was a little bit of a twisted one. I still had, like, I think a little bit of crit bonus or something like that. But the idea was for stuff like Arathi Basin, I could practically hold a location on my own by using stuff like line of sight and all that, and just dropping dots on anyone who showed up, so even if I died, so did half the people running up. Now, obviously, if like 8 people rolled up on me, I was just gonna die and get no progress, but... Okay, so we did get the passive cooler. We're gonna wait to build that for when it's hot, because I don't have an easy way of getting a decent amount of wood here. But that does give me at least a tool for when we have, you know, heat wave or whatever. But yeah, no, it's just a thing, like, because that one in Ultric Valley, you could lock it down. The Warlock with the Affliction thing was pretty useless for, Warsong Gulch. I didn't tend to do that. I also didn't care for the Capture the Flag in that, because it was like, Warsong Gulch felt like Druid's win. And thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it, Sleepy Developer. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Alright, Monitor Lizard hunting Angry Sugars. Playing some Minecraft. I hope you had a good stream with Minecraft and all that stuff. And for once we get to fight where it's clear weather. Yeah, no, I really liked Arathi Basin. Ultric Valley kind of came and went at times. I would really like it. The problem with Ultric Valley I ran into is if you had organized groups running cheese strats, it could be pretty sucky to do. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, because there was some meta BS that if you had organized groups going, that like everyone was getting on Discord and grouping up, they could they could very easily just handle it. Any mods regularly used here? I don't use much in the way of mods. Is that accurate? I think that's accurate. Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think I have like one or two more like music mods or whatever, but nothing that does any game mechanics. Oh, actually, let me look at that. The self-dying. I have one extra mod, self-dying, which we're not doing anything with yet. It just makes it so they'll dye their clothes whatever their favorite color is, which only gives you one mood. It's not about the mood. It's that way later on, if I'm, say, using Muffalo, that they all don't look the same. That we get a little bit of variance going in there. Yeah. We're making no progress on getting these people knocked out. Yeah, pretty close if not. It boils down to, like, no gameplay changing mods, some quality of life. Yep, pretty much. Like, honestly, looking at our mods, it's like 90% music. There's very little that actually changes anything at all mechanically with the game. Alright, so with this, we're going to go ahead and go like this. So I don't want to reset this, I can go expand, 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 and then shrink, shrink. Yep, no research. That mod starts you with no research. So you'll notice, like, as a tribal, I would be tree sowing or whatever, or I'd have fishing. I didn't have that. So these I've all researched already. I start with no research at all. Well, the highest game playing one would be no research, I suppose, but that's still a limiter. Yeah, so the big thing about no research, random research is I'm at the mercy of whatever happens with the research. The no research, one of the big negatives about it is you can't risk hot tiles, because if you don't get a passive cooler, I guess you die. That's just summer hits and you just die. So that's now our storage room. So that'll be good there. And checking that. So I could build another room like this over here. Honestly, this water being here is not the greatest decision I've made, but that's okay. We've got almost enough limestone to make a limestone room. Let's go ahead and plan for that. Because then we can turn one of these rooms into a production room, and then the other one can be the actual, like, barracks common room for right now. Let's see, are most of your game starts from absolute scratch like this? So, usually most of my game starts I am running no research, random research, unless I'm doing a challenge that kind of makes it so I have to... Like, there's definitely some challenges you can't do that with. But if I'm not doing a challenge that specifically makes it so I can't really do that, then almost always running those two mods. A lot of times I'll actually do the tribal start as opposed to just the one pawn, like a Naked Brutality. But from time to time I'll do Naked Brutality. We'll see what happens with this. Because I'm just having them maintain their psychic abilities. Using that, maybe not, that makes progress. Sleep isn't happening, so we're gonna do some pre-work gaming. Yep. No, how that goes. Yep. Yeah, it'd be pretty lame to do solo Mechanator challenge with no research. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, Mechanator stuff you can't do with no research if you're doing anything that's going to be based around, like, the, biotech, like, xenotypes kind of thing, where you're going to be, like, making something with that. You can't do the no research. Transhumanist is kind of undoable with no research. Not undoable, but, like, it basically means you're just kind of accepting you're taking a permanent mood penalty until RNG graces you. There's a lot of that kind of thing. Alright, so increase the amount of fungus we're growing. and whatnot. We got 11 days, so we can do that again. You're all good, server lord. Even if it's inexcusable behavior, you should be ashamed of yourself. But also, it's fine. There really were a lot of ruins on this map, weren't there? I know people are like, oh man, you got a lot of ruins. I'm like, I guess. I didn't really pay attention that there was like stuff everywhere on this one. Alright, so pull all that up so I have stuff laying around. We do have an ancient danger up there. Make sure I didn't accidentally queue it. I'm pretty sure I dodged it. Yep. You do have an ancient danger up there. That's fine. Okay, so we're storing all that stuff in here. And once they manage to close this off, then what we'll end up doing is we'll probably move, like, it'll make this nice in here. We'll move the sleeping arrangements in there, and then we can go from there. Another thing we should probably start doing is periodically doing that. That'll cause our people to go run down finding the corpses and to butcher them. Because whatever animals are being predators on the map will kill stuff, leave it behind, and get some easy leather and all that without having to fight the things. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. We're on an ad break anyway, so I'm going to quickly use the restroom. Be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, and I am back. Just quickly sneaking in, finishing my dinner while that happened. Alright, so let's get back in here. So we're getting our second building going here. And we are slowly converting people. So at the rate we're going, we should be able to get that one converted. Did you nom nom? Yeah, I ate most of it. I got my soup done. I still got some, like, bits of cheese and all that to go with it. I just haven't gotten to that yet. Because I had chicken gumbo, and then I've got a pepper jack cheese. Well, a type of pepper jack cheese. Doing like a soup and cheese thing me and Toom have been doing every once in a while. Cheese the best part? I mean, you're not wrong. That said, a good gumbo is pretty hard to beat. Want them to hold that out of there. Oh, you had a mood break? Oh, dark visions. Yeah, that just happens. And a lot of that's because their ideologies, which does work in my favor. These ones that, if their ideology causes them to be unhappy, they'll recover far slower, so you can slowly whittle them away. If we get Astero over to our side, that'll be two people bullying Lasan. Keeping Brigand. So we can keep a person. I'm going to want that, right now let's take the Glitter World. Because that Glitter World's going to be pretty significant. So we'll go ahead. Oh, right. You were a sheep. Okay. I missed that part. Sure. Hey, sheep. Have you ever wanted to live on mushrooms? Because you're going to be living on mushrooms, sheep. Okay, refugee I helped. Loving the enthusiasm. I do think it's pretty ambitious to assume I would be able to use gene packs at my technology level. So it is going to slowly rot here. If we're lucky, we'll get a trade caravan and be able to trade that away before it rots. But they sent me a gene pack for tox immunity, which isn't bad, but I don't have electricity, let alone biotech stuff, to be able to keep that from rotting. It's fine. That one had a lot of value to you? No, I think they're only worth like 100 or something like that. Well, 300. So all things considered, when we look at our wealth here, our wealth is sitting at about 16,000. So 300 isn't that significant of an uptick. It's something, but I don't think it's like that meaningful. Okay, so now we've got that room built. So the next order of business here is we want to get some kind of flooring down here. Realistically, this should be the production room, and this should be like our break room slash barracks, because this is smooth floor. That's considered a very attractive floor. So let's go ahead and start moving the stuff over here. Okay, we can go here, copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. And copy. Paste. And deconstruct that. Okay, so what should happen here is we can keep getting this all moved over. We'll get all the production stuff moved into this space. This will become like our barrack/break room. We'll ultimately want to separate those out to avoid disturbed sleep and all that, but right now we don't have much in the way of doing all that stuff, so we're just kind of stuck with what we got. Alright. You need to get more wood. It'd be nice if we got tree sawing, so... Oh, actually, we got a bunch of wood laying around here. Oh, I got a bunch of wood laying around here. Cancel all that. We got the wood, they're just not hauled it back yet. Because we take care of the sheep, the good news is I'll get 11 glitter world. Alright, we're definitely producing more mushrooms than we can use now, which is fine. We can leave that one locked open, because there's no reason for making them go back at... Well, actually, with the sheep in there, we should probably let close so the monitor lizard doesn't hunt them. But normally I would probably leave that door open, because then the enemy will target the furniture here. So we can more reliably get them to come in and attack our attack stuff in our buildings. Okay, looking at our things here. Right, you don't have a passion for construction, we're just having you do it. Okay, so we got a problem over here. And I think we're going to take the safe way to solve this. Okay. So, there was a warg right there in the middle of it, so we just exploded the warg and called it a day. I probably should have sat back and shot it and then exploded when it closed in. But a warg that close to home is a danger. So I opted to just explode it and call it a day. And we'll see what Steros think. Blind Fog, that's fine. Blind Fog basically massively penalizes our weapons to the point of uselessness for range. It's going to be one of the more dangerous things we deal with on this map. Now, one interesting thing we could do is if I enclose this area and use the heavy bridges across here, which I hadn't planned on doing, but if we did that, I could put a defensive position here where I can run around and they got to go through this mud and all that, slowing their movement speed. It would be a very strong position for dealing with ranged combat. Especially, I could honestly extend it for as long as our weapons reach. And just have like the little patch in the middle. I haven't done a base like that in forever. I mean, not exactly like this because we didn't have heavy bridges before. Okay, so one of the things we want to do, if we can get enough leather in here, we can start making proper beds. You know, losing water in defenses? Yeah, no, I've definitely done that, but I haven't had to do that. Well, not even had to. I haven't done it in a very long time. They were always one of my favorite defenses, just like have a river or whatever, and just open your defensive line to the water. Because then you have like the melee heavy group just slogging through the water trying to get to you. Yeah, so you got sandstone here. If I were to use sandstone brick... Oh, I can't put down the stone floor yet because we don't have stone cutting. That's fine. Don't just stand there. Oh, I see. Because it rotted before they got a chance to butcher it, I don't have a space set for that. The stone, clear. Do not allow fresh corpses. So please get this rotting corpse out of here before someone gets sickness. Did you color code the buildings on purpose? No, that's just what stone we've got available. I've just been using it as we've been getting it. Geothermal is useful for defense until you get all mechs. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've seen that where you enclose, like, if you get, like, 2 or 3 geothermals nearby, you enclose an area and have them enemies walk through it. Let it sit at, like, 1,000 degrees. Alright, so we got an attack coming. One person with knife. They're going to prepare. We do have blind fog, so we're going to try to delay fighting this person. Because the blind fog means our accuracy is going to be terrible. You have pollution clearance. I'm not going to bother with that. If you survive, do I want this person? Probably not. No, because they're a waster and I don't have the means of giving them what they need to stay alive. Because I can't grow stuff here. Royal Ascent. Okay. So we weren't able to wait out the blind fog. Okay, we did get a stun on you. And you are slowed, so we don't need to use any of our psychic abilities and wait. You're not high in go juice or anything. Nope. Alright, so let's do a thing where we split up our people, see who he chases, and the other two go after him. What? How bad of a shot are you? Okay, new plan. Stun you. Get over here. Dealt with. Like, managed to perfectly nail their teammate way, way ahead of the target they were aiming for. Not only that, like, solid leg hit, so they were slowed by 50%, which is the reason I immediately turned to stun and explode, is they were not going to be able to outrun that fight. RimWorld can be like that? Yeah, luckily I had the tools that we didn't have to worry too much. It's a shame all of our doctoring skill sucks, but that's fine. XCOM up? Pretty much. To be fair, we are in blind fog, so our accuracy is very massively penalized. Okay. Just a solid 90 degrees off the mark, no big deal. Yeah, it was like a good 45 off target, 35, 45 degrees off. It's still, that's pretty bad. You're in serious pain, no conquest recently. You're a disliked xenotype, tons of disliked xenotype. You're wearing clothes. That's fine. We're deliberately keeping them pretty upset. That way we can slowly chip away at their ideology and get them on to ours. And how's it saying on our room stuff? Slightly impressive dining room, slightly impressive barracks. So we're getting there. Yeah, so none of those, because it's what, like 50 I need for a bedroll? 40. So none of those do I have enough for a bedroll yet, but we're getting close. But your new favorite way to get a doctor fast is to tame a few rats or hares and have... like, just... oh, just have a ton of them and just do procedures? Yeah. That's the whole thing. I usually don't worry too much about grinding up the doctor skill that way. I know there's lots of ways to do that, like you can take prisoners and just go through doing operation after operation to get it going. You can deliberately have situations where you take lots of mild injuries that you can go ahead and patch up. I usually just don't worry about it. That medical will come on its own. Okay. You're grabbing like every dead animal on the map and chucking it in here. And then if it's still good, doing that. You were one cooking? I think you might have been. Let's have you butcher these real fast so they don't go. Because we definitely need the fabric. You're going to be pretty whiny because you're in lots of pain. So you might have a mood break, but there's not a whole lot I could do about that right now. I say remembering I'm on a tile that has psychedelic drugs readily available. Oh, we need to make sure you don't do that again. I just remembered I never built the other recreation thing in here. Okay, so we still have tons of wood everywhere. You just have to actually build with it. Okay, so you're already better, so you don't need to worry about infection anymore. It's fine. So the light leather should have enough. Let's go furniture, light leather bedroll. So it should have enough light leather and enough lizard skin. Okay, so we can get a light leather and a lizard skin bed made. Well, bedroll. It needs to be at least 80% and normal quality. And same here. Okay. Now, real challenge is going to be making some type of defensive perimeter. Until I can cut bricks, the realistic chance I get enough brick to do anything with that's pretty low. Even the wood would be a pain in the butt, because it's just going to be a large volume. We'll need to get this, because this will be a second source of recreation. I'm honestly surprised they still haven't gotten that corner smoothed out, but that's okay. Alright, that's one bed. There's the second bed. You're continuing to disassemble those. If we get enough brick, we can put down... Well, actually, I can't because we don't have the research. It's fine. Getting enough brick will give me options of stuff we can do. It's just a matter of getting there. Alright, we got the fallen monolith we won't worry about right now. What research are we on now? Heavy bridges is what it assigns. So, researches we've gotten so far were carpet making, devil strand, passive cooler, heavy bridges. So of those, passive cooler is the only one that's been useful yet, and then heavy bridges I will be able to use. If we do make like a potential base at something like this, to take advantage of that water or whatever, then we have options. Because I do like the idea of forcing the enemies to walk through the water at me. Put our defensive line over here on a platform. Make them wade through the water for whatever range we can get our weapons up to. No cover for them mucking through the swamp. You got 4 more days so we can try our ritual again to continue to chip away at certainty and maybe get another recruit. Hey Bentley, how's it going? Alright, sorry about that. I'm doing pretty good. Just starting to get this run off the ground. There's a lot of cobras on a map. Oh, the warg died. The warg lost to a turtle. The warg just got nipped its toes out of its torso, but just got nipped out of by the turtle enough that it bled out. Is that enough leather for a third bed? No, unfortunately, they're all different types. I need 40, and we got a bunch of them that are like 32. Them snapping turtles are dangerous. Yep. Tortoise always win. You saw a tortoise win against most predators? Yeah, like a lot of times I see them, the turtle, it'll get stunned a bunch of times, and eventually they'll win. I actually don't see them win too much. Okay, complex furniture is next. Complex furniture is a major win, so we don't need to worry about that. Once we get complex furniture done, we'll just make actual beds. And then we can start putting shelves in here. Okay, still plenty of wood around once I get to hauling it back. Go ahead and haul that back so it doesn't just sit out there and rot. Okay. So 3 days till we can do our next ritual. I was debating with this other ritual that isn't even our ideology. That I could do that. The downside is that one would potentially give me recruits of a different or a different ideology, which we don't really want. Okay. What mods do you use about starting to play on this PC? Been playing on console forever. Generally the mods I use are mostly things that just change the music, so like OST Unlocker, what is it, Music Manager, P Music, and all that kind of stuff. As far as functional mods, I use mods called No Research, which means you start with no research, and then semi-random research, which lets it so the research is randomized so I don't control it. But I tend not to use very many mods. I run very, very light on the mod side. Okay, so definitely get rid of this. It's just going to rot out there. And we got the one for there. We can get Psychoid Brewing. I really don't need that. We already have a telescope. I don't care about the animals being offered to me here. I could take the book as an option for recreation. And even though it's a research I don't really care about, that does mean we'd slowly get that knocked out. It means it's one that the research can't randomly choose because it'll be done. Okay. Relocate a gopher tortoise. Yeah, you gotta remember, blind fog is fine. I know there's rules around gopher tortoises. They have to be very careful, like, I can't remember if they're protected or whatever. Obviously, if it's in a situation where the animal would be in danger or whatever, it is what it is. You gotta do what you gotta do. But, I know they have a number of protections. I don't remember what the details on. As well as things that when, like, companies want to go and build a building, if they're in the area, kind of prevents them from doing a lot of stuff until it's sorted. Alright. Yeah, keeping that certainty down. Though gopher tortoises do have a tendency to get to places they really shouldn't. When we went to the Space Center, there was one of the guys was walking a gopher tortoise kind of like out of a secure, not secure like, you know, classified kind of secure, but like secure like it was fenced in so that, you know, people wouldn't wander where they shouldn't be kind of things. And it was just they were walking this turtle out of the area. It's like, yep. Golfer turtle? I've never heard of a golfer turtle. Nah, I mean, if that's a thing, like, I'm not familiar with a golfer turtle. I know what a gopher tortoise is. Around where we're at, we get painted snapping turtle, gopher tortoise, and the occasional soft shell. There's probably others I can't not thinking of, but that's usually what we see is those varieties. And who is our cook now? Ah, it's you. Yeah, and you're just researching. That's fine. Gopher turtle, not tortoise? I am not aware of a gopher turtle being a thing. I'm pretty sure, like, I even did a search for gopher turtle and it just gave me stuff about gopher tortoise. I'm pretty sure there's no such thing as a gopher turtle. Hey, Soul Spire, thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Soul Spire? Our fantastic content creator, doing some Dave the Diver, probably checking out the new DLC, I assume, and all stuff. He's nuts. Yup. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff, playing some Dave the Diver and all that good stuff. If you like games like Gopher Turtle is just a lot of people call them. Ah, well, they're wrong because it's the tortoise. It's a common dry aquarium turtle. That's Darkstrider. I'm pretty sure it's a gopher tortoise. Like, I just did a search for gopher turtle and it came up dead. Came up gopher tortoise even on the search for turtle. And turtles aren't generally dry aquarium, that's usually tortoise. Turtles stay in the water most of the time. It is a rough day, but making the most of it. First U.S. Father's Day without your dad. Doing your best. Going through the same thing. So, I hear you there. Alright, we got complex furniture, and then fishing is next. That's pretty good. Alright, so let's go over here. Furniture, bed, wood, boom, boom, boom. Actual beds. We'll deal with that first, and then we're going to get some shelves built. But yeah, so the thing is, like I said, it's protected. Not being a judge, obviously. I don't know what the situation is. If the animal was in danger, that's a different scenario. But just be aware. Gopher turtle and tortoise are the same thing from what I'm seeing, and it is gopher tortoise, and they are protected. So if you just grab it and relocate, you can get yourself in trouble if you get caught. Alright, so we have a small child I'd have to go and get. I got 7 days. We've also got beggars here who want a little bit of money. So I'll go ahead and drop that off with them. Alright. Yeah, there's a complex nearby that they told me about for helping them, which is fine. And thank you for the 7 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I'll get these other 2 actual beds built. And then we'll probably pull up the sleeping bags. Maybe I'll put some other beds over there. Dick rolled a 75 and demands we refer to as Dart Sick. For the remainder of the session, cue eye rolls from the party. Excellent. As it was meant to be. Okay, uninstall that. Because I want to make sure they use the actual beds. It'll remove the slept on ground debuff. Now, fishing will be able to make this a fishing spot. It's not a particularly good one, but you never know. Alright, and then uninstall that spot. Oh, don't make it a steel. So I can make you out of marble. And you only benefit if you're at the edge. That'll be at least something. Algorithm knows me. I mean, it's just a random number roll. Okay, do we still have wood floating around? Got about 300. What shape is it in? It's still fine. Okay, and those all give me wood and they're right nearby as well. That's good. Alright, you're already up to 16 on your research skill, which is really solid. So progress is good. And like I said, the next thing we'll probably do is go in here and build some actual shelves. I'd like to make those out of stone instead of wood of some kind. We don't have stone cutting yet, so it's just whatever we get collected from taking apart ruins. There's going to be a little bit of a limiting factor because it's going to be a little hodgepodge of whatever. Okay. Okay, so how much longer am I dealing with you? So that's the saving person. Where are you at? Ooh, you might as well be on the moon, man. I gotta walk all the way out here and around and over. With only 3 colonists, that's not happening. Sorry, Lucia. I'm actually pretty sure, even if I work my way over, I probably won't arrive in time. Doing that. We keeping you here, so 2 more days. And that's all fine. What are we seeing here? So slightly impressive barracks, slightly impressive dining room, spacious interior. Yeah, so we got a bunch of bonuses. We're still getting the fungus penalty. That's going to keep happening until we go and do our reformation and either get darkness set up or tunneler. We'll probably go for darkness. I'm not familiar with that one, Sick. I do not get that reference. And it's Alabar. Oh, and we are good to do another lantern party. Come on, you've almost got Astro moved over. Keep talking, keep trying to prolicize. Got Astro on the ropes. No, not that one. Alright, so we have a Wanderer who's joined. They are a 3-year-old child with a skill level 1 in shooting. And we did say anyone who shows up based on using this, I am required to accept. So we have... Okay. Sure. Literally, they just barely became a child. So you're going to stay in the area. Recreation for your full schedule. I guess we are now dealing with this. Furniture. We need a school desk. So it's 30 material. We can make that out of limestone, I guess. I actually can make it out of marble. So marble... There. Let's prioritize that. We can make sure to get lessons. Don't immediately... Oh, come on. I've had this happen before. Run, Grub! Run your toddler feet! Oh, that was the mistake, Grump. You should not have tried to go over that. Come on, help is on the way. Does count as unburied colonist, by the way. Wifey. Thank you.
Enjoy.
You enjoy. Well. So we're still gonna name him right? I can't actually. Yeah, so it's gonna take a while. So what we'll do is we'll go miscellaneous, grave. Because otherwise we're gonna take the penalty. So bury the kid. And we're gonna have an immediate funeral. We can hopefully prevent the mood penalty. Such a troll game. So we got a mood bonus that we immediately erased by having them die walking on the tile. Okay, well, I guess technically they did eventually become a slight bonus to our stuff going there. So colonists died. It's only a -3. There's at least some ease, because they were only here for, like, they didn't even talk to them. Basically, the person started to walk over there. The colony was pretty much unaware of their existence, and they died on their way here. Actually, to be fair, I actually would have liked to get the 3-year-old and start working on this. Oh, go ahead and cancel the desk. I actually was honestly would have liked to have like the little kid there to work on game. I'm going. Rival Grump died. That's pretty effed up, man. Oh, it's the both of you. Literally only Angry is not upset about it. Okay, so next up we got electricity. So there's a fishing zone for anyone who want to fish. Alright, let's trade with you. Alright, take the crappy club. We still have the book going. Take the drugs for now. I'll let you have the short bow. I don't have any. You don't have anything I need. Let's make ourselves another bow. Okay. So I might get a little fishing in, but probably not much. Alright, so sandstone. Let's see, how much does the shelf cost? 20. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Limestone. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then granite. 1, 2, and 3. Not there. And then we can make the last one slate for right now. Okay, so we can expand our storage a whole bunch. Okay, so we got a raid showing up of one person with club. I can't take care of a waster, but that would be great memory and all that. That wouldn't be the worst. Unfortunately, I can't do anything with a waster right now, so... we are gonna roll up and just murder this person. And handled. Yeah, there's a lot of animals on here that would have hunted that kid. Yep, and we use some psychic power, which is fine. Animal disease plague. Don't make me fail this at the 11th hour because you feel like giving this thing plague. Okay, the good news is the shuttle's going to arrive before that plague could possibly kill the deer, or the sheep. I think. Oh, right. you're missing an arm and have no eyes and have a surgical scar on your other side. I probably shouldn't have you be the one doing the work there. Yeah, I'll probably be fine. Okay. And we're just trying again and again to make bows until we get one of a better quality. Yeah, so we got electricity queued up. Alright, well, we at least got a normal quality one now. We'll want to go ahead and get rid of the rest of that stuff. That's fine. Yeah, we need more materials. So 4 hours for that, and yeah, you'll probably be okay. The idea we're gonna send their mostly dead sheep because it got plague back. Be like, nah, it's fine. It's like that when I got it. It's still alive. You didn't say after it was going to survive after getting here. It just needed to survive while here. Alright, so haul the glitter world back. Oh, that's not gonna fly. Zone. Here. Storage, clear, critical, medicine. I am in no way tolerating the glitter world being left out here to rot. Okay. Almost got him converted. It's fine. It's the area little that went to public school had that drilled into their brains. Oh, the the Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti. Yeah, no, I did that one. It was like the whole other words added to it. I was like, what? Ancient danger. Don't care. Okay. We're getting all our shelves made. Which will be good, because that'll give me way more storage in here. You're desperately trying to fish. Let's have you deprioritize the fish a little bit. So let's put you on 4. And you, well actually, yeah, you on 4. We don't have any hunting queued up. We definitely need to get this person some changes. There's a good chance that Astero here will leave at some point. We haven't seen what their negative deal, whatever it is. And I'm very mixed. I could definitely see keeping them, if possible. They're not particularly amazing pawn, but they're not bad. They are tough. They do have some stuff they bring to the table. They're being completely blind and missing an arm does hurt what they can do right now, but we can fix that. Just in due time. Yeah, they're continuing to get the psychic energy stuff. Alright, we got a raid. They're going to prepare for a minute. Night Owl, who is delicate, psychically dull. Want to get them together. You are naked, which does give them the bonus of being a Yetkin. They have naked speed, so if they're not wearing any armor or whatever, they do go fast. And handled. Not trying to extract your skull, actually. Not that kind of colony. Yeah, that masterwork, the masterwork nerve spiker we got from that quest is definitely doing work. Skull for the skull throne. Extracting, make a necklace. Make a necklace out of something that you know is the size of your head. That seems very impractical. Okay. Alright, we got ourselves a whole bunch of shelves we can store stuff on. I'll put you back to deconstructing walls and all that to get more brick. Wasters for fortune, we have 2 groups of 1 drifter. I don't really care about this quest showing up or that. Is how many groups? 2 groups, 1 drifter. We can get goodwill. Because they definitely wouldn't be hard to take on 2 groups. And they'll show up after 3 days. And our food has been more than adequate. Our research is making good progress. The big thing is until I get the stone cutting, I don't have much ability to get our protective area opened up. Until I get tailoring, I don't really have a good way of dealing with a bunch of our stuff. So one thing we ought to do. So marble's what we got the most of. He's got a furniture, small shelf out of marble. We'll chuck that up here. And we'll tell him to put the medicine on the shelf so it's right by the beds. Because I just chucked it in here because they took it outside. I'm like, absolutely not. Okay, storage, clear, critical, medicine, done. Do this, and delete that zone. We got a spot right there for them to keep the medicine. Okay. And again, everything taken apart on the whole map. Which is slowly bringing the wealth down. It won't be a meaningful amount, but it is. Yeah, and the grass can't stay alive without some light and all that. That's fine. We're just using that to keep them recharged. That's fine. We weren't able to save them. They were just too far away. Okay, so it's 1 day. We gotta do 2 fights of just 1 pawn. We could do the exact same thing as last time. We can, like, just see about holding up, fighting them straight up. If it looks like it's gonna get dangerous, we do have the slaughter we can run in and just explode one of them. Which isn't that big a deal. There are so many ruins on this map. So link you, Storge. That's not what I wanted to do. That sucks. Okay, all foods. Why won't you let me collapse? Okay. Manufactured items, weapons, apparel. Do not allow tainted apparel. Do not allow bio-coated weapons. And then raw resources, we will leave off. Except gold and silver. For now. Okay. About 1.6 days. Keeping our food all getting cooked. The good news here is even though we don't have an amazing cook, I actually don't think we've hit food poisoning once on our prepared meals. Which is really surprising now I think about it, because we're only at 4 cooking. We should have had multiple goes of food poisoning by now. Not complaining. But we're definitely due. Okay. Yeah, pretty far down there. We just need to get the opportunity. Okay. So we're getting to 2 days. So I'll probably want to not do the thing where I allow everything, just to make sure we don't run to the edge of the map chasing down some corpse to butcher. Okay, so 2 hostile factions, we just had them deal with their stuff. Yeah, so 3 days-ish we should be attacked. Getting kind of close. And you're still dealing with the growing stuff, which is fine. We probably could take one of the 2 of them off. If I took you off there, you become a crafter primarily and then a hauler secondary. I mean, I guess you just leave it that way. It's fine. Then you're dealing with construction as your secondary, which is okay. I honestly could switch you over to construction and mining as your primary, even though you don't have a passion for it. And leave it to Astro there to deal with the food. The only problem there... Oh, you should not be that close to the edge of the map, man. Alright. So we're almost at time for the attack. Let's go ahead and, as soon as you're done with your thing... Okay. Schedule. Drop back to the home zone, because I don't want you by the edge of the map when the attack shows up. One person getting caught up on their own is how you lose people. Is it vanilla or modded? It's mostly vanilla. We have a couple of mods that change like music stuff. Otherwise, the only other mod impacting anything is we have no research, which is where we start with no research, and then semi-random research, which means I don't get control of my research after that. Alright, so we got someone here we should be able to bully really easily. Let's go ahead and just start bullying them. Oh, you took Go Juice? Stun you again. And explode you. Because we got another raid showing up right after this one. But Go Juice makes him far more dangerous. Probably would have been safer to not do it, but I wanted to save taking any injuries on this one, because the last one we got by nearly one-shot someone with a head hit. Disease gutworms. Cool. That's not going to be a huge pain. I'm not burning Glitter World on it. You're just going to have to deal with, like, horrifically small 10s for a while. Okay. Okay, so they're delicate. So this one, I can't just explode them like we did the other one. And nice and easy breezy. There's a reputation that we got for taking on that risk. Let's see, RimWorld has annoyed you for the umpteenth time. Shiny new cataphract helmet, what happens? Some pawn gets shot in the brain. Yep. It is one of the things that, there is like an RNG chance of just getting insta-gibbed that happens. There's things you could do to, I believe if your armor is high enough over the damage of the weapon hitting you, it'll prevent it. But there's basically the idea is like a critical head hit kind of thing. And it can be pretty unsatisfying because you're like, okay, what was I supposed to do about this? Like, there's a bunch of those mechanics in the background that aren't explained. Like, there's a thing where your odds of a person getting downed and surviving being downed goes down as the number of colonists in your colony increase to make it harder for you to get additional people. Alright, Cold Snap. We'll see if I have to put a fire inside my house. I might have to. Not sure if the Cold Snap will be able to get all the way down to below freezing. It's going to be close. But there would be a drop of over 20 degrees, which is pretty significant even for a Cold Snap. I mean, there it goes. It's just going all the way down to freezing. Alright. Harvest it. Okay. You're literally okay with like 99% of the mechanics from RimWorld, but about one a year you're reminded that you should really just mod some nonsense away. Yeah, no, I mean, the thing like where people were like way less likely to be down versus just instant killed when you down them, that is based on the population because RimWorld had significant problems with performance when you got colonies too big, so it was like the game was very aggressively trying to prevent your colony from getting too big. You could overcome it, but it was very difficult. But again, like the whole thing where there's a chance you just instantly lose a person, even through their armor and whatever. And again, like there's a thing where if you get your armor high enough over the damage, it will prevent stuff. But there is always some weapons that will still break through. Man, it dropped over 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Cold snap, nothing. That is just a straight up ridiculously cold. Okay, you need to drop what you're doing and immediately make... There should be wood out there somewhere still. Oh, you're still restricted. That's the problem. It's not that there's wood, you were restricted so you couldn't build the fire. Because you need to build that now. So we can get people in here before they start losing fingers and toes to hypothermia. I was just not really anticipating the cold snap dropping at like 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Even that tiny little room with fire is struggling to keep the temperature up. That's straight up like ice sheet nonsense. Okay, well hopefully it's not a very long cold snap. Just because I'm gonna have to like tell them to duck in there every once in a while. Forced weather. We could get a second Masterwork Spiker. So you would cause what weather? It just says it would be forced weather. Okay, so we could, we get a second Nerve Spiker. Now, the problem is the Nerve Spikers can't stack. Enemies will adapt to it. We could get a Masterwork Recurve Bow, which will probably be more damage. I'll probably still get the Nerve Spiker. So the downside of the Nerve Spikers, we look at it, damage 14, versus we look at this as damage 8. Well, that's not that much higher. But your range here is 26. Yours 30. That's enough. Sure. Oh, Foggy Rain. Let's do it. This is dangerous because we're going to have to deal with a raid with Foggy Rain going. But we could drop right over here. Grab your brand new Masterwork bow. And haul that bow back into storage. Okay. Oh, is there like a unit of medicine someone dropped over there? That's fine. It's gonna take us a million years to get those gutworms solved. Hey, we needed some medical training. That's one way to get it. Okay. So it looks like it's already starting to warm up. Because this is actually kind of the temperature we were at almost before the cold snap. Yeah, the ice is already retreating in all these, so I think the cold snap's about to end. There it goes. So stop fueling this fire and deconstruct it. That wasn't too bad. I'm surprised it didn't kill everything. Where it dropped over to like 7 degrees Fahrenheit, which is well below freezing. Okay, alright, we can also go here. Grab the things. There's a warg on the map again. And the warg is easy to deal with when you have this, because you can go, you know what? I don't want a warg on my map. And now I don't have one. Hey, anyway, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. I do appreciate it. That is one thing I like about the psychic slaughter, is some of those animals that can be a little bit dangerous. You can just walk over and just pop the animal immediately, and just be like, yeah, I'm just not dealing with that. Sure, I don't get the leather and everything, but who really cares? Okay, who is the one who was cleaning? Right, and you're playing catch-up on the plants now. Alright, so we do have a raid. We gotta keep in mind we got foggy rain going on. And they've got wake up, but that's it. We do not have Psychic Slaughter available for this one, which is fine. Because we now have 2 of the Masterwork Nerve Spikers from quests. Would you stop walking away? There's a lot of opportunities to stun them. There we go. I appreciate that they're not figuring out that they're just being peppered by crossbow bolts. Nicely done. How long ago did you start this? Couple hours, maybe 3 hours, would be my guess. Yeah, so they'll get that taken care of, and then they'll start hauling this all over. We're harvesting all that. Did you just throw... Oh, gutworms. Yeah, that'll do it. I was like, why are you throwing up? Right, you still have gutworms, and you're gonna have it for a long time with the quality of our doctors. They're from the Anomaly DLC, correct. The Nerve Spikers is the Anomaly DLC crossbow. It's a bit weaker than a lot of the bows in its damage, but it does cause a stun on hit. And it does have pretty, like, a better range than most of the bows. I think the Great Bow has the same range or more, but like all your other bows, the Nerve Spikers have more. So, a little bit weaker, but you get that stun in there. And that stun can be, like, really instrumental in a fight, especially if you're fighting things that have, like, guns with a big wind-up, such as, you know, miniguns and all that. Sniper rifles. Getting that mini stun in the middle of them trying to aim can prevent you from taking, like, several hits by just doing that. And they can get adapted to it, but the adaptation I don't believe lasts particularly long. And it does work on, like, mechs and all sorts of stuff. Very genuinely, a lot of the weapons, it works well against full melee raids. Oh, yeah. Like, it was... I haven't done it as much these days, but I used to always keep one Nerve Spiker in my group as much as possible. Because even then, just having the random, like, someone getting stunned here and there, it'd make it so, like, the movement of the enemy would get caught up on the person who got stunned. So it was just good to have because it could, you know, really mitigate the number of hits coming in. A lot of the equipment we got of Anomaly is really good. The flare pack is extremely strong. The flamethrower can situationally be really strong. The assault rifle with the little flamethrower on the bottom can be really good. That's great for when you get melee in on top of you, you flamethrower across the melee to scatter them. If something cuts you off, where like normally it'd have, you know, oh no, a rhino's coming in on your one pawn who got caught by themselves because Manhunter, you flamethrower the rhino, which causes it to run off to the side, and it gives you a chance to get a little bit of a lead to break away from it, that kind of thing. Oh hey, that's actually an okay tend. Yeah, the flamethrower is also really nasty to deal with as well, as evidenced yesterday, because that's pretty much what destroyed my colony. Was there was a group we had stolen a pawn from, and they rolled in with 12 people, but 2 of them had the flamethrower. Because the big thing about the flamethrower is it doesn't have an aim time. It just goes. It has a reload time so far as before it can fire again, but like it just goes up. It can hit first to scare, you know, like to scatter stuff, which can be very, very strong in a lot of situations. We're still just taking apart ruins and hauling stuff back. Solar flare, we don't care about. Chucking the bodies and all that to be rotted away in the water. Okay. %. We've almost got this one converted. Limestone meteorite, don't really care about that. Yeah, no, that's an ancient danger up there. That'll be one that we'll probably have to deal with ourselves. I won't be able to just dump it on an enemy, which is fine. It just means we won't be doing that early game. Because you get unlucky and it's a mech one, and you got a bunch of pikemen or lancers in there. If you're not ready for them, they can be pretty rough. Watch, I'm gonna get this person converted just in time for them to leave. Because they are a creepy joiner. I missed the fact that we had overlapping solar flare and eclipse. Which feels like that shouldn't be a thing, because an eclipse means something is between you and the sun, such as a moon or a planet, blocking the sun from giving you light. And then a solar flare is an electromagnetic field released by a solar flare on the sun that disrupts electronics through, you know, electromagnetic interference. I would assume a planet being between you would be sufficiently disruptive to prevent that. Okay. So I've got an Impid. Impids, out the gate, are fast, so he won't be able to kite the Impid. Not unless he managed to get, like, a solid leg hit in. We still do have Foggy Rain, and it is melee. The one nice thing about being Foggy Rain is it does mean we have the benefit here that if it breathes fire, the fire will go out quickly. Okay, and we managed to still just use psychic abilities to chain stun him. I'm honestly surprised we're not seeing bigger threats. Like, I'd expect to be seeing raids of like 3 or 4 people at this stage. We don't have... what's our colony wealth? I mean, I guess our colony wealth is below 30k, and it's somewhere around 25-30k that the types of raids you can go and what they can be comprised of change a lot. So like below, it's somewhere like 25-30k, you can't have a siege raid. So it could just be that we're low enough that we're not seeing raids of more people. I actually don't know what the rules are around that, because it's a point system that happens on the back end. You need mods to be able to, you know, peek behind the scenes to go with that. Alright, you're 6, so you're... Oh, actually it didn't warn me about the penalty. Let's see here. So you're still reading that book. We'll give you some drugs. But you have nothing for me that I want right now. Okay, we are researching electricity already, which is nice. Once we get the electricity researched, we will be making the ship part land, and we'll deal with that. And where was the anomaly thing? Ooh, you are pretty far up there. I think it's fine. Well, probably want to put... I'll probably want to put, like, a wall around this when we go to start doing it, just in case someone's up here and, like, an Impid raid shows up right there. Yeah. To be fair, this is actually not a bad time for getting electricity. We've already hit 6 of these we've researched ourselves, and then that one's a book. We're doing a lot of fast-forwarding on this one because we are just a colony of 3 people, so there's not a whole lot for me to work on. It's mostly queue stuff up, and we wait. Another big thing is this time we are not ritualists, so we're not taking another 50% research penalty, so we're still penalized from being tribal. Well, the angry here's tribal. But we aren't taking a penalty from the ritual ideology. So researching relatively close to normal speed. Rooms is going to take so long. We have no competent doctors in here. The good news is we are slowly getting a little bit of doctor. What happened to your Alchonist? Oh, if you're talking about last night, at the end of the night, we had a really big raid that came in. Had like 12 or so people, and then had 2 of the flamethrowers in there. And we technically defeated the raid without losing anyone. But the base was like massively on fire. And it probably would have been fine, but it was getting frustrated because the pawns kept trying to path into the fire to do whatever they needed to do. So they were just like physically throwing themselves in the fire and just having to keep microing them away. And it just kind of went screw it and just let them just do their thing, which means a bunch of them all ran to the fire and died. I was getting like the bad kind of micro that can happen in games where you're just like fighting the game mechanics to try and get it to do what you need it to do. So not the intended challenge of like some raid showing up and surviving the raid, but like physically getting the people to move in a way that makes sense. Alright. 0% tend. I mean, to be fair, this person is blind and missing an arm, and the other arm is injured. So, maybe not the best doctor. They are the only one with a passion for it, though. They really want to be good at doctoring. And I don't have the heart to tell them no. Oh yeah, no, we'll get them set up eventually. You see a doctor picture doctor? Honestly, where I was talking about making like the whole defensive perimeter here and all that, I think realistically the way this plays out is that we get down here and we get sorry, not down here. We get our electricity, you know, the ship core drops down there, we grab it and its plates, and we just build the ship. Is probably what happens. Granted, that depends on getting the next step of the research. Could you... There you go. You're figuring it out. Hop. No need to get gored. Because foggy rain, we're gonna have a rough time hitting stuff. We got a little bit of shooting practice in, stunned it a couple times with psychic powers, and then just exploded it. I guess I don't care what's under those, just have their materials here. Yeah, we have 6 days of that. So what does being a mushroom queen mean? Basically you're going to be the leader of the colony, not that it's like a huge thing one way or the other. They're going to lead the colony, and then we're going to be having our ideology is based around mushrooms, and we're going to make sure everyone believes in our ideology. Because people need to understand the importance of mushrooms. Which is funny, because technically our colony doesn't actually like mushrooms yet. But we know they're good. We just need to work on actually liking them. Which we'll do when we can reform. No cool mushroom powers. There's no like mushroom powers in the game. I'm sure there's mods that do it, but I have no interest in messing with that. Because usually the bulk of mods are horribly unbalanced. Got your husband's din-din and a fat pile of mashed potatoes and gravy since he's recovering from surgery? Yeah. You mean psycasting? Yeah, you'll have sidecasting in general, but there won't be any like mushroom specific sidecasting because there's nothing there in the base game. I'm sure there's weird mod ones, but still. We are doing a lot of sidecasting. Hey, conversion successful. We have our second person. So mind powers? Yes, you have mind powers. Right now, the only mind power you have is stun, which you've been using liberally in fights. So now there's two of us to bully you. And try and slowly convert them little by little. If we get one more person, I believe then we can give... Oh, let's actually try and remember. So you have 0 social, you have 0 social. So we'll have you, and you have Psychic Slaughter. We'll have you take on the actual ruler title, because we can do that now. We don't have to wait. And then once we have a third person, whoever makes sense to be the moral guide can do that. So you officially have the role Mushroom Queen. So the other thing this does is this gives you the ability to have a speech that everyone is stuck listening to. You can put people on trial, which I almost never do. But it lets you imprison people without them, like without running into other issues and all that. They're considered guilty. You can use Work Drive, which boosts everyone's ability to work within a small radius of them for a period of time. And then Combat Command, which boosts everyone combat skills in a short circle. You can also have evil void powers. Correct. We could definitely get there. That'll be anomaly stuff. Okay, so you're hauling that. You're still deconstructing walls. Honestly, let's put a pause on the deconstructing of all these ruins for right now. Let you get other stuff done. Okay, so you want 8 colonists for 12 days, and we'll get a bunch of goodwill if we do that. It's honestly not that much goodwill. I'd rather they stay here and work on stuff. Because we could send Astero over and just let them do that for a while. But I think I'd rather just have them stay here. Continue hauling all this ore and whatnot. Major break risk, because serious pain. You ate twisted meat. Why on earth did you eat twisted meat? Oh, and you're out of wood. That's fine. I can't do anything to help with that mood right now. Actually, that's not necessarily true. Okay, so we don't have any animals that eat other animals on any frequency, so we're not going to see any corpses without hunting them ourselves, which is fine. I don't see much need to focus on that right now, though. Yes, we're getting more food made. That's good. We've almost got electricity online. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to be able to use the electricity right away. We can't use solar here. The sky is blotted out. I can put up wind turbines, but without the batteries, they'll be very unreliable. We don't have geothermal, but there's geothermal relatively nearby that I can put to use. The wood fire furnaces would be obnoxious because wood is kind of a pain to deal with on this particular tile. Because you'll notice these trees, we cut them down. They give us some wood, but it's not a lot. Alright, so you took a hit of the drugs, so that will boost your mood. Before you have a mood break. Yeah, so the 8 twisted meat will drop off pretty soon. Okay. And then we'll see what queues up after electricity. It's those gutworms, man. We have no good, decent doctors in gutworms, so we're just bandaging it again and again, and meanwhile Angry is just stuck in permanent pain until that's sorted. Okay. Sheep join. Wild woman wanders in. Okay, so wild woman. Sanguine, psychically deaf, incapable of violence, hussar. It is a pacifist hussar. So someone who needs go juice to not die, or they go into a rage and start killing people, who is a pacifist. I mean, they've got some skills I could use, but I can't make go juice. They are a mixed bag is what they are. Science and no juice? Okay, so pemmican is what rolled next. Do you have to take them? No. That one is just a random person who wandered onto the map, so we don't really care. I don't need the sheep. Yeah, I'm gonna skip on the sheep. I was debating where I was gonna take him and have them eat mushrooms and all that. Alright, so with that, the thing we're gonna do now is we're going to go here. Mechanoid signal, accept, because we have electricity unlocked. We got the grav engine is crashing down. You're going to inspect it. We're going to unforbid all of it. Deconstruct all the mechanide chunks. Do you have someone set to handle? Yeah, you will. Alright, so we found the grav engine. So this will let us make a grav ship. So we're going to choose to uninstall it immediately for any other consideration, and we're going to run it back to our base and put it into storage. Because the enemies will absolutely steal this thing, and it will eventually reoffer the quest if it's stolen, but it takes a very long time. So we want to just run it back home and put it in the safety of our base so it doesn't get stolen. And we're gathering all that stuff, that's fine. Time for you to have your gutworms treated yet again, and poorly. Okay. Yeah, no, I could have potentially kept the sheep and had them eat the mushrooms, and then be a source of wool, which wouldn't have been a bad use, but then I'd have to pen it in and all that. It's like, I just can't be fussed. It used to be almost any run, I would get my hands on alpaca, and I would use alpaca because the alpaca wool is really good, and it had a lot of value. So the storyteller we're using is we're on Cassandra. and I have well over like somewhere near 4,000 hours that I've been playing the game. This run we've been playing for about 3.5, I guess, hours. So Angry Sugars has finally had their mood break, because they are in a lot of pain due to gut worms. So it's honestly surprising it took that long. Okay. We do have a decent amount of sandstone getting built up here, that I might be able to start enclosing some kind of defensive line. So let's see here. If we were to grab plan, we can shoot 30 tiles. It's about that far. And we'd have to about here. So let's plan for sandstone. Trying to decide where I want to put these sands, like put the perimeter here. If we take into account that, okay, right now we won't even worry about the doors. We got lots of mud spots. And we're not going to be able to build that wall with the amount of stone we have. So we'll just have them do what they can. And we can fill in other places later. So we have unknown nomads. We're going to accept them. They are all adults, so they can betray us. We'll drop all that. Schedule. Give you recreation. We have 2 actually competent as doctors. So for right now, I'm going to take you off. You're going to be doctoring for the time being. Is a hot dog in a bun a sandwich? Yes. Like, that's well established. We got a bunch of them could research for us. I'll set them all to haul, but would be able to have a bunch of them research. I don't have extra research desks, but that's a separate issue. So let them continue to do construction. We'll slowly work at converting everyone. We will... Oh, we actually have 3 spare beds. Are any of these people we'd want? Body modder I could definitely see taking. Oh, there's Starjack. You don't see those very often. Night Owl, Fast Learner I'd consider taking. Fast Learner, Firefighting. Honestly, I'd take any of the 3 of them. But yeah, no, hot dog's a sandwich. Sandwich is anything where you got 2 things of bread and something's in between, and a hot dog fits that bill. Taco, also a sandwich. If you take 1 piece of bread and you fold it over something, also a sandwich. Okay, I'm trying to get myself a nice big perimeter so I have room to build the ship inside here. And then we can, like, get a defensive position here. We got a party, that's fine. Psychoid Brewing, which we got from reading our book. And then when we're done with all this, we want to wake up the anomaly stuff as well. That's going to be a little dodgy with our current setup. But, you know, I do want to keep the anomaly stuff going as well. The downside is it's way the heck up there. And so that's the only reservation there, is it's just so far off to the side that whoever goes up there is going to have a certain amount of risk they're just going to be taking. But alright. Investigate. Even though you're not my researcher, you are the one who's like, I'm interested in it. So you get to do the honors. Because generally speaking, when I get electricity, I will trigger all these things to be live. The monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch. Astero thinks she can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines in its dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. Astero focuses on the shapes, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens. The shapes begin to flow in Astero's vision, but the surface isn't changing. Power begins to uncoil in the empty space all around. A black shape is forming in her mind. The anomaly is stirring. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and keep pushing the button. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because we definitely want to keep pestering the thing that makes us see trippy stuff. Alright, Grey Paul. As the monolith twisted and changed, Astero is overcome with a horrifying vision. In an instant, she understood. The monolith is a doorway barely cracked open now. Something dark beyond imagination stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified but excited, Astero is convinced she can learn more if given time to study the monolith. Congratulations! You've unlocked Nightmare Fuel. Alright, so we had a Harbinger Tree Sprout as the first thing. So with that, these zones go away. And that now has a zone for getting rid of bodies. And we just do not allow animal corpses in there. And then this is not a home zone. Okay. So it'd be good later on to make like a corridor going over here. That might not happen anytime soon. At a minimum, I want to put a little wall box around here. So if someone's over here and a raid shows up, they have at least a chance of getting away. Or at least not being immediately murdered and kidnapped. And if we're lucky as well, and I managed to proselytize one of them over to our ideology, I think that would be enough that we could make Astero our moral guide, which is probably not the best social of zero and no passion for it. But in, you know, the whole beggars can't be choosers, that is what it is. We would probably leave them as our moral guide until someone who actually has a passion for social and or a high social skill shows up to take over. Site Stealer revealed. I appreciate your sacrifice, random wild person. For you have allowed me to know the danger long before it has reached me. I will even try to save you from death. No promises, though. Well, we definitely hit the person we're supposedly, in theory, rescuing, and we did it a second time. Nicely done. And how are you doing? Ooh, not good. It is a shame I am not too concerned about you. Considering they're a Hussar wild person, and I cannot get them go juice. So they were a ticking time bomb who would eventually turn violent against me. But I appreciate that they got attacked by the, Sight Stealer so that I didn't have to worry about it at all. Okay, we're probably going to go out here. Yeah, it's terror. Leave that alone. Oh, hey. Did you get back up? You did get back up. Serves me right for considering you already done. Okay. The good news is it was just a one Sight Stealer event and not the one where it's like, you kill the one, it screams, and you kill the, the bunch and it screams again. You do like wave after wave. It's just a one and done. Alright, we got Pemmican. Huh. Fertility procedures is the next one we got. That's not what I need. And for our very first one of the things we're getting from Anomaly would be the Void Rituals, which can be actually kind of, or Void Provocation, which can be useful. Because if nothing else, that Void Provocation is what's, Chronophagy is top behind it. Chronophagy is the one thing, as far as Anomaly Rituals, I really care about. I do actually want a bunch of the equipment, too. Alright. You're already fully healed. Shambler's Approach. Cool, we are going to dispatch the Shamblers here in a minute. Just going to wait till they're not behind this little rock thing here, because then I can shoot across here at them. Okay, that should be good enough. Okay, we do not have the Psychic Slaughter available, which is fine by me. Okay, and you three get to hold the line. Okay. This time we don't get the advantage of it running through the water and the mud. As you can see where it said adapted, and a second later it was like stunned again. The Nether Spiker's doing work. Alright, so it's 2 back-to-back threats from Anomaly, sorted. Okay, we're basically out of sandstone, which is what all this wall has been made out of so far. So we've got granite here. Let's cancel that. Structure, granite. We'll get a bunch more of this built. And then wait till they use up all the granite. And then queue up the next section. It's going to be a piecemeal of whatever we got available. Psy Extreme would be cool, but it's just gonna rot, so we won't worry about that. And you're here for 8 days. So we're getting a second research bench built here real fast, because we can get a second research bench going. That should go a long way for us. Who's the best doctor you got there? Caterpillar? Try and get those gutworms sorted. 20%, that's still progress. You're almost halfway through getting your gutworms gone. The play of lighting across the map really gives underwater vibes. Yeah, that's the Grey Paul. That's the anomaly thing. I think people have actually made underwater mods and all that kind of stuff, or water-themed mods that use the same lighting effect. They just give it a blue hue. Oh, I see. For here... you can put the Gravlite panels inside here. They're not outside easy, like, make them a little harder to steal. The good news, we got all the Gravlite panels back this time. We got more stuff we can deconstruct, which is fine. We'll end up needing to mine the steel at some point, which is fine too. Yeah, and you're all building walls still. Okay. But yeah, as you notice, we've got gaps in here. We do have heavy bridge. I'm just waiting to do that until the actual stone parts of the wall is, because I don't have enough stone to build the wall at all. It doesn't matter. Yeah, so you got more steel over there. Not gonna worry about ripping up the floors. That's usually not enough material to be worth it. Okay, so we did get a second research bench going. Okay. It's actually a pretty large area to put inside our perimeter, but that's fine. Okay, we got another raid coming in from the right. Still just one person, really? My well should be more than high enough. We should be seeing much larger than this. I debated doing the slaughter. I think we're gonna literally, like, let them fight, continue to get that shooting level up. Between this many people, I feel pretty good that maybe a refugee dies, but hopefully not. Really? Well, a refugee did die. Actually, wasn't expecting that to happen, but... That's a bummer. It was unfortunately the one who had the high doctoring too, so guess that serves me right for taking a risk with them. Oh, also, that does mean we no longer have people who are actually better at medical now, so we're back to using crap medical. So Angry gets to be in pain longer. Sorry. That was also the one that had construction. That definitely serves me right. Yeah, that's fine. We'll get you priority on construction for a little while. And let that roll through and do that. Okay, well, we no longer have the foggy rain going on, which is good. A major break risk on you. Witnessed an outsider's death. Serious pain. Disturbed sleep. Oh. Well, your sister dying is a pretty nasty penalty to worry about. So, question, would having a party make you feel better? Come on, good result. Hey, unforgettable, and we have one that is, we're gonna have a person forced on us, because I said if we did that and we got a person, I have to take them. So we did have a person who is going to be joining us. They are a space tactician with animals 5 as their best stat. So what are you? You are too smart, incapable of dumb labor, social, or art. You are also a Neanderthal who has a passion for shooting and nothing else. Okay. But you're a Neanderthal, so you have a massive penalty in shooting. You are certainly something. So who is going to be our frontliner? Because I don't have a melee thing, and Neanderthals do have a benefit. So we've got Bueller is going to be this one. And we've been giving people actual, like, titles on this one, which I usually don't. So let's go ahead and do this. Choose social. Oh, it didn't stick because I didn't save it. Bueller and Mushroom Masher. There you go. There's your title. What the heck am I going to have you do here? So work-wise... We can have you fish. You can't haul. You're not going to be good at crafting. I think you fish. I think that's what you do here, is I think you fish. We go piglets into bacon in Medieval Dynasty. That is what they're there for. I could put you on construction. It'd take you a while to get any good at it. But that would free up Angry. They can handle animals. Yeah, they don't have a passion for it, but you're not wrong. Well, right. If they're doing fishing, that does the two work together. Alright, and you have no capability of social, so we now have our moral guide kind of finally happening. So that's going to be Astero, who also has 0 social. Which is going to be a real mess for this whole empire, that nobody has social whatsoever in the whole group of them. One's physically incapable. Alright. Do we have a better melee weapon in here? We got some clubs. Because when do you need to talk? The moral guide needs to be able to talk to be effective for, like, converting people and all that. Your leader gets different benefits from having higher social. You actually do want most of your people who have roles to have some level of social going for them. Okay, so we got limestone. So let's go up here real fast. Cancel that. Grab structure, switch it to limestone. Let them start working on that. Okay, so too smart does mean you learn a lot faster, but yeah, it breaks much easier. But that should help. Avoid provocation. You get psychophagy. We'll also order you to smooth the floors. Oh, that was smooth the walls. Order smooth the surfaces in here, because that'll allow you to work on the construction there. To gain a little bit of construction skill. Hopefully get you in better shape. I'll take you off of that and bump you up here. That's Bueller's job now. Bueller builds walls. We're gonna want to get Bueller a better weapon than a knife. Okay. We're going to go over here to structure, and we're going to choose slate. And start filling that wall in. Okay. Now, it does feel good to finally have people who can do stuff, so let's go ahead and work on converting. Mostly just to practice social, because it's going to take you a long time to get to the point where you can start converting people. Oh, I should have used a conversion ritual. It's fine. We'll wait till the next time that's up. If you use a conversion ritual, the conversations can also knock down ideology amount, and I believe that'll get us a lot more social than just doing a one-off conversion. I forgot what the Neanderthal. Tree sprout. So poor social, poor shooting, and poor intellectual, and slow study. But they are too smart as a Neanderthal, so they'll actually be slightly faster than most people. They do have the aggressive trait, which I don't like, and they do have slow runner, which I don't like. But I don't think I mean, the rule we gave ourselves, I couldn't get rid of them. But that said, I wouldn't be that upset. We do have to worry about them social fighting and potentially hurting people. They do have a bonus to their melee damage. It's 1.5 the normal damage. They also have reduced pain, so they won't go down nearly as easy, and they take reduced damage incoming. So, Bueller's definitely our frontliner. Considering, I think, what was it? Weren't you delicate? Rare catch. Obsidian. That is certainly something I wouldn't expect to catch in the water. Okay. And so your main two pigs are too old, you're keeping bacon and pork chop, which are their names around? Gotcha. Yeah, and I did some of the animal stuff in Medieval Dynasty. It's been a while. Like, enjoy the game, it just can get a pretty grindy. How goes your gum worms? You're still about halfway. You've only gone a couple % up since the last time we checked. Cool. Feels like building... I mean, that's fair. That's what most of the game is. It's interesting that... There you go. Medical treatment needed. Still have tons of wood. Alright, so we're getting close to getting our area enclosed. Research is coming along nicely. That's the fertility procedures that it randomly selected, which we won't be using. At least I don't think we have any reason to consider using it. Okay. Yeah, I figured I'll probably put a door over here, a door over there somewhere. I mean, I could probably put a door right along here and then have, like, the defensive line here with a gap. Which then will just make an area, like, that they'd have to wade through the water coming back here, make it about 30 tiles long, because that's the distance those can shoot. With a position where we have cover. And everyone's getting a little mad. We need to get them better housing. But just another thing to add onto the list. Secret installation, not super fussed about that. You're on Spreen 3 with multiple of your villagers have kids. Gotcha. You know, a lot of stuff in that game just takes forever. You can tell them to grab more of the silo cap stuff. because that's good for trade and otherwise. Okay, I'll send checks. So uranium. Do we have uranium ore on the map? Nope. And check on ore. There's no silver ore or whatever. We definitely have steel available in a lot of places. I'm pretty good on steel for the moment. Once we get the other things unlocked for like building the ship, we'll want to grab all the components. I usually wait until then. That way no one can tantrum and destroy the components. They're just sitting around, they don't add to your wealth or whatever. Because once you carve it out of the wall, it's able to be targeted, and it also boosts your wealth. While it sits in the wall, it has no impact on anything meaningful. Okay. And very quickly we're getting the last of the ruins are starting to be torn down. Why are you here? You should be researching. That's what I thought. Please stop botching your construction. I know it's a necessary step of you leveling it, but also please stop messing it up. Okay, and how goes your leveling of your construction? You're already at construction 3, so that's going good. Versus Angry's been doing this whole time. It is up to 9. But we will be handing the construction off to Bueller almost entirely. And leaving, like, crafting it all up to Angry. What does the queue thing do? If you do the joining on the queue when we get a new pawn, I will draw a random name from the queue to then name that pawn. So it basically is how you get your name into the game. Alright, so go ahead and take the junk here we aren't going to be using. We already got that book research. I'm not going to use that tree. Take the drugs. Oh, actually, you don't have use of drugs. We'll give you the normal quality bow. I'll trade you again, but this time we're going to give you the gift of some drugs. Alright, and you found another place there. It's exclamation mark join, like the command says at the top. Yeah, and it's each time we get a new pawn, which sometimes when we're playing we'll end up getting a string of new pawns. A lot of times there's a pretty big gap in between. We are early game, and I've only got these 4, so we'll definitely want to be taking more people on. And hey, Treacle, it's good to see you. For those who don't know, Treacle, another fantastic content creator on the platform, does play a lot of RimWorld among other games, so if you enjoy this kind of content, you can definitely find it there. But definitely, absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly recommend. Okay, and they're tearing apart this stuff, getting me more grab panels. One of these days we'll get rid of those gut worms. One of these days. Not today, but one of them. You got a lot more steel up here, some sandstone, limestone, marble, granite. So you get a whole range of things there. We'll keep getting that all built in. Fertility procedures. Nutrient paste is next. Probably won't use the nutrient paste either, even though nutrient paste is pretty solid. But I would do is after nutrient paste would become the after the nutrient paste would be the packaged meals. We could definitely see doing that. So we're going to burn a bunch of steel building those heavy platforms. And we're doing that while we have more stuff get deconstructed and all that. Okay, dark visions because of serious pain, and they're in serious pain because they have gutworms that we're very badly treating because we just don't have good doctors. And once we get the full surrounding area there, like I said, I'll probably make like a little bit of a channel, maybe to around here. That'll be just the defensive area where we'll have our people stand back here and shoot at them as they pop through the little door. But none of that matters until we got all this sealed up. It said this area... Yeah, okay. Just have to wait on all that. That'll be fine. Can we buy meds? We can, and I do have them. The thing about gutworms is they take a lot, and we have no good doctors. So if I use the meds on the person with that, like if we use like the blue meds, for example, I still can roll zeros and all that. So I'd rather hold on to the meds for in case we get like malaria or plague or something like that, because we don't have that much. Versus the gutworms, yeah, they're causing pain, yeah, they're disruptive. But it's one of those things that's actually a pretty good one for working on your medical because they just cause pain and a little extra hunger, and it's not like we're hurting on food. Actually, for this... Okay, we got a party going on. We're having lots of harassment here for all that. Oh, right, we can actually begin the proper conversion ritual to try and fully convert Lasan, because we've been struggling with that. So as soon as they're done with their party, we'll see if the conversion ritual can be queued up. And the room in precedence does not exist, and that's just the way it be. Our poor leader is crapping and bottoming it everywhere? Yes. Alright, you got Social 1 and Masterful Ritual. Baby game for babies. Immediately before I get murdered. Okay, so that means all of our actual colonists are our ideology now. So that's pretty good. Oh, right, and you actually have... Okay. Estero, you're probably going to go ahead and just get a demotion real fast, sorry. So you are our new moral guide, since you actually have social. You can actually be good at that job. Okay, the refugees are leaving. I'm fine with that. It's rough to be the leader? Yes. There's the door on that side. And we'll just need to keep working on this as best we can. And I'm kind of trying to save the marble for other things. The leader is like 16 too. They're 18. 17. Because we're in our second year. Alright. Yeah, so definitely not doing that one. We'll probably not do a bunch of those ancient complexes or anything like that. But that's fine too. Royal Tribute Collector, don't care. And here goes Estero, who is blind and missing an arm. Is going to be tending because... Look, man. They're the only ones who have passion for medical. Hey, you know what? 15% is slow progress. You're 2/3 of the way to over your gut worms. Okay. Slow but steady progress. And we got another eclipse that we don't care about. It's already dark on the tile. Making it dark doesn't change anything. I forgot the model thing. Lisanu has had a breakthrough in studying the monolith. She believes the monolith is a conduit for psychic energy, connecting some distant location. However, she is unsure where it connects to. Lisanu is convinced that studying more anomalous entities, she can find a way to close the conduit or learn to harness its power. You get more research from doing the thing, which is cool. Alright. So you are very slowly getting this all sorted. And this person here will likely eventually leave our colony. They are a creepy joiner. They could turn hostile as well, which would be deeply concerning. But for right now, they're chipping in, they're doing their thing. Okay, so you're getting that all filled in. Still seem to have plenty of steel. Okay, we got Psychic Soothe on all of our female people in the colony, which is good. I haven't looked at. That's everyone. Our colony is nothing but women just by happenstance. What difficulty? So we're on Strive to Survive, Cassandra. I used to do a lot of, like, naked brutality kind of stuff, 500% back in the day. But I found it too limiting on the type of colonies you'd build because you had to go out of your way to, like, really min-max a lot of stuff. You know, aggressively wealth manage. Like, right now, doing this whole thing in a 500% would be begging for trouble. Because we are just, you know, like, increasing our wealth more and more. We'd be actually getting right about the threshold that we would start to be able to see siege raids. At this point on 500%. So I'm just kind of not a fan of, like, perpetually destroying everything that shows up and not putting down nice floors or anything like that because of wealth management. I find it very limiting. Okay. Nice. Yeah, Strive to Survive is very difficult because you don't have to use kill boxes, min-max, or everything. Yeah, it's exactly that kind of thing. I used to do, like, the sweaty try-hard, ice sheet, 500% naked brutality, all that back before, like, the ice sheet got to be... where they changed it so you'd have more humanoid raids, but the temperature was way easier to handle like it is now. Before all that, I used to do that as kind of my go-to. This is before streaming and all that. But I just kept finding I had to keep building my bases, like, one out of a couple of ways. And so it kind of got boring, because all the bases kind of felt the same. You were either doing trap mazes, or burn boxes, or pathing shenanigans, or whatever thing you were using to manipulate it. And this isn't judgy about that, it's just what you have to do on those difficulty levels. It's the catch-22 of playing things on hard settings. The harder you make it, the more limited viable options you have to overcome it. Okay, nutrient paste. Xenogenetics. Okay. I don't have a reliable way of doing power right now, because wood is not something we have a ton of on this tile. Let's go here. Order. Cut down the nearby timber shroom for wood. And that'll be the last of the heavy bridges. For now. Okay, and you're ready for another go to see if we can't deal with this. Meanwhile, so everyone's already converted, so there's nothing to do there. And a 0% tend. Cool. Hey, Snowy Mist, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. We get a shout out for Snowy Mist, I'd appreciate it. But what were you playing and how did it go? And if you got a raid and run, like, don't let me hold you. Do your self-care, all that good stuff, but obviously you're welcome. Doing some 2-Point Museum, nice. 2-Point Museum's excellent. I assume you're checking out, like, the new Dave the Diver stuff they added to the game, or added to the game and all that. But yeah, so if you're looking for some 2-Point, you can find it over there with Snowy Mist. And 2-Point's excellent. 2-Point Museum's excellent. 2-Point Campus is pretty solid. 2-Point Hospital's really good. I always enjoy a lot of the 2-Point stuff. Got the pleasure of meeting up with the 2-Point community manager and all that at TwitchCon EU this year too. It's pretty fun. You sure there's a few new decorations and change? Yeah, there's a couple additional things there as well. Okay, so we got a bunch of those. Not gonna worry about going after the artifacts yet. So Bueller here. Okay, so there was some sandstone, so you can work on getting that all built. You keep wanting to get all the stars, and they keep moving the goalpost. Yeah, they do. Alright, so we've almost got this side closed off. You bought your construction. Cool job. We can deconstruct more walls and all that. Morals would have tons of data sheets on all that. The 2-Point Museum stars? Or something else. I know he's got like points in like the point system and all these other things, because he does like a lot of the challenge runs where, you know, no pause, 500% naked brutality, all that kind of stuff. Like that's a lot of his wheelhouse. And so, like I said, that's kind of the time when you're playing it where you do have to go in and really, really kind of figure out everything. Because one of those things that people underestimate, for example, floors in the game, stupid high wealth. Like putting down nice floors in a place will like more than triple the wealth of a room. Like just bananas high wealth from floors. It's one of the reasons why if you go into like the existing, like if you go into a tile that's already got a base on it and you're trying to wealth manage it, the first thing you do is anything you're not using, you rip up the floors. Okay, so we got a raid. We got our first one which actually has a gun. They are trigger happy with a rapid fire weapon, which is not great, and their melee pawn is a jogger. So they have come to the realization that we actually can hold our own a little bit. And has attacks immediately, right? No, they're going to prepare. That actually works out for me because we got some pretty solid range. With stuns involved in that range, so we should be able to go in here and, if not do a bunch of damage, maybe kill one or two of them. I mean, there's a chance they'll end up being a meat confetti. Okay, well, you went down pretty decently. We will be stealing your clothes. A recluse, trigger-happy, quick sleeper. I think we're kidnapping that person. Yep, you're greedy. That is your punishment for your greed. So strip them. Oh, I pulled up the beds. That's right, that's fine. Furniture. Okay, that's fine. And you took one little nick off that machine pistol that you got unlucky. Please tend to them. You're just gonna break up furniture. Did you actually finish your tend? You did not. Also, repair walls. Do this. De-home zone these. Okay. Yeah, no, that was a ruin from earlier. We want to make something better than that, but that's what we're dealing with for the time being. Because, yeah, we'll bring this one on. They are a dirt mole, which is fine. But they can handle our mining and construction. They can be passionate about it. And they can be just another person to shoot in the colony and all that. I'm pretty sure this doesn't have huge limitation. It makes them slow, but they have faster healing. They can also do melee. I don't feel a need. They don't have a penalty against ranged. They do have a little bit of predisposition at being good at melee, but that's fine. So we're unintentionally collecting a range of different xenotypes and all that, which is totally fine. Girl or boy? I think it's a guy. Yeah, it's a dude. He's a teenager. This isn't intended being like a women's only colony or anything, it's just by happenstance we have a group of just women so far. That's just the nature of how we ended up getting people. Okay, so you've got gut worms that need to be treated. Is no one gonna do it? There you go. Okay. The recluse is gonna end up being a big negative later, but for the time being, we will make do. Yeah, no, I've got the meds. I mentioned earlier I was holding on to the meds in case you get plague and all that. Having terrible doctors, I really want to save any meds for any serious stuff. Because gutworms, while annoying, it does give me an opportunity to get a lot of medical skill from just treating it again and again and again. Not that I'm trying to deliberately drag it out. But, you know. There is a benefit to it being there. Yeah, you're all good. All right, so we're taking apart more limestone stuff, so we can go here. Recluse, I think they added in with biotech. Because Recluse, I believe the Mechanator started with Recluse, if I remember correctly. I could be mistaken on that one. Pretty much the way Recluse works is when you're on a very small colony, they get a mood bonus. Yeah, it's not showing here. When you're on a very small colony, they get a mood bonus, but as you get more and more people, it'll become a detriment. It's not one of these ones that gets like minus 30 or something like that that's unmanageable. I think it gets up to like minus 7 maybe at its max. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've had a Recluse in a large colony. Because I just don't run into Recluse at all very often. It's not that big a deal. It's manageable. I need a door on this side. Okay, they're just continuing to pull down walls and all that. So you have 8 days to that ritual, and the other one we can't do yet. Oh, you're gonna be conscious again. Yeah, let's use the conversion ritual on you. Oh, you're starting to get heat stroke. Well, you should get converted easy. Because I don't feel much worry about what happens to you. Gets a -8 at 16? Gotcha. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, like, -8 is not insignificant, to be clear. But, that's a pretty big colony. Usually by the time you're that size, you should have what you need to mood manage quite a bit, like a bunch of different, Ooh. Okay, so we have a distress signal nearby. That is an opportunity to potentially get some weapons. Well, actually, what faction is the distress signal for? You're for the Popol, who is the Rough Pig Union. So we're probably talking like shotguns, submachine guns, grenades. Why aren't you eating it is a question. Eating what? I'm not sure what we're talking about eating. If you're talking about the prisoner, it's because I've got a giant mountain of food and I have no reason to kill a potential recruit when I've got a giant mountain of food. Alright, so Bueller's already up to construction 6. So we are getting to the point where Bueller's going to overtake Angry, because Angry has been sitting at about 9 for a while, getting pretty close to 10. But because this one has Fast Learner, despite being a Neanderthal, is learning faster. Because the Neanderthal is 50% research speed, and the other one's like 75. Yeah, no, I'm missing what the why aren't you eating it is in context too. Alright, come on. Big 10, big 10, big 10. 29%, I will take it. You're almost done with your gutworms. Almost. Ever seen this biome with a mountain on it? With all dirt mill roll would be fun. Yeah, I haven't done an all dirt mill run, but I've definitely done some like diggy hole dwarf based runs before. They could be a lot of fun. All right, so we have converted the prisoner, which went nice and fast. Sleepy says hi. Well, hello, Sleepy. And we do have the reform the ideology available. Let's go ahead and do that. So typically with the reforming the ideology, I only allow myself one change. If we take on darkness, this will allow us, I believe, to like mushrooms, if I'm remembering correctly, because I know the tunnler will. But let's just double check that. So with the mushrooms, there we go. So we now prefer darkness and the mushrooms. So these lights, they're gross. They're blinding. Nobody wants them. Who would want such disgusting, bright, awful lights? Come on. There we go. So what we can do now is go to furniture and fungus lights. I thought there was... That's fine. So dark torch. I'll do the fungus dark torch, fungus dark torch, fungus dark torch. So the streamer says her name. She looks at them at least. Gotcha. That's fun. Yeah, and that's the thing. I was a little surprised, like, oh, there's no... Because there's dark lights like your regular lights. Well, stuff. Isn't darkness dangerous anomaly? Yes, but the dark torch doesn't count as darkness as far as purposes of anomaly. It is a light, it's just like a cool light as opposed to a warm light. Yep, no, I said hi to Sweet Pete. That's fun. We have a number of people who talk about their pets watching me stream and all that stuff. Like, especially when I'm doing some of the simulation games, there's a lot of stuff moving on the screen. Yep, you're getting heat stroke in there. You should join. Because I'm not gonna help you until you do. Ooh, that's gonna take a while. Basically a LED bulb, they produce light, no heat. I mean, it's not about the heat, it's about the frequency of light. Like, they don't explain what it is in-game, but it's got a deep blue hue. Which, weirdly, blue is actually usually on the higher end, not on the lower end. It's video games. Why is Glucose so angry? Glucose? Yeah, sounds like a dark light. Yeah. Sugar? Ah, I see. Berserk, because it was hot. That is not a move you should be doing. They're angry because of their gutworms. The gutworms are really owie. Diabetes isn't a thing in the game. Just for those not catching that was a joke. Oh, hey. Alright, all sorted. Capture you again. You just got a couple of bruises. And maybe you'll have learned something. Such as getting stabbed with a knife is kind of painful. Let me guess, no one treated you? Of course not. Actually getting treated costs extra. I bet you getting stabbed took their minds off the gutworms. Well, unfortunately neither the stabber or the stab-e was the one with the gutworms, but I do imagine they didn't think about the heat as much as they're slowly succumbing to heat stroke. Look, man. You're in the hot box recruitment situation. Maybe join faster. We'll see if they manage to recruit or they survive the summer or not. Because they don't actually have spare clothing for you. Serious pain, hungry, sick, tattered apparel, slept in the heat, sweaty, ate cooked fungus. Yeah, that's a lot of negatives. Void curiosity. Sanu, tantrum, what are you tantruming? You're just gonna smash things in your room, have a good time. Kinda wish you'd smash things over here, but I can live with this too. Hey, leave the medicine alone. You just destroyed a stack of 12 Glitter World. And you're still going. It would have been better if you had targeted something of value. And you destroyed the shelf that the Glitter World had been on. Because there can be no joy in this world. Should have used the meds and the gutworms. You know what? You are... That is fair. That is fair. The medical emergency on you from heat stroke. Again, you should probably join. And 0% tend. I can't have meds, no one can. I mean, again, honestly kind of fair. Breaking white out, we've got a person with 3 pirates who's got 7 social. They're a baseliner. I'm probably not going to do that. I'm going to be focusing on home base thing. Yep, no, Automod jumped on it. It's fine. We're not, like, strictly, like, PG-13 or whatever. Generally, the way I kind of go is, like, with comments and all that, I don't mind if a boss would give you side-eye overhearing it. I do mind if the boss gives the long sigh and then gets up and has to say something. Now, obviously, that doesn't translate because everyone's boss is different, but you get the idea. So it's not like there's, like, no swearing or anything like that. But, you know. Your boss would just laugh. Yeah, and that's the reason I was like, it's not actually a good, like, barometric. It's, like, not a good metric just because every boss is different. Okay, so they are repairing. Does that mean you finished deconstructing everything? Yeah, it would look like I'm not seeing any more ruins laying out anywhere. Still have some loose bricks and steel laying out there. But it's looking like if I want to close off the rest of this, we're going to have to use marble for the last bit. Which I kind of figured was coming. Let's go structure. Marble. Solar flare, we don't care about that. Okay, with that we'll have a perimeter built where they'll end up going through this little gap here. And then, like I said, we can kind of funnel them in if we need to later. We're not going to worry about that in the short term. The good news is this person managed to survive the summer long enough that the temperatures have come back down. So they might actually get to live. And if they live, they might become our 5th colonist. Or they might berserk again and get themselves killed. Who knows? Wait. Wherever... Didn't I put a door over here? Yeah, because I definitely need at least a couple doors. What are we researching now? Xenogenetics is the next one it's chosen. Which will be cool later on, when we have reliable power. But right now, wood is going to be a tricky power. There's not enough wood on this map. We don't have access to chem fuel right now, which would be not too bad to use. Wind without batteries isn't going to help us out. Solar physically doesn't work here. We don't have geothermal. You get the idea. So we got one little pocket down here to fill in. And then we've got this area here. Flash storm, have a good time. Alright, now I just got that one area down there. In the meantime, what I can do here is we don't care what happens outside here. Because stone wall is not flammable. So it could just keep going about its business. And that's fine. And we did use stone doors as well. Found using for my exterior wall, using the stone doors, even though they open and close slower, I found that enemies will generally not attack them because they can't just light them on fire and walk away. So you can kind of control where the enemies go a little bit better with that. Because right now, most of the enemies should want to go in and attack this or one of my pawns. And being that there's no viable path up here anywhere, they'll come around here and go up that way, unless they're a siege or a breacher raid. Hey man, it might actually suck to be you. I will need to prevent that one piece of wood wall from burning down. Big tent, never mind. Okay. Okay, you're being treated again, probably badly. And 24%. Okay, getting a little bit closer. Oh, I also forgot to go in here. Storage, clear, critical, medicine, do that. Slowly wearing down the resistance there. I do not know what exploded and why, but okay. Alright. I'll probably want to mine steel at some point soon. And get that going. Okay, so I've at least got a defensible area. Ultimately, we'd want, again, like some type of defense here, and then a door I can open and close on one of the sides. That way there is still a clear path for the enemy to find their way in here to fight with. But then also, if we get like a Manhunter pack that's just like, 15 rhinos we don't want to deal with, I can pop over the door, let it close. Alright, Night Dweller, you're on your way out? You have a good day at work and all that. Doesn't feel like it's that late. I mean, I guess it is, but... Okay. So we got that going. Pods have arrived. Oh, well, heck yeah, man. They sent me 2 Archite capsules, so we won't be able to use those for a long time, but that was definitely for helping a random refugee. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's gonna take forever. That's just good practice for our social. Do we have you all set to Warden? Honestly, let's have you focus on it, because you actually have social skills. We want to keep that going. Alright. We do have 430 of the tiles. Got plenty of food there. We've got an okay amount of wood. We can go out here. Tell them to cut down more of those trees to bring in some more wood. Yeah, we'll get about a minus 15 off of that character once the gutworms are resolved. Go ahead and grab all the drugs too. Meanwhile, there should be some of that in here. I must have traded it all away previously. You need to save and reload the game, you think? Save and reload for what reason? The meme for fungus, didn't go through? Oh, I see that. They're all still whiny about it. Okay, we can do that real fast. Alright, so do that. For those who missed what happened with that, we had changed the fluid ideology to like fungus, and they were still whining about eating it. So we're just doing a quick reload to basically kind of reset it so it's, doing what it's supposed to be doing. So they should like the fungus now. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well. I love you too. Can't stay what I'm not.
I liked the chippy.
The chippies were good. Well, I haven't finished eating them, but the chippies are good.
Yeah.
We got, I was hanging out on So Everdream stream, and he's had Snack Crate sponsoring him. And it was something he was describing as like, oh, this is like right up Tomb's alley. So we got a Snack Crate. The first one just came in from Japan, and there's a bunch of different things, but like the first one we opened today is, it's a green package, but it says oregano chips. So it's definitely like, it's good. Like, you typically season, like, potatoes, one of the ones you'll go for is oregano as the seasoning for, like, a baked potato or whatever. But, like, yeah, it makes perfect sense to just put that on a potato chip. You're just making your potato in a different configuration. But that one's pretty good. But we got, like, a whole box of stuff over here, most of which I can't actually read the label. Most of it's like, okay, I think it's chocolate. Not too sure, but okay. Alright, so they should... Oh, hey, I didn't claim this. Thank you for making me aware of this, raccoon. That's why they haven't been repairing it. And also, thank you, prisoner, for dealing with that raccoon so I don't have to. Because that would be effort. And effort is gross. Yeah, ached cooked mushroom. Is there any meal it doesn't complement? Alright. Come on, Big Tent. You can do this, Bueller. It's your moment. Your moment. 27? That's not bad. One more tent like that, and we will be past the gutworms. We have gotten a little bit of doctoring out of it. Little by little. Let's have you prioritize butchering that raccoon so it doesn't just stay in the prisoner's room and give them lung rot. Okay. Yeah, so you're in serious pain still. You've got small tolerance to cycat mushrooms. That's a little concerning. Shambler's approaching. 3 Shamblers are approaching. That's fine. We'll let them approach for a little while longer. Because what they could do is if they come... Well, they shouldn't even actually go into our perimeter because there's not a path through, so they'll probably go around. I do think I want to take them out, though, in case they give me bioferrite and or shards. Because 3 Shamblers should be very easy for us to handle. As long as we don't get, like, foggy rain or something like that to cause us grief. No, Will. This is a new colony. We lost the colony last night. So, when that colony died, the shotgun went with it. It was a pretty cool rapid-fire extended magazine incendiary shotgun. Huh. Dealt with, sorted. And then the last one is way back there. Well, we accidentally killed a raccoon. And for those who missed, we did get 2 masterwork nerve spikers from 2 different quests. So that's the reasons why we're doing so good with a lot of those, is I just have the nerve spikers constantly stunning the enemies. Go ahead and take a hit of that. I need you to not be super angry. Okay. You've almost got that room done. After which point you'll probably just... Oh, right, you can't haul and clean. Oh man, I got 2 different people who can't haul and clean. Alright, well that's a big garbage. You'll be able to fish though, which isn't great, but it's still something. I mean, fishing actually can be really good. You can pull up really rare stuff on the rare occasion. Okay, that's good. You went to sleep. That's fine. Because if we're lucky, your next tent will have you pass those gutworms and you'll finally no longer be suffering. Are you missing a door? No, I deliberately want a gap here. I could put a door and leave it open. Instead, what I'm ultimately going to do is put a box like that as just a defensive position. I mean, not even a box. It'll probably just be walls on either side. To just force enemies through the water. So effectively a kill box, but we're not planning on staying on this tile. We're going to eventually build the grab ship and just leave. I just gotta wait for the research to happen. But right now I can't cut bricks, so there's no point in me putting more effort into it because I don't have the materials to build. If I start putting down the edges of the box to put the walls on later, they won't get there. Plus, right now I can only make short bows. What's the... Okay, I mean... I don't know, I'm just not a big military person. Okay, so getting all the corpses out of here from the shamblers. Unstoppable monitor lizards. Oh no. Give me 2 champions to fight 11 monitor lizards. Aha. Okay, 11 monitor lizards for our group is actually a pretty decent amount. I think we could abuse the walls here to deal with it. The Masterwork Great Bow would be potentially... Oh wait, Great Bow of Justice? What are you? Reinforced bow limbs. Extra range. I mean, we gotta take the Great Bow of Justice. That goes without saying. Everyone inside the perimeter... Okay, let's clean up all this real fast. That's what I was hoping. So there are 2 melee pawns, so we could put them to block the door. And then just rely on stuns. We don't have any unexpected home zones out in the distance. Nope. Alright, there's the Manhunter pack. So you 2, hold the door. Bueller, be ready to step in when they eventually go down. And you 3, right behind them. Don't care about the cache of goodies. Please get there before the monitor lizards do. Wildlife. Please get there. Please get there. Don't let it block the door. Okay, we're fine. Because the concern there was if it does manage to successfully block the door, I wouldn't be able to control the movement there. Okay, they're actually coming through. Hey, Avic, thanks so much for the raid. I hope yourself a good stream. Don't mind us, we're just dealing with a handful of monitor lizards. But welcome in, raiders. What were you playing? How did it go? And I understand if you got a raid and run, but obviously you're welcome. Playing some Humankind. Nice, I hope you had a good time with that. And I don't know why those monitor lizards turned away and ran, but I'm sure not going to complain about it. But yeah, so you gotta check out Avic. Plays a lot of interesting games. Done like, you know, Colony, Factory Automation, whole bunch of stuff like that. So if any of that sounds good to you, you can find that over there. And it is certainly something to check out. Alright, time to drop back again. Let the expendable visiting pawns take the brunt of this. I'm finding it interesting that they're... Oh, it's because they're trying to reach the prisoner there. And it's just keeping them tied up. I can get behind that. Unintentional abuse of mechanics. Alright, again, drop behind the defensive line. Here they come again. Yeah, Humankind kick lately. Lost your first game and have much better the second time around. Currently exploring the new world uncontested. Nice. Yeah, we had a lot of kind of false starts in this one. Okay, 2 major break risks on Bueller and such. Come on. We're gonna need to get them out of here. Would you just get in here? Okay, Bueller is having a mood break. You know what, honestly, you all go back. You two are in your big, impressive armor. Just finish the work. There's only 2 of them still up. Okay. Hey, Curling Master, how's it going? Come on. Come on. Yesterday started a naked brutality. Everything was going well. The cons decided to go back to the room, and beeline straight into an insect hive on the other side of the map and died. It'd take a break after that. Oh yeah, because they'll drop the insect jelly, and just they'll almost always beeline for the insect jelly. Okay, that should be all the monitor lizards. So we have done our end of the bargain. So you two may leave. And then with that, we've got a legendary bow and a power claw. Oh, schedule, you're unrestricted. Yep, it's a legendary bow for justice. It does have slightly more range, but honestly, slightly more range on a great bow is not a bad thing to have. Because that makes you have a range of what? 34. Yes, that means we just bumped up the range on that by about, not quite 10, as like 8. Let's see, insect jelly often catch you off guard when someone snaps and decides to do a pick-me-up and they need something sweet. Yup, I have certainly lost a number of colonists to the, like, gourmand food binge, beelining across for it, or just someone who's just having a regular old break and happens to get hungry, and that's where they decide the next snack is coming from. Alright, speaking of snaps, 3% more, and we get rid of the gutworms. So 110 that's anything but like 0% should have that done. Which is taking a lot of effort. Please don't stand there any longer than absolutely necessary. So our prisoners out here being like, why haven't you fed me in days? Look, man, there's a bunch of scary lizards outside, you gotta understand. Yeah, no, the dying or losing colonists to going for the insect jelly is a classic. Many a colonist has died to that. Go frenzy, that's fine. Okay, go ahead and take a hit of that to improve your mood. So, Mary, how many times it happens? You're always surprised next time it does. Well, it's just one of those things that's easy to not think about. Like, you just forget it's over there in the corner. It's also easy just to straight up miss that there's a nest on the map in, like, the corner or whatever. The number of times I've overlooked, like, one insect nest, you'll have, like, the whole map would be, like, one tucked in some little area way up there. And your people just walk over and you're like, oh, crap, there's bugs in the map. Okay, so we do have some wood. Okay, so I got a good couple hundred wood already cut. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to getting that prisoner converted. And for those who haven't seen what we're doing in this run, I guess, actually, first of all, for those who don't know me, I'm Rual Storge, who play variety games here on Twitch. It is a very, very wide range. Settlement builders, city builders, automation, whole range of things. So definitely the big V on variety and all that. But we have done a lot of RimWorld historically, but we are doing a run that the meme joke, whatever you want to go with it, is that we are running the Mushroom Empire, where we're going to make sure everyone is well aware of the joys that are mushrooms, whether they like it or not. We did start with effectively naked brutality, with our very starting our person here who has the title of the Mushroom Queen. So she is the one running this kingdom. She started this colony at, I think it was 16 years old. And we're slowly building up. We do have a creepy joiner here, who does make things explode in gory flesh. We haven't seen what the circumstances, because usually the creepy joiner, they'll either turn hostile to you, or they'll just leave. Some of them, they'll be infected with metal horror. We're too early in the game for that to be an eligible thing. But we haven't seen what the deal is. Sometimes they'll have the one where they'll just scream and everyone nearby will like get hit with a huge amount of pain and fall down. Most likely at this point, they're just going to leave, or they're going to be the scream one. The other ones I would have expected them to do their thing by now. Alright, how close are we getting? Okay. So, 4 more times talking to them at that rate should have that person recruited. We are dealing with a pretty big hodgepodge. But amusingly enough, I've got a unique bow and 2 masterwork nerve spikers just by the fact that we've been getting quests with them. And then a person with a knife. Who is actually into shooting, but they're a Neanderthal, they're getting a melee weapon. That's just the breaks. But I am planning on trying to pursue doing the all endings here. Okay. Bueller, get in there. Get that last tend. End the gutworm suffering. It needs to be 3%. 15%. And congratulations, you are cured of your gutworms after like a year. We got a war merchant coming in, which I've actually been saving a decent amount of money, so we might be lucky with that. Probably the best investment we could get is getting Bueller something that isn't a terrible weapon. Okay, so take the mushrooms, take the ambrosia, take the poor quality knife, take a bunch of these garbage tier weapons. Do we have anything that they're selling that would be worth considering for melee? We could take the steel spear. It's certainly not a good weapon, but a steel spear would be a pretty significant uptick on a junk quality knife. I think we're gonna get that. I'm overpaying for it, but that's fine. Okay, so get in here. Where's that spear? There you are. The meds, I actually have 11 meds on here. We could probably, let me double check those meds. Oh no, herbal medicine, I'm not paying for herbal medicine. We can also go to this, cancel that, bills, stop making short spears, or short bows. Because we're kind of at the stage, if we're using a short bow, something's gone wrong. And we've already unlocked electricity. I am using the no starting research. So if you look in here, because we're tribal, I should have started with tree sowing. We don't have that. At this point, we're filling in a bunch of stuff. But the other thing I have is we are using the semi-random research. So you'll notice if I were to go here and say, I want geothermal, there's a big locked button that says no. It's randomly choosing our research, so where I've got a very weird hodgepodge of choices, like getting fertility procedures right away, that's just because that's what the RNG has given us. So we're kind of holding out. I do have the grab ship core, so we can potentially get the grab ship research. If we get that, we will start building a grab ship to become mobile. Therefore, we can spread out the Mushroom Empire's desires to do all that. It'll be tricky. Can you grow meds? No, not yet. If we were to get electricity set up reliably enough to run a grow light, I could use a grow light to grow meds here. The problem we have is wood is a little bit of a pain on this tile. There's not a lot of it. We don't have chem fuel available yet. I could potentially get a bunch of boomalope and use them as a source of chem fuel, but that's probably going to be more pain than it's worth. You can't solar, and then wind turns on and off. Unless you have batteries, that's unreliable, and I don't have geothermal. What light is a grow light? If we go to furniture, it's the sun lamp. So everything in the white circle in the middle there, that's bright enough to grow regular crops under. And then the larger circle, you know, it's not bright enough for growing crops is the big point. Right now, the memes we have is Prolicizer, what we started with, since again, our whole point is to spread the knowledge of mushrooms. And then we got Darkness as our next meme. That way we could actually like the mushrooms that we're prolicizing about. Which is a little rough because it means when we land on a bright tile and we try and fight during the day, it'll be a bad time. Okay, so you've got a favorite duck. I'm going to take the Goodwill for now. We are going to ultimately want to... Alright, let's go to furniture. We are going to ultimately want to get the ranks. I'm just avoiding doing that for the time being. And the reason I'm avoiding going for those ranks for the time being is we'll run into problems where our character's going to want some things like finer meals and better clothing and all that, and we can't accommodate it. So we do have our first rank, but until we start getting our ship sorted out, I'll probably hold off ranking up too much. Okay, we do have the anomaly awakened as well. The moment I got electricity unlocked, we started the grav ship stuff and the anomaly stuff. Alright, 2 more talkings twos, and we should have ourselves our 5th person. At which point, then if I need to make another weapon, I'll make a weapon. And what are you fussed about? Nothing really. Yeah, we're gonna need to start getting them their own bedrooms or whatever. Because they're gonna just keep being unhappy. Went to sleep, canceling out the recruitment attempt. Maybe you're at 18 research already. And you're hauling stuff back. The creepy joiner might leave. The creepy joiner might leave. Which does make me suddenly realize they are holding a unique bow. I mean, it's a great bow, though. So I'm not as fussed if we were to lose a unique great bow over other things. We'll trade the great bow to our new colonists once they're recruited. If they leave first, the only thing it has is a little extra range. Yeah, that's actually pretty good, but... Yeah, no, exactly. I think what'll happen is if we recruit, or like when we recruit the other person, they'll take the great bow, and then we'll stick this person with just like a short bow. And I'll actually add making another short bow onto the list. Okay, next conversation, and they're ours. And then we'll rotate the weapons. We also got lucky on this run. Lisano here, when we brought them in, they were a Paralichida, and literally within 24 hours of landing, snapped right out of it. No Glitter World medicine or anything. Which, I've had some that snapped out of it relatively early, but I've never had it where they just basically were like, oh yeah, Paralichida, boom, right back up. Okay. Hey, Shinosaurus Rex, how's it going? Yeah, so we're mostly at that stage in the game where we're kind of stuck waiting on research. Do it. Do it. Do it. Welcome to the colony. And this person that we just brought in is a dirt mole. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is, you are super angry about existence in general because you've been trapped in the closet the whole time. That's fair. We're gonna go ahead and draw a name from the pool and see who gets to be our brand new dirt mole in the colony. And that's going to be Scrapcode, who just joined the queue right then. There's a lot of names in that code thing too. So you're going to be probably our construction mining person. Yeah, so let's go here. Man, I'll come up with a cooler name for you later so far as the title. Okay, so where are you at? So you're doing the nutrient fungus, so let's go have you run up here. Drop your bow. Go back about your day. You come over and grab that. We're going to need to get recreation on your schedule. And the classic, if no one's a doctor, everyone's a doctor. Yeah, so you'll be construction doing that, so we're going to take construction off of you entirely. And you're going to deprioritize mining entirely. And you're also our artist. So you're going to construction, mine, artist, and that's fine. And I didn't see the bow get made, but okay. Oh yeah, the bow's right there. Yeah, so at this point we got a Neanderthal, we got a dirt mole, and then we got 3 baseliners. You're a baseliner, right, as well? Yeah, 3 baseliners. I haven't been going out of my way for the diverse group, but it sure is happening, and I'm not unhappy. The thing I don't like is with the Neanderthal is this aggressive trait. I am not a fan of the aggressive trait. A lot of times the aggressive trait is pretty much a deal breaker for me. I don't like social fights because they can be such a colony killer that you don't even realize. But you keep going into fights half-baked. Alright, so you got that. So energy containment is the next one it chose for our anomaly stuff. We're getting pretty close to getting xenogenetics ready. It'll be interesting if very early on we get all the xenogenetic stuff and some type of stable power for the ship. And just very early on get into doing biotech stuff to get like the faster healing from dirt mole and the robust from Neanderthal, and starting to like build out, you know, whatever we're gonna do for our pawns to make them stronger. Okay, that's fine. Alright, in the monolith progress, so we've studied the monolith, we're getting to the farther phase about how it's breaching into our existence and all that. Basically, all that's a bunch of flavor text for we are going to be advancing that more and more. Pretty soon we have to have 3 more basic. We've only seen Sight Stealers, Shamblers are the only basic ones we've seen so far. Okay, and you are hauling stuff right now. So we do know we're going to need to get some steel and all that. Where's the best steel we can grab that we're not... Okay, so we'll grab this steel. So we can start digging that up because we're going to need more of that. We got tons of components on the map we are going to want. But I'm going to wait to do that until we have the electronic stuff and the ship stuff. Just so they can't be targeted by Tantrum and things like that. Okay. We got our Harbinger tree over here. I'm taking good care of them. Keeping them well fed. Okay. I also just realized, Dirt Moles, you're nearsighted, aren't you? Oh no, yeah, you are nearsighted. There's a significant accuracy penalty at long range. So we'll want to probably change their weapon later. Okay, so you got the bow. So there's your bow. Xenogenetics, and next is biofuel refining. So the biofuel refining does start to give me options for sustainable power. Because then all I can do is I can use a chem fuel power plant. Yeah, dirt moles need chain shotguns. Yeah, and I usually tend to, when doing Odyssey stuff, lean towards the chain shotguns and that kind of thing. Just because making a longer range defensive position using the grav ship is very hard to do without being very wasteful. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Versus making just a little opening in the front that you can bunch people around and just blast it or it comes in the door. That's relatively easy to set up. And then a lot of the encounters from Odyssey are generally in narrower corridors and tighter spaces, that the chain shotguns and submachine guns tend to be your better choices anyways. Someday I'll have materials I can make the headdress out of. It's crafting 4. How is my crafting? I mean, you actually have high enough crafting. I can actually take you off of crafting now. Keep the crafting for them. Now we got our first round of food poisoning. That's been a long time coming. Okay. Yeah, so we got all that floor smoothed out. So we can check in the colony. Well, it's still climbing. We're definitely in the range that we could start seeing stuff like, siege raids, all that. Yeah, we got the Ancient Danger up there. That wouldn't be an easy Ancient Danger to dump on random enemies, unfortunately. I really like when you get, like, an Ancient Danger, like, right here, and so you have, like, a big caravan or a group of enemies, you poke the hole and run away. But, that's right at the edge of the map. There's not gonna be a way to do that. Like, I could fire way over here and pop it open and run. But, likely I'll have to get tangled in with it. After our next raid, it might pull up that compact machinery on the corner of the map. Start bringing some of that in. Colonist needs rescue because you have major food poisoning and then you took drugs. And they're also delicate. So, yeah, so, honestly, dangerously low on the consciousness, but yeah, I got bad food poisoning, was like, this sucks, slammed some drugs, and then passed out. That's one reason I actually don't do smoke leaf. I've actually had colonists kill themselves a number of times because it's like, okay, when your mood gets bad enough, you can hit the smoke leaf. And then you just not watching, they'll have something that's hitting their consciousness real hard, they'll take the smoke leaf, and then they will die because their consciousness hits 0. And sorted. And another round of food poisoning. I didn't accidentally give someone else cooking, right? No, it's just you. That's fine. And another one's got food poisoning. Food poisoning for everybody. At least you know they're high on life when they die. Yeah, no, it's generally with the drugs, I actually considered smoke leaf, like for the recreational drugs, I actually consider smoke leaf to be one of the worst ones. The impact it has on your character's productivity is severe beyond severe. It also hits your consciousness, which just basically penalizes literally everything. And so, like, there are benefits, there are reasons to use it. Like, it's not hands down unusable. But generally speaking, for most use cases, I almost always would want something else. Okay, so we've got a bunch of sparrows. If I had a door, this is when I would be using it. I do not have a door down here. So let's see if they find their way down here or not. Because the birds in this game can be surprisingly dangerous. Nowadays. Because it does gang up on you really easy. The good news, they usually take, like, nothing to take out. Alright. Got a war merchant here. Make sure I didn't miss any, because I've done that plenty of times. Yeah, no, it's definitely getting swarmed by small animals in RimWorld is really dangerous. Because one of those things, you take all the injuries, and then trying to patch up the injuries after the fight, it just takes so many bandages to try and get it all sorted. Could you, like, treat that person? At least some social. We'll have you deal with this because the person I'd have deal with the trade is very sick right now. Take the crappy knife. Take the drugs. Let's see here. Take the poor quality clothes and all that. I don't need rhinos. So honestly, we probably just stick with what we got. The Power Claw is one I'm debating just giving that up, because the Power Claw gives you a movement speed penalty, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it gives you a penalty there. The melee damage is solid, and the armor pen is also very solid. So it's definitely one of those choices that can be very, very good for a character in there. I think we're going to give up the Power Claw and turn into cash. I just don't see myself with no meaningful doctors installing that thing, and I think the movement speed penalty is too much to absorb for the time being. Yeah, no, definitely, like, I've certainly, when you get, like, biotech down, you're getting your, like, bionic legs and all that, tossing a Power Claw in there is fine, because, okay, you take a movement speed penalty, but you just overcome it with the bionic legs. And yeah, it could be a menace. Especially if you do the whole thing with ghouls, where you take the time to give them 2 Power Claws and all that, jack them up in a big way, maybe abuse the whole thing where you do the boost from being a sanguiphage and then turn them into a ghoul while the boost is going, so the boost becomes effectively permanent. I did that in one run just because people were talking to me about it. I'm like, alright, I gotta see how silly this is. And it is busted. Fully decking out a ghoul, giving them the sanguiphage bonus, and then turning... Well, I mean, you do the sanguiphage first, and then turning them into ghoul, and having them have 2 Power Claws. So just run up and just slap things and kill them almost instantly. Yeah, no, definitely negatives with the movement speed. Also just making it so, like, it's harder for them to close the gap on a target before they get shot the crap out of is its own major negative. Because one of the big things you use melee for... Power Claw and a wooden arm give the same DPS? Gotcha. Well, I mean, the big thing about the Power Claw is just the fact that it's got all the armor pen. The wooden arm's hit is too low to be used. Gotcha. But yeah, I know the armor pen, 33% armor pen, is usually pretty good against armored targets. I mostly use the Power Claws primarily with ghouls these days. It's usually that movement speed penalty I don't want to take. I'd rather get something like a Zeus hammer, which makes having, you know, a power claw just a negative. Power claw can also be fun on something silly like a sniper or whatever if someone catches them in melee and they still have a chance of fighting, but then you can also just get like the hidden blades and all that kind of stuff. Not take the movement speed penalty. And admittedly, I almost never make the hidden blades and knee spikes and all that, and they're very usable. I'm just busy with a bunch of other stuff and often want a bionic as the priority. I just never get around to getting the other things added in. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Alright, so we got the biofuel refinery. Once we get that, we can start taking some of these spare mushrooms we're pulling up and turn that into chem fuel. And then in addition to that, we can start using chem fuel power to power up our base. Let's see, yeah, when it chooses the spawn with a swing, it chooses which weapons they use. Having 2 claws means it picks between them. With 1, it chooses the claw or the wooden arm. But attacks are ranked between high, medium, and low damage. Low damage hits aren't used in combat. Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, admittedly, I don't usually go into the min-maxing on that side as much. I used to do more of that, but broadly speaking, these days I tend not to. It's still... Alright, Mad Peafowls. We actually lost a run to a Peafowl earlier today. That it was like Naked Brutality very early, and the Peafowl just jumped on one of our people and, you know, won the fight, but got infected from it. Alright, I don't know if you're going to be able to get in position in time, but we're going to try for it. Yeah, so get all 3 of the Peafowl are over there. So get you there, get you here. When hardened ghouls when they came out? Yeah, no, the ghouls are fun. Yeah, once they start flying, they can get some significant movement. Yeah, no, I definitely use ghouls. I didn't abuse the stuff I could find with it till later. And then here comes the last one. Okay, of course, Bueller did have to take at least a single hit just so they're technically injured. Where are you going? You're going for a walk. How about you go back home and get your little nip toesies and all that dealt with? Well, nipped torso. Visitors have something to trade for, that's fine. Is everyone just going to think about treating them and not actually treat them? Oh, right, you just got food poisoning. You can go ahead and take it. You're the next best one. Okay, so what do we got for you? We got more Psycap. You have, like, nothing for me. Well, we can grab the medicine. There we go. Haul that back before it gets messed with. Results similar to why the Bioparrot swords are best. They land in a sweet spot with the Pommel Strike, which does bad damage, and was just low enough to not be used, which makes it always use as tap and slash. Yeah, no, I definitely know that the Bioferrite sword was extremely strong because of its attack table being different in combat. And I've definitely used Bioferrite longswords. Because yeah, getting like a good quality Bioferrite longsword on a solid melee pawn. I still will take a Zeus hammer over it, even though the Bioferrite longsword has a lot of benefits. Just because the stun from the Zeus hammer is really strong and really great against mechs. But yeah. That's more considering the utility of the Zeus hammer than the raw damage. Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a lot of stuff that the more nuanced numbers, you know, being able to communicate what's better than what is sometimes just not enough information provided in game. Okay, so you're getting all this cleaned up again. You should be getting out of here. Oh, 6 days. Actually, you're still here for a little while. That's fine. Making stuff from Bioferrite is just making things out of blood iron from your enemies? Yes. I still think, and I didn't do it on stream, and I'm glad I didn't because of just how ridiculously slow it was. I did have a run that I was going to make a YouTube series out of, where anything that you could make out of Bioferrite, I was required to make out of Bioferrite and nothing else. So walls had to be Bioferrite, floors had to be Bioferrite, you get the idea. Weapons Bioferrite. There was a couple of things that you really don't have a choice but to use steel for example, like the research bench, you had to use steel for one of them versus I think the other one you could use Bioferrite. So what that meant in practice was at the beginning, having everyone just sit outside and getting just like the regular platform, like the empty one, not the actual metal platform, and using that just out in the open and just having like a shambler on it, you know, catching doing that. Okay, so you pulled up a bunch of hallucinogenic mushrooms out of the mushroom water. That's fine. Is Bioferrite actually good for anything besides weapon? It's got good, like, durability, strength to it. But at the arse thing, it's super flammable. So it's really not the right choice for a lot of things. I want to say it also has pretty bad beauty as well. So, generally speaking, no, Bioferrite's mostly for weapons. I want to say you can use armor and it's actually, again, has relatively good stats. But usually that's not where you want to use it for. Definitely building a base out of is not the right decision. Yeah, no, absolutely. The big things that made it a tough challenge was, one, you know, you'd have, like, the Sight Stealer there or whatever, and you're pulling, like, 8 Bioferrite out of it each time. And a wall, 1 unit of wall is 5. So, you get the speed of which I'm building. So we're sitting there with like 3 platforms with Sight Stealers that are breaking out every other day because there's no containment at all, because they're out in the open. And for all of them, I'm getting just a couple tiles of wall per like 2 or 3 or 4 days or whatever it is between the times you can pull the Bioferrite out of them. And it's like the first thing you do is you made the tiniest little box to just put it inside the box. Okay, so we have entity containment. Ooh, we're gonna have the ability to make it so we can see invisible things. I don't really need to contain entities right now. If we get Bioferrite extraction, then I'll want to contain them to start collecting Bioferrite, but till then, I'm not worried about the research here going any faster. I won't be able to take advantage of that for a while materially. Okay. But yeah, no, it was definitely a tough challenge, but like it was a slow challenge, like a really, really slow challenge. Okay, so one of the things I could do to help with our situation is getting these people to have their own bedrooms, because we're kind of riding the fence between them getting upset because their bedroom situation is kind of crap. If we can move these beds into their own rooms, that'll help a lot. Probably the way I'd want to do that is just go to one of the walls and just build the bedrooms against the walls. There's negatives there when you run into breacher raids, because they'll target the nearest bed and your bed's right against the wall, so yeah. Helping a child. Okay. So, Shep here is a child. I will help the child. That said, this is going to be a group of 8 who are probably going to be packing guns. Which is going to cause some grief for us. But let's see what we get. So Shep is joined. They are a baseliner who's nimble, great memory with a passion for mining and animals. They are 10 years old, so they have 2 more growth phases, I believe, left. No, they have 1 more growth phase. Okay. So Shep here is going to suddenly realize we don't have any guns for you at all. Nor do I realistically have the ability to make one in time for you to contribute, but I'll put this on the list. Schedule everyone in the home zone, recreation for your entire time. We do have complex furniture available. Let's see, so I've got a decent amount there, so I can go furniture. Where is the marble desk? So get everyone in here. So what do you got? You've got 3 bolt actions. You actually have a very balanced setup, which I don't love at all. You best keep running, Shep. So one thing I could potentially do is I might be able to go over here, Manhunter pack the Boomalope maybe, and then just get out of the way and get indoors, and let, you know, the 2 of them tangle with each other. Because we definitely got the range to pull it off. The problem is, the farther away you are, the less likely you are to Manhunter pack. Alright. They're not going to Manhunter pack. It was worth a shot. I want to push that far than that. Because they're all scattered, they won't likely group up. Alright, so how are we doing this? So right now we can engage them at range and take advantage of the mutually long range. They gotta muck across the water with no cover. Actually, I'm not gonna have cover myself, so I don't know why I'm caring about that. And then when they go to fire back off. We might be able to pick off some of the shorter range ones there. And then we can do the thing where we pop through a door, force them to run around, that whole bit. So, Shep here. Buddy, I think what you're going to be doing is first we're going to close this door. And Shep, you are going to take the strategy of just hiding in your bedroom. As you do. Okay. Come on, get a hit in there. Okay, they're starting to shoot back. Get to that door. Start going the other way around. Go ahead and burn my crops. I've got so much food stockpiled. Step to your side again. First one down. Okay, so we're gonna run into a situation here where we got this one aiming at us and this one's still not clear. We're gonna keep tagging this and hope for the best. Yeah, you're still covering there. That's 3 down. Okay, you quit off there, so let's step back to the other side. Okay. Step back through, do it again. Kill it. Okay, so retreating, that's fine. Oh, wait, you're gonna be right there. You're the one who took a hit, so you get out of here. You get out of here. Okay. So meanwhile, you grab the bolt action, you grab a... Oh, that's bio-coded. You grab the bolt action. Schedule, everyone's off restriction. Oh, wait, except Shep. Shep should stay inside the perimeter. Now, needless to say, we're going to lose all of our mushrooms, but I have 2,000 mushrooms in storage, so I kind of just sacrifice the mushrooms, where it's like, that's fine. Just destroy my mushrooms. This is a sandstone door. Yeah, so we can repair the door. We do happen to have enough brick that we pulled from disassembling things. Okay. And you took one scratch there. Alright. Oh, and orders. Allow all. Did you have backpacks we care about? You do not. Nope, and nope. Am I going down here? I guess not. Okay. Go get that bolt action. Oh, meanwhile, we should take you. Convert. Oh, I must have... Okay, I hit the wrong thing. I was like so confused. I'm like, what do you mean? I mean, Shep's ideology is the manly way, so we need to put a stop to that garbage right now. If you're a 10-year-old believing in the manly way, something's not right here. Especially when you're in a colony that's basically almost all women just by happenstance. I mean, actually, it's getting pretty close to an even split. Still, alright. Please don't leave that with a single point of construction left unfinished. Okay, so repairing that. So Shep, let's get your priority set because I didn't get to that point. And also, we need to get you named as you immediately go into a food binge. So the brand new kid to the colony is going to be Mohan Rai. There we go. Still haven't come up with a good one for... There was one of these that we went to name earlier. Oh yeah, it was you, I was thinking. I didn't come up with a good title for you. I normally don't do titles, I just do named. But in this particular case, it's like, okay, we're doing this whole thematic thing, let's lean into it. So you actually have a passion for this. So we're going to take Bueller off handling. Let's give you a priority of fishing. You're going to mine as able, but otherwise you're going to fish. And you can haul and clean in the meantime. Alright, so let's see what we can come up with for you. Yeah, so it's our dirt mole who's going to mine and do construction. There, good enough. Hidden mining classic. Yep. But nimble with great memory. So definitely not a bad call. Yeah, a lot of corpses in here that need to be cleaned out. Okay. Cool, like one more conversation around Mohan Ryan, they should be converted. There's one nice thing about having prolicize around frequent and a lot of people in your colony. Whoever the new person is just gets bullied with no chance of possibly maintaining their ideology very long. Cannot fish due to minimum population hit. Alright. They can fish wherever they want to. It doesn't help with Mohan Rai, who's not going to be able to do a whole lot, but that's okay. That's all 6 of our beds. If we want more, we are going to need a place to put them. And unfortunately, I don't have the ability to cut stone yet. And we've already pulled up all the wreck stuff on the map. And why are you all upset? Oh, all of you are like, observed corpse, tattered apparel, observed corpse. Very... Mohan Rai's like, everyone I know died nearby me, and I am so happy about it. 10-year-old is like, all my rivals have died. And the sky has bestowed upon us drugs. Whether or not the plan was to do it, we've ended up with a very, very solidly ranged setup. Like, long-range setup, which is perfect for this entrance. Okay, so... There's a big old giant mountain of drugs. You don't have anything I want. The Sentient Catalyst can be a lot of fun. I don't have anything to use it on yet, though, so it's not worth worrying about. They don't even have regular medicine for me, and I'm not going to bother with herbal medicine. So, we're just going to take the cash. Okay. No huntsman. Oh, did I miss a huntsman? The only huntsman here is the person we traded with, who is a slothful misogynist, which does check out. In this particular case, if I pick a fight with that, I am not going to be the one ending that fight victorious. We'll also need to go over here and reset all these things. So, burn apparel, do forever. If it is not clean, burn apparel, do forever. If it is not armor or utility, and it is below 80. Hey, Albius, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. I do appreciate it. So you're already almost converted. We are actively teaching you, and what are you learning today? You're learning art. Oh yeah, you actually do have a high art skill. I hadn't even noticed that. And that'll be your hat that's nearly disintegrated. Oh, that hat's just gonna vanish off your head on its own in a second here anyways. Oh, I forgot I still had the queue to do stuff. Here, hang on. Storage. Do not hold on to bio-coded weapons. Okay, and we're getting to the point where I'm going to need to do another round of trees. Restock my wood supply. Okay, and Duck gets out of here in 2 days, and I'll get my reward for that, which I think was just a bunch of reputation, if I remember correctly. Yeah, well, not a bunch, just some reputation, actually. So we are probably going to get one likely good learning growth tier, but we already got great memory and nimble, so we didn't get as many passions as you'd normally expect for a pawn at this age, but we got 2 really solid traits. So if we manage to do a relatively good age up here, I can get up to like 4 more passions, like 3 or 4 more passions. And then on top of that, we could solidly lock in another trait. Realistically, we could probably pull off 3 passions, if not 2. But that would still be, like, even if we don't get more passions, this is still fine. Because we could have them do hulling or whatever we need to around here. Fill in whatever gap, even if they don't have a huge passion for it. Okay. Let's drop that all off unless Astero gets injured. Try to have Astero focus on getting the doctoring. Actually, you had some doctoring as well. You'll be my secondary doctor, so we do have her 2. Yeah, so looking at her setup right now, we need someone who's better at doctoring. That's a gap we have here. Otherwise, we got everything else filled in. It's just the doctoring we need someone solidly to do there. The big question after that is going to be for the, biofuel refining and all that. Let's lock it in. There. And everyone is on the same ideology again. Okay, your range was 37? Yep, cool. So all of them are very long range, 30 plus. And then Bueller here with the pokey stick. For when that doesn't work out. Transport pod crash. Or transporter crash. Okay. So, we can go ahead and... Let's go ahead and go for the glitter world to replace what got destroyed in a tantrum. Alright, when it hits to be about 5 hours, we'll just get over here wherever we can get some cover. See what shows up on the map's edge. And let's see here. Go to plan. Yeah, that's about my range there. Okay, so let's grab everyone. Just chuck them over here. Have you back here in case we go to retreat. You'll have more time to get away. Okay, so we got... 2 people with bows have shown up. Alright. Try and not shoot across our allies. Shoot not across our allies. I would have been pretty salty if I had just gotten them killed immediately right there. Okay, orders. Because Mohan Rai immediately took the very first shot. Took a solid shoulder hit on the opening. And Bueller, you jump on that. Because you'll be able to tend it faster, so we don't have to worry about infection. Okay, we got that sorted out. Cool. And there's our glitter world and all that. So you go ahead and haul that back in before it rots. Still think that's worth it. You get a couple of shots off. We won't worry about the mech hive signal. We'll do that later, but right now it's not relevant. Okay, so we've got our 14 medicine, and random refugees have showed up and said, we would like 13 of your 14. Don't worry, we're being cool, we're leaving you with 1. I should probably tell them where to stuff it. But in the meantime, I usually will do a lot of those things, a lot of the charity events. It's actually one of my favorite memes for making the game interesting is the guilty one, because the guilty one kind of forces you to do a bunch of the charitable things, or else you start skipping them and you start having mood breaks. And it can be a whole thing. Now granted, leveling up the charity one's super easy, because every time you do one of those things you just gain stuff. But yep. That's fine. I'm really surprised this creepy joiner hasn't quit yet. I would have expected that by now. So they might be one that's just staying with us. Alright, so we got the duck out of here. Let's get ourselves a little bit more relationship with the Empire. It's not a bad idea to get a bunch of allies. Especially getting allies with any faction that's more dangerous to get caught in with raids. Alright, so it's taking time to get there. Okay. There's a good chance this monitor lizard just dies from all that bleeding. You're like, continue to escalate and then I'll put it on hunt. Okay. Yeah, no one's got priority for hunt. That's fine. Okay, so how goes you? Your shoulder's getting better. And your bruises are getting sorted out. Oh, you still had a bruise not patched up because getting doctors actually doctor is like pulling teeth? Okay, that's fine. Okay. We got plenty of steel and plenty of cash. We just don't have the research for cutting brick to make stone floors. We don't have the research for the grab ship to get that going. So we're kind of just waiting on that research time gate, the classic. We don't have many people here who can research worth mentioning. It's mostly like just Liasu, who is unfortunately also our cook. But that's fine. Quest failed. Right, we didn't break the person out. Okay, Liasu has finished, completed her study of the monolith. The structure is a conduit that links to the void, a reality hidden under every point in space-time. The void is inhabited by a vast machine intelligence of terrifying complexity that surges with nightmarish, inhuman rage. Its influence creates horrors in our world. Awakening the monolith will fully open the conduit. With the channel open, Liasu believes she can reach through the link and permanently close the conduit, or find a way to harness its dark power. Yay! That just means more research is happening. Okay. So you could potentially help with research as well, which honestly might be worth your time. So put those two to try and help with that. Okay, and everyone's fully healed up again. Okay. It'll take a little while for these mushrooms to grow, because most of them got destroyed. But that's okay. They're already about half grown for a lot of them. So we should have those long before the food becomes a problem. That'll be our bioferrite refining. Because we don't have more construction projects, you're just pulling up all the fish you can. Which gains the some animal skill. And we also have a chance of pulling stuff up. Like, I pulled up cataphract armor, recon armor, and that kind of stuff just by fishing. I pulled up some wild stuff. It'd genuinely be an interesting thing, like having a colony based entirely around fishing, like on the coast or whatever. I bet you just over time the amount of really cool things you pulled up RNG wise would just get wild after a while. Okay, and you're now helping fish as well. Okay. Biofuel refining and air conditioning happen next. Alright. So it's worth putting the biofuel refining somewhere. Let's reinstall that bench out there. I'm gonna put the biofuel refining up here, because I believe that that's indoor. Okay, just one person. Alright. Question is, this is gonna be a waste. We don't have a good doctor, so I'm gonna try and carry this over by hitting you with glitter on the opening. That's 72, that's probably the best you're gonna get, and preach health you right on the opener. We're just going to try and use our glitter world to get as much of a lead as possible. Sleeping sickness takes forever to get better, but I want to get a strong lead because we don't have a single good doctor in this colony, and the best we do have is the person who's got it. I'm trying to hit it really hard with the glitter on the opener, use the bonuses we can get on it, and just have enough lead that I can scuff the entire rest of it and still manage to cross the finish line. So production, biofuel production there. We can go ahead and do a workbench there. Okay. Because that's with the pre-health and the other one. Alright, so we got Shamblers approaching. For right now, we're just going to schedule restrict everyone to home and ignore the problem. Because I really would like to keep Asterio in the, in bed for as much as possible while we got these bonuses stacked. Because my fear here of what's going to probably happen is once we run out of the really good medicine, we're probably going to start getting wretchedly bad. Cool, that's going to hurt visibility, so my aim, that's lovely. And we're going to go from like getting any meaningful progress on that to just crawling along. And it's just a matter of if I can get enough of a lead that crawling along will still be fine. Okay, so needless to say, this thing requires power to run. Starvation, we don't want you to be starving. That'd be very, very no good. Literally 2 is my highest doctor, other than Asterio. Okay, so we got some idle people here. Okay. Oh. It just walked in and fell over dead. Okay, so this is one that they're not going to last for long. That's fine. Yeah, it's a good 5% lead when the breach health ran out. Let's drop back to the not as good medicine. And I'm hoping the next breach health will come up. Schedule unrestricted. Because yeah, what I think we're gonna just try and ride on just normal medicine for right now. Oryx cultists, they're gonna try and abduct someone during all this crap. I'm going to try and do without a stereo involved. Let them continue staying in bed for as long as possible. How much is this affecting your ability to function? Yeah, your manipulation is basically garbage. So I definitely don't want... Oh. You just immediately quit doing your thing. Get back in here. You, do we really not have a door anywhere near here? Forget how ridiculously tanky cultists could be. Okay, we don't want to grab them with the dehumanization. You are dead. So are you. Orders, allow all this. Okay, so you took some hits. Luckily, all just bruises. You are fine for right now. tell you can use the industrial medicine. Well, Bueller can't treat because they're having a mood break because of all the hits they took. So you're gonna have to self-tend, I think, is what your best bet here is. Ah, is that really our best bet? We're gonna drop that down. I'm gonna have you self-tend. We're gonna basically accept that this tend is scuff. It'd be absolute garbage because you're sick, you have low manipulation, and you're not using medicine. But I only got 2 medicine left, so we definitely don't want to use that when we're gonna have a really bad result. We also don't want to leave ourselves untended, because even that 9% tend is better than if we did nothing. Okay. Yeah, so we got about, not quite a 6% lead right now. Okay, we go here and go power. And get that started so we can start making chem fuel. Where are you and what are you doing? You're tending to Bueller, which is fine. Except you're okay, hang on. Just stop. You'll self-tend because genuinely it just takes you way too long. Okay, so we're not holding as much ground. We are losing ground with the 10%, but just barely, it looks like. So that's okay for right now. We are waiting for you to have the breach health back up. We're gonna hit you with another glitter. And breach health again. And just hope we can have a big enough 10 to keep that ahead. We got 9 hours left on that. Okay, that'll be about right. If we hit this one with glitter. So let's bump it up to glitter for the next one. We at 4 AM, now you're trying to catch a mosquito in your room? Oh no. It sucks using Glitter World on sleeping sickness, but we have no doctors worth anything here. Now, you still have a solid lead, but you are losing ground. We can... Oh, right, we can actually go here and go... I just realized we can't grow dye, so I don't need the thing. Okay. So your manipulation is very penalized. It's just what it's gonna be. Big tend. It's not a big tend, but that's an acceptable tend. All things considered, that's what we're getting. And we'll go ahead and get that breach health as soon as it's up. Okay. If I could please have you get back in bed, buddy. I know your recreation is crashing, but I need you to be in bed. And I've got one more medicine to use with them. Which we'll see. I think the next tend we do without the medicine. Because I'll probably have 3 more tens before this is over, and I should be able to get another preach health up. Okay, so you're getting a nice lead again. We're at 6% lead almost. Not as much as I feel like I should really have. I can't help you, man. I got my own problems. Can't wait till we have the automatic mosquito-killing lasers. You saw a demo of it at TED Talk 15 years ago, but it's not really practical. No, probably not. Alright, we're at almost 7%, 7% lead. Okay. There is some chem fuel in storage, so it should be enough to do that. And then bills add chem fuel from wood, do until you have 100. Chem fuel from organics, do until you have 100. We'll want to slowly raise that up so we can get to like 1,000 or whatever. Okay, so we're at about 9% lead when the breach health wore off. And like I said, we did drop down to we're not going to use our last industrial medicine until we have breach health available again. To try and maximize that as much as we can. Yeah, working in air conditioning, which would be nice, not super important. Oh, right, you are my crafter. Well, that's embarrassing. So we're not going to intercept to say, like, hey, go do it quite yet. Give them an extra minute. Okay, now go treat them. I just wanted to drag out how long we had the good 10 for. Yeah, because that's exactly what it figures. The next 10 was going to be wretched. Because again, we're dealing with a 2 medical trying to fight disease. Yeah, you have almost a 9% lead. You won't be available again for another day and a half, so we probably have 1, maybe 2 10s. Without using medicine. Unless I happen to get, like, medicine from a quest or something, which here's hoping. Please feed them. Okay, and you're losing ground again. No chakra and a 0% tend. Okay, so we're restocking the chem fuel. That way we've got some just hanging in storage for when we need it. Just no doctors. And the reason Astero I've taken them off doctoring is just the self-tend plus on top of that the their missing arm. I think taking the 2 doctoring is going to be the better play. There's also a penalty for self-tends that we're avoiding. Why are you mad about... Oh, no, you're not mad. You're fine. Consume that to get your mood bonus for right now. Proximity detector. We have draw animals next. That's fine. So I'll let you hallucinate for a little while. Get your mood up. And then 11 hours we can use that. And in 12 hours we can do that. So next tend, no medicine. And then the tend after that with medicine and preach health. And then we get to see if we've got enough of a lead to make it work. They're still sitting at around a 7% lead, so we have lost about 1% of the lead we had. So it does seem to take quite a while for it to catch up. But I gotta keep in mind, I'm not gonna be getting any big leads going here, not unless we get a solid 10 with that one last piece of medicine. Which the other 2 are glitter, and that's just industrial. We'll probably have a raid or something in here somewhere while Astero is recovering. Medical treatment needed. Okay, Bueller, do that immediately because you had a 0% tend in the last one, so it's not like you can do worse. 20%. 20% is actually not terrible. Is that middle room full of shelves? It's got a bunch of shelves in it, yeah. Okay, we got air conditioning. They want to give me explosives next. Okay, so next 10, just so I don't forget, is going to be with medicine. Yeah, 20% should have us somewhere about breaking even, where we neither gain nor lose meaningful ground against the disease. Which, considering we have like a 6 or 7% lead, should be pretty decent. How are you doing? Maxed out learning. You're already at level 2. Gaining fast. Yeah, so at about 6% lead, give or take. You're fishing over there because we got the minimum here. Yep, and Fractal sponsors the channel. They're a hardware vendor for computers. They do stuff like computer cases, what they're most known for, but they also do computer chairs, headsets, cooling solutions such as air cooling and water cooling. All sorts of cool stuff. Very much a high quality brand. So definitely one to go. Look, the headsets are fantastic. I don't have them yet myself, but I got them for my wife, and she very much enjoyed them. That's mostly because I already have a set. These are probably going to get retired relatively soon. But the other headsets, the ones they sell, are really good when you're wearing glasses. They don't have the thing where they push the arms into your head and all that. Well, I cannot do this even if we wanted to, which is a shame because you're a fast all-night learner. You know, you're a decent pawn. Unfortunately, they want me to build a big structure and I don't have stone cutting and not enough stone to build it either. Okay. You're still running your 20-year-old fractal case, still excellent. I've been looking at one of their new case with the wood paneled versions, gorgeous. Yeah, no, I have the North, which is the one of the ones with the wood panel on the front. I got the case 2 years back, roughly now, so it's a relatively new case, but I've been using fractal cases for longer than I remember. It's been like my last four or so computers have all been fractal computers, so far as the cases go. The hardware inside, Fractal doesn't make like motherboards or anything like that. Okay, I would like you to please go back to bed. I'm trying to make you not dead. Okay, so we're down to about 5.5% lead, maybe? Yeah, you have a good old Defined. Yeah, I had the Defined was my last case before this one. Actually, it's technically on the other side of my case there. I have, because I was debating, like, looking at a 2-PC setup. So I actually pulled out my old computer and was going to deal with seeing about that. I haven't, like, it's been sitting there for a while. But, so the Defined is on the other side of my North. Alright, so 2 hours till we do our last tend here. And we're going to preach health. We're dropping down to, we're about a little over 4.5% lead, so it's going to be close. Going to have to be inspired doctoring. Would you inspire creativity? That's not what I needed. Okay, 59% tend on the industrial medicine. I will take that. That's not that bad. And we got a preach health on you. So basically, that's going to decide if you live or die. You're at about a 5% lead-ish, give or take. I think you're going to be fine. With the 59%, you should gain a little bit of a lead on it, and the preach health combo. And so even if we have another botched tend after this, you should have pretty close to a 10% lead would be my guess. And there shouldn't be enough time for you to lose your ground in that. You loved your old R5, R6 Defined? Yeah, I don't know what version of Defined it was. Because I built that computer like 7 years ago, maybe? Would be my guess. No, well, actually, it would have been closer to 5 years ago, because I would have built that computer, I think, pretty soon after I started streaming. So it had been about 5 years ago that I did the one with the Define. And this is the same computer in the new case as the one that had the Define. I moved the hardware over. And that just had to go with when Fractal gave me the sponsorship, they gave me the North. But, like, the Define and all that I bought myself. Yeah, so I think we're gonna be okay. By the time this drops off, we'll probably be sitting in the mid to low 90s. The sleeping sickness will probably be in, like, the mid 80s. So we should have a good almost 10% lead. Over here, the R5 is still being sold, about 100 euros. Yeah, it is definitely a premium brand. Like, so you do pay a little bit more than you could necessarily get away with. But I can tell you, like, I used Thermaltake before them, and Thermaltake was fine, but, like, with the Thermaltake cases, you had parts of it that were really well made, and you had other parts of it that felt really cheap. So, like, the metal plating and all that on the side of the Thermaltake were nice, but they had, like, this plastic area on the top where it had, like, the buttons for the different thing. It had, like, a little monitor for the temperature and all that. And all that plasticky stuff felt really cheap. You'd open up the case and it had, like, the hard drive rack and all that was nice and well done. But then where it came to, like, the areas where you could tuck the cables behind, it had, like, this really kind of almost a hard plastic instead of, like, the rubber. And when I say hard, it wasn't actually hard plastic. It was just, like, a very firm thing. It didn't seem nearly as good. You don't think 100 euros that much for a quality case? He said 20 years ago for no worse. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, 20 is not a terrible price. You can definitely get cheaper ones. Well, that's kind of my comment, was just, I've used the cheaper ones in the past. And they're fine. But you do get what you paid for. Yeah, so we're going to end this with about a 10% lead. So we should be solid. So Astero should survive the sleeping sickness, which, considering we're rocking Doctoring 2 to try to help them. You just looked, it turns out your PC is also Fractal. Nice. I mean, they're very, very popular cases. Even if you don't have, like, a brand loyalty to one or another, there's a strong chance, if you looked at user reviews, you ended up with a Fractal case if you're building parts by part. Because they definitely were, like, the outliers for, we're just kind of being quality cases, so we're... Oh, well, I went to feed you, and then you stopped. A very rich friend gifted you. His Team Fractal Assemble. Yeah, no, anytime the sponsorship comes up, it's almost always a whole bunch of people. It's like, oh, I have a Fractal case. Oh, I do as well. And all of this well before, like, anyone I knew around me had a sponsorship or whatever. So it's not just that kind of thing, because that does happen. Actually, that's... Honestly, considering the doctoring skill, getting a 19% with no medicine is kind of okay. Oh, the dude who co-created Stack Overflow? Gotcha. I don't remember where he was, but I definitely hung out a bunch of times with one of the lead devs with Stack Overflow when I was, like, doing a lot of the conference circuit. They would show up once in a while to a conference in Orlando to do talking things. But they were friends with a bunch of the people at the local dev group. I don't know, like, where in the hierarchy they were, just I remember they were one of the lead devs. Which, it's cool. The thing that impressed me about Stack Overflow is, considering how many users that website had, that it was kind of self-hosted on a single server for, like, the longest time. Which is pretty bonanza considering the user base. But they had to, like, rewrite entire parts of the technologies they ran on just to make them custom tailored to be as performant as possible for their specific website. You're eating chocolate fudge bar ice cream. You forgot I had them in the freezer. Nice. It's always fun when you have that. That was, Doom the other day. I was like, oh, hey, I found money in my purse. You know, it's cool, $5. And then she flipped it. I was like, oh, that's a 50. I don't know where this 50 came from. I was like, cool, I just suddenly have more money. This is nice. Obviously, like, she got the 50 from something and it's been in there. But, you know, when you forget you have it, it basically feels like free money. Alright. So with this, you are finally immune and good. That's the best feeling. I still think one of the funniest ones is, like, in high school. I couldn't tell you exactly what age I would have been. I was old enough to drive. I'd guess like 16 or 17. But it was me and a high school buddy, and then I think my brothers were one of my brothers was with me too. And we were going to the local mall, and I can't remember what even brought it up, but they had one of those places where you get like the cookie cakes back when it's like those weren't really at the grocery store. You had to like go to a place to get them. You're like, hey, you know, we could get one of those cookie cakes. You know, yeah, let's go get one of those cookie cakes. And ended up finding a $100 bill lying on the ground by it. It was like, all right, $100. Didn't end up getting the cookie cake because we got $100, and then we, you know, were too busy trying to think of what we wanted to spend the $100 on. I don't even remember what we got. It was probably video games, because there was a GameStop in that, or was it a GameStop? Or was it an electronics boutique? It doesn't matter. There was a game store in that place. And so I think we ended up spending it on like a PlayStation game or something like that. Object permanence means you get that kind of thing a lot. Yeah. Oh, it's one of the advantages you can hide chocolates from yourself in a drawer and find them later as a surprise. I never thought of it from that thing. I always think of it the other way around, where the one I'm guilty of, and I'm usually not too bad these days about, is if I get myself a soda and I go to work on something, so I sit it down on a place that isn't my usual place to put down, like, there's a spot like at the kitchen counter corner that if I'm running back and forth, I'll put stuff there. You know, up here I have like a spot on the desk over here in the corner that's like the place I leave things. If I grab a drink and I don't put it in one of those two spots or right here in front of my desk, and I get distracted by stuff and I forget about it, that soda lives there now. And I'm pretty good about it because I realize I do that. So I try to go out of my way to make sure I put it in those places. But if I get distracted, like Tomb asks me to do something and I sit at like, you know, by the washing machine or something, until I happen to walk by and see it, doesn't exist. Let's see, when you're 16, you and your friend found a $50 note lying on the ground when you were walking home. That was amazing. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Oh, that's actually kind of crap. So torrential, rainy thunderstorm is going to hurt our accuracy quite a bit. Cobras, I believe, are one of the creatures that have the thing where they're small enough that you have a higher rate of missing them. So accuracy is going to be downright a raging tire fire. On top of that, the Cobras don't even need to get good hits. They cause toxin. It also doesn't help if they're going to go there. Okay, how do I want to go about this? Okay, so what we could probably do, if they're going to do that, let's go out. Oh, wait. They might have figured it out. And we'll put this so that door is just about the max range. Yeah, that'll do. So I got 3 of them. Honestly, if they split up, that's probably our best case scenario, because having them divided out a little bit means I get more time to take down 1 or 2. Can you lock them out? No, I don't have a door here yet. I'm not planning on putting a door here. I'm planning on putting some walls to go back here, about 30 or so tiles, and then putting a door out the side. Okay, we're doing plenty fine. Luckily, we chose to stand in the middle of the water, and the reason I chose to do this, no matter how they path, they have no choice but to take a slow move. Alright, and we're good. And you're already injured enough that you actually might get back up. You've got a solid bleed going, and it is, I mean, it's a movement speed of 4. Oh, I got your lung. Never mind, you're not getting back up. I didn't see the bleed, like there wasn't a bleed on the lung because it's just gone. So I was like, oh, it might get back up, but no, it's bleeding. It's just gonna keep having that get worse and worse until it dies. But yeah, so the danger of stuff like the cobras and the monitor lizards and a bunch of them is when they attack you, they cause toxic buildup. to represent their poison. And yeah, that could get real bad real fast. Okay, we're going to tell them to go ahead and make more chem fuel. And you... Okay, so it's the child who's idle because there's nothing for them to do inside the perimeter, so that's fine. Oh, we don't have a bunch of tasks queued up, and I do have both of my research benches are currently taken. I could definitely extend this out a little bit farther and get another research bench in here. With the bricks we have, I could get another bedroom in here. Alright, so we have 164 sandstone. Let's go structure. Boom. So we'd have 6. Alright, so we're trying to build a room down here. I'm gonna start trying to get a couple actual bedrooms in this place. But as I mentioned before, we can't actually cut brick right now. I don't have stone cutting, and we're on random research, so... Oh! Take that back! I haven't been paying attention. Stone cutting's the research we're working on. That's convenient. So once we get stone cutting done, then I could just queue up the... We could build a stone cutting bench, which is going to go here. Do I care about what's on here? We'll just get rid of this unless we need it. But I could put the stone cutting bench right there and just start chopping stone up a whole bunch. Like anything we can get. And we could start building out bedrooms along this side here, that kind of deal. Start securing this to actually, again, have, like, whatever, about 30 tiles back, just kind of a chute they have to go through. And then we can put the, like, the, security platform or whatever here with one gap in the middle, and then a door on the side that we can open and close. That way I can leave it open so enemies can come through here. When we get a Manhunter pack, we're like, oh no, that's kind of nasty. We can close the door, or Shamblers or whatever. Alright, since we're doing stone cutting right now, instead of putting down a wood floor, we're just gonna wait. That's fine. So for here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're just building our rooms down here. Alright, stone cutting. So with this, we go boom, production, stone cutting bench, wood. Probably time to also queue up to get more wood. Is the mushroom biome DLC or a mod? I've seen our stream and it looks awesome. It is DLC. It is the Odyssey DLC will give you the mushroom biome. Alright, what? Oh, I didn't pull up the map because we had to do a reload earlier because we made a change in our ideology and it didn't take until we reloaded. So what type of stone do I have here? Limestone and marble. Okay. We'll end up making a bunch of walls probably out of the limestone using the marble for whatever. Alright, bills, do this. Make any stone. And cut till you have 1,000. So, floors, find floors, marble, structure. Okay. So I can slowly work on getting bedrooms set up for all these. It is going to be one of those things I'm going to end up switching the room materials along the way. Which is not my favorite. Okay. So that's the range of our equipment. That's a major project right there. Going straight to fine floors? Yep. Because I don't see a reason to put down the regular floors in here to then just replace them with fine floors later. So I'm going to go ahead and leave that just the way it is. Fine floors. Because these, again, aren't rooms I don't need immediately. So I can take the time to get them all queued up and whatnot. Normally, if I'm playing at a harder difficulty, you do not want fine floors at all early on, because these will explode our wealth. You think your brother has that mod? You mean DLC? I have to check it out. Your streams are family, or your Steams are family links, so you can access the game, vice versa. Yeah, it would be the Odyssey one. Yep, Odyssey's good stuff. Yeah, so I'm gonna make this out of limestone, and do this out of the marble. Please don't botch. Meanwhile, queue you up to mine that when you have some time. Because we're going to burn a lot of steel doing this. Yeah, the heavy bridges being base game is also interesting, because it used to be one of those things I avoided when it was a mod, because it felt, you know, it wasn't base game, it felt kind of a cheesy thing that wasn't being considered for the balance. And then they made it the base game and they didn't really change anything. I was like, okay. That's fine. We can just build anywhere. Who cares? Okay, so we've got the combat person here. If they have medicine, we desperately need medicine. Alright, so take a bunch of these random weapons we don't need. Take the drugs, we don't need those. Give me your medicine. Take these bows and random guns we don't need. The plasma sword can be a whole thing. Yeah, you love that they brought it to base game? Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay. So we've got an assault rifle. That's going to be a pretty good choice. The incinerator would be good if we were using a different setup, but because I do have water in the kill box, kind of defeats the entire point. But grabbing the assault rifle, I think we'll do that. That'll cost me a little bit of money. So let's have you haul that medicine. We'll have you haul the medicine. We'll have you grab the assault rifle. And then haul the bolt action. I forgot. I thought we still had a... Oh, we do still have a bow. Yeah, so honestly at this point, let's grab that bolt action. And we will probably trade away the unique great bow. Because it's still a great bow. And it would, like, for those who didn't see what the unique great bow was, it did just have a small boost to its range. And that small boost to its range puts it about the same range. That's no, I'm looking for about the same range as the bolt action. It's actually one range shorter than the bolt action was. Okay. They're trying to get these set up, then we'll put some bedrooms in there and all that kind of stuff. Please do not botch the construction. Okay. It's like, for as long as you've been doing this, man, where you're starting to get to like 9 construction and all that, you really need to be not botching construction anymore. Alright, so we almost got this whole left side filled in. Because we definitely want to get that filled in on this edge sooner, otherwise it will see this as a faster path to like run along that itself. So we definitely want to get those walls built so it's not just a bridge directly to us. Man, I have not made a defense like this. I can't think how long. It's been years. Like, usually these days, I get the Odyssey ship going and I'm doing Odyssey stuff so you don't build this stuff out. There's just not a need for it, you're just moving around. That's your surgeons right now, fumbling bionics with 15 skill in a perfect hospital. Yep, probably while using RimWorld 2, and you're just like, dude, just... Like, you lying on your resume? You're just pretending you did all these other things? What's going on here? Big doctor? Pretty much. Okay. Alright, don't botch that one, because then I'll be allowed to do this whole thing. There you go. And you're just continually cutting away at those bricks, that's good. We go here. Disease, plague. Okay, schedule, work, assignment, sorry. Do the best you can. Okay, so good first tend there. You two, go to bed. You have the plague. Please go to bed. Small child. Alright, so you are at a slight loss. You're at a slight loss. You're at a slight lead. We're only going to get one preach health between them. You're an 18%. You're 38%. And you're sick, so you're sick. Do your best. Take the poor quality clothing. Give me your medicine. Have a nice day. Okay, so again, you got a lead. Well, screw you, game. Giving me plague and malaria on top of each other. If you wanted the colonists dead, you could have just said. Oh, that's you two as well. Okay. So, start tending. I think that's literally everyone in the colony currently has one or the other. Okay, well, Astera was the only one spared. The question here is, where do I take my priority? Because we could put it on you to try and have you stack against both diseases, and you're the one who's losing, so scrap code is there. I thought, don't you have fast healing? Now the important one is that the queen survives, because we do have the mushroom queen as the priority. But the thing is, our 10s are going to get worse as this time goes on, and there's not much we can do about it. Because everybody's sick. For keeping everyone alive, scrap code is probably the one we target. For keeping the run objective alive... Alright. That sucks. Gift uranium. Honestly, stop. You do it. Until your manipulation is lower than theirs. I can't do anything right now. Everyone has malaria or plague or both. So you're getting good 10s in there, at least that's one thing. They could be an okay doctor. You're not wrong. But who's going to fight it? I think I'd rather stick with what we got. We're going through our medicines so fast because there's so many people sick right now. At least we're surprisingly getting some really good 10s in here, considering the medicine we're using and our skill level. The downside is, you're putting yourself in jeopardy because I'm having you do all the tending while you yourself have malaria. Okay, you're almost in the clear. In fact, we're going to put you back down to your regular medicine. You can drop back down to regular medicine. Keep you on the good stuff. Keep you on the good stuff. Keep you on the good stuff. Okay, so that's 3 diseases knocked out. Still dealing with the malaria. Okay. Your doctoring's probably getting up to the point... Yeah, so your doctoring is now the highest in the colony. We're down to just 3 medicine left throughout the entire colony for this. Sorry, 4 medicine. There's 1 laying on the floor. Meanwhile, you start clearing this floor. We need this place to be spotless for better 10s. Anyone need to be fed? No. So you have a 14% lead, a 10% lead, and about a 9% lead. And we're just going to keep using the good medicine because what's going to happen is after that, the 10s are going to get worse and worse as Bueller gets sicker and sicker. So we just need as much of a lead as we can get. That way when it flips, we're in good shape. Yes, it does. It reduces blood filtration. So it's one you gotta treat as if it's worse than it is in the moment, because the rate you will gain immunity will slow down as time goes on. Okay. I'm glad you're still doing good on your manipulation. I was expecting this to be really dropping off by now, so we should be fine. I've got 1 medicine left between the 3 of them. You have a 13% lead. You have a 16% lead. You have a 20% lead. So you're dropping back down to regular medicine. You are the only one who really shouldn't get the medicine out of the ones we have left. Yeah, you're the one closest to risk. So you're gonna get that last unit of medicine. The doubling up of disease is just a troll. Like, malaria is gonna be done and we're still on the recoup from plague. I'm honestly surprised it's gone this smoothly with how terrible our doctoring is. I expected this to be way worse. Okay, so you had a 0 quality tend with the medicine? No. Yeah, if you got a strong enough lead, you're probably fine. Okay, draw animals. Bioferret extractions next. There's a 0% tend in theirs. It doesn't matter. They both got enough of a lead. They should be fine. And this is the one we preached health, so there's a good chance had we not preached health, this person probably would have died. Yeah, no, Bueller holding it down with... They were at 2 medical when this started. Only 2 medical and holding it down, because they were the best doctor. Because this one, Estero over here has 3, but they're blind and an arm missing. That's the way they arrived at our colony. Minus 17 meds? Yeah, no, that's why we spent our money on meds. Medical treatment needed. Give me a goodie. 8.1 is not a goodie. That said, you do have an 11% lead, so you're probably still fine. I can't imagine that catching up in those few seconds or whatever. Okay, distress signal, not worried about that. Yep, you're good. Alright, so we're just getting this all sorted out. Actually, I can do is in this side, I'll leave the door right there. In the meantime, we're back to cutting one stone after the other stone after the other stone for block. Alright, Shambler Assault. So it's only 7 Shamblers, that's the good news. Because we're just in the tail end of malaria and all that. So I got 3 on the bottom, 3 on the right, and 1 on the left. So Shambler Assault are just going to run up and start smashing our walls. Oh, buddy. I need to put a door down here somewhere so they stop running the whole way out around and getting caught. Okay. So I've still got you hitting over there on the far right. Man, how are you doing? You're barely gonna get through that wall and it's going to deeply annoy me. Got 2 more hits. Yeah, 2 more hits now. 1 more hit and you're through. Yeah, managed to make him quit the last second. Now I just need to not accidentally hit the wall as we're shooting it. Okay. So we managed to do that without them breaking any walls, which is actually... It was a very small Shambler Assault. But yeah, that's usually the thing with a Shambler Assault, is just them punching holes through all the walls. Okay. So you're probably not super far from aging up. Yeah, so you got about 2.5 quadrums left. But the good news is we've already going to have 1 out of 4 choices on traits and probably at least 2, if not 3 passions. So all in all, that doesn't mean we're guaranteed getting something good per age up, but at least it means we got options. So security, limestone. And why are you upset? Lots of disturbed sleeps and a decent barracks, which is mostly because the floor is an absolute mess. Yeah, no, I'm going a little late. We've had a really good stream tonight, and a lot of people are here and all that, so I've been kind of going a little bit long. I'll probably be wrapping up in not too long though, but I figured I'd put like an extra hour since we've had some pretty big raids and all that. But I do appreciate making sure I'm keeping on time. So the harp and the tube television. We're already researching the tube television, so I'm gonna let that sit. A book on medical. Yes, please and thank you. And a couple of glitter world. So haul that. And haul that. So we did replace a bunch of the medicine that we just used up, and we got a book on book on medical, so that should help out quite a bit. Because I can read that book for recreation and slowly get a little bit more medical skill going. Okay. Yeah, Bueller was the one we were going to take off of construction, likely, and have them be a crafter. Or just whatever. Okay. There'll be more of that to do. First for you, you missed a bit in the middle since your wife just come home. There was an ambulance visiting one of your neighbors. Those were unrelated, but happened near each other. Most of your neighborhood is really old. So you kind of get used to seeing ambulances on the regular now. Yeah. No, I've, over by where my parents were at, it's not uncommon to see ambulances around there, and it's kind of the same thing that a lot of people all moved into that neighborhood around the same time, and all of them are getting to be like 70 and 80 years old, so... Unfortunately, age do be real cruel. Age is a big old jerk. So with that said, though, we got an ad break coming up here in 5 minutes, and I've already gone about an hour longer than I normally do, so I do think it is probably time for me to wrap up here in the next bit or so. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. I will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. Probably for more RimWorld is most likely what we're going to be doing. I do know in the immediate future that we have Planet Coaster 2 has its new, I think it's a DLC, that adds parades and everything to it. I probably will check that out when that drops. I think that's the 25th that drops. But we're going to be popping into a couple different games here and there. But I've been very much enjoying just popping back into RimWorld instead of like... There's been the endless treadmill of new games, just being like, hey man, I just want to take a little while and play a game I know without having to like learn the next game, learn the next game as they keep coming. But thank you so much for tuning in. If you're watching over on the YouTube side, I do not have a host ready for you over there, unfortunately. But thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And then for those over here on the Twitch end, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop